we always give you thanks. Always give thanks to your. Thank you for creating all things, everything not written. So if it hasn't been written yet, you'll make the man's hand, you'll push the man, everything that ever will be. So it hasn't happened. Thank you, Father, for the Creator, for good and evil. We're supposed to thank you for not just the good times, but even in our toughest times, in our trials, in our tribulations, our thalipsis. And thank you, Father, for that, because that is the divide. That's what divides under this covenant, under vengeance, where that is yours, and we're not under the old laws of the creation of the Torah. Remember, that is all spoken into existence. So we always give thanks to the Creator and that He creates. And so, no such thing as man made if Father creates all things. So, no free will, no luck. And I know people always have a hard time with that, but, you know, it's the way it works. He pours out a just measure. The Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away. So we'll just stick to the word. Always give thanks to the Most High, the one that's not in the sky. So all glory to the word. All glory to brothers and sisters that are in the narrow way. Thank you, Father, for the family, the ones you get to be with after you die, the family under a spiritual, it's not a nieces or by blood, it's a spiritual. So remember, Paul said, wrestle not against flesh and blood. So Paul must have known something, huh? That's what happens when you're overcome by the gospel. So all glory to the gospel. Always give thanks for that. So thank you, Father, for the abundance of this ministry, and thinking that the web, I was having, sup with Father before I came in here, and knowing that this inner web, and I've talked about it, about accountability before, but it's a true testament of this covenant, of this revelation, of this time where the knowledge, the the inter wide web, worldwide net, it gets people caught up, but it is a testament that his bride, that we can gather here at this, time and day and age where we can, all flesh, not everybody. So we don't hang out with vipers in here, and we don't, it's a small flock. It's a teeny tiny. So I thank Father for that He's already chosen, and we're not to condemn. We just judge righteously. So we use the light. We use His word. He is the word, and we use that to be our compass. What leads us. So it will cause us. There will be resistance. Sorrows is where we're at, if you know what the scriptures say. But whatever. I'm not here to. Most people don't have any idea what year, let alone what time it is. So I don't try to argue with, goats or vessels of wrath fitted for destruction. They were fitted from the foundation, from the foundation of the world. So just that should be like a hashtag, right? From the foundation of the world. What part of from the foundation of the world do you not understand? So isn't that beautiful? Isn't that the blessing? You can't turn a sheep into a goat or a goat into a sheep. So, yeah, it's okay. Where do you put your treasure? It'll all comes, nothing new under the sun. Remember what Solomon said, that golden temple. So he said we must be refined. It's a process. I put it back in the crucible. We must be crucified. So here we are again. We have soft hands. Weak hands. So, or you hodl, or you hold on for dear life. So, remember, where do you put your treasure? The future again. Waste not, want not is what I taught, what I gave the description of this video here, and the title or whatever you want to call it. And that's a time where I'm a minimalist. So waste not, want not. We're going to go back to the old ways is going to be the only way in the future to survive and thrive and have abundance. Otherwise, you're going to get robbed by inflation or the supply chain that just cut you off. So goodbye. Now you got to go into their new crypto, digitally tokenized, tracked and traced, credit scored communism, UBI, whatever you want to call it. It's all pre-programmed, pre-planned, Hegelian dialect. There will be an event, just like a blind 11. There always is. Gulf of Tonkin. I don't need to go there. There always is. That's just the way it works. It's problem, reaction, solution. So they come in as a hero at the end with the solution to the problem that they created. So problem, they create the problem. They know the public will react. The citizens, the good worldly citizens will worldly on a ball, and they'll spin them around and round like a record. Rice, round, round, round. Get it? So they do. They love their music and television. It's like Rome. Give them enough bread and circus, and they'll never revolt. So here we are today with the interweb. But I give thanks to the web because it's like all flesh, that we can gather in his agape here, in his Shem. So Shem was the second born member of Noah. So waters, turbulence is going to get sorrows. So waves, intensification. That's what the scriptures say. We only state it scriptural, keep it to the word. We don't twist. That's the word pervert. Froward is the Hebrew word to add or take away, to twist or twisting. So it's sorrows. It says increasing, intensing, like a woman, like having labor pains. Pretty soon there'll be a crowning moment. The waters break in the beginning, right? Watch out. Birth. It says he'll come like a thief, like a woman in labor. In the night he'll come without warning, and then you'll be taken. So we got to stay in what the word says. That way we can be prepared and have extra oil and abundance and bounty, so we can be charitable in that time where people are just barely surviving. We'll be that one with that hand to lift people up, like feeding, how many people were fed with, how many baskets of fish and how much bread. And then there was abundance after that. How did Christ do that? Gee, I wonder. So that's all right. I'll make you see why Stevie had to wonder. Get it? See? All right, never mind. Stevie Wonder. All right, moving on. So it's Father has a way of doing these things. He's the creator. He creates this abundance through sowing seeds. He said the enemy came and sowed seeds while you were sleeping. So he said he would come like a thief in the night. Will you be burning bright? He said, be burning bright and have your lamps trimmed and have extra oil. So what's extra oil? You tell me. You're supposed to have a waste not, want not. You're supposed to have enough for your children's children, correct? It'd be easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than a rich man through the gates of heaven. Can you create generational wealth? How about, let me show you what generational wealth is. How about open pollinated, non-genetically modified seeds? Now that is generational wealth. How about that? Did you hear what I just said? Diet's everything too. Skill set, teaching your children how to hunt, fish, trap, skin a buck, skin a rabbit, silly rabbit, tricks for kids. You're going to take them trick-or-treating. Take them to the public television or school them. Have them schooled. Get sprung on the bunny rabbit. And they do all that celebration at the schools, remember? All of it. And they force the rainbows on them now, like the Fruity Pebbles. Here it's silly rabbit, tricks for kids. Doing it to kids. So it is what it is. I can't change. Father creates this evil. I just have to be prepared in this lifetime to provide abundance, bounty, gospel for others more than anything. Charity. He loves, if you love me, he said, you'll be charitable. So that's the way the word works. You just have to listen to what the word tells you. So Lunch. Oh, lunch. Uh, don't hit that snooze bar. Remember, he said the enemy came and sowed seeds while you're sleeping. Did you hit that snooze bar? Oh, careful. You might have slept in. So, hey, whatever it is, what it is, don't go to sleep, he said. Spiritual. It's spiritual sleep. Not don't go to bed and get rest at, at the end of your whatever day when you're done doing your, but again, I don't sleep in like an 8 hour. That's a that's a boss hog kind of ring ding dong thing. It is punching the clock. I got you. Did you beat it? Did you hit that punch the time clock, the snooze bar, and you hit that same clock at the work tower or space, right? Place. So darn that working like Dolly Parton said. No, I'm just kidding. No worries. It is what it is. It's hard to get out of it's hard to get out of their system. Like I said, I'm a minimalist, so you only need a small plot of land, and you can start with a tent. So the only future is homesteading. The only abundance will be by providing your own supply chain, being your own power company when the power does go out. If is not an option, when eventually it will. There's a cycle on our sun that will take down eventually the grid. So, and they know it, they're ready for it. So, got to understand the Yuga cycles and like where I was going back to Cali. So, in the concrete jungle, I know that the cities will not fend well. They're like big microwave toaster ovens, all hooked up to the same like grid pattern. They're all turn red and just pop, turn to ashes. So, I don't see many. Um, uh, I just, the sun would blot us out too, or the sun, excuse me, the sun would be blotted out normally during one of these minimas during the cycles. Exactly, Solo. It always does. Look at all of them through the Heimrich and the Lechamp and all the minima, the solar. When this rock from that that we live on in the sun, that electric sun pumps this, it's father's the dynamo that makes. Let's not do the spinning thing, okay? We're just talking about like a dynamo spinning, so let's leave it at that. So but that create, and it bombards this rock with solar, and there's magma underneath, not, I'm not talking about some spinning core magma. See, get that out of your head. Let's just go back. Let's use some common sense here. So, but as it penetrates, like, it excites and it heats up that magnet, and eventually one of these volcanoes go off. And there we go. Layers. Spinning ball in the middle there. No hollow earth, huh? So we'll leave earth out of this. Okay. Remember, earth is the rule. So we'll just use the word earth for conversation's sake, like alien earth or something. So how about that? Alien earth. There's two words that have you ever heard those words together? Interesting. I'm not sure if I have. We just threw those together in a shuffle. Cosmos and orderly arrangements. But thank you, Father, for that. But anyways, on your alien earth and your layers like an onion, like Shrek, get it? Thanks, Solo. Appreciate it for the support. You knew what I was talking about. So, but it excites that magma and it heats it up. Come on, it's an electric sun. Plasma, you heat up. There is magma under our feet. Volcanism, there's volcanoes all over this rock. It's like a teenager with a bad acne case or whatever. I ain't mean to go there, but that's normally what happens. So back to what we're saying, that blots out the sun. Stay on track there, Pastor. So I'm just taking my time, working through this. It's a process, like this constant bombardment by solar, radiation, and then the lack of it causes the atmosphere to shrink. And that's what happened over the last 36 years, solar cycles. 22, 23, 24. We are in solar cycle 25 now. So this is not the spinning ball. Remember, cosmos is not above your head. That's an orderly arrangement. So All right, we just got to keep it real in here. Just make sure. I don't care. Just it's how it works. So, but moving on, like I said, I need to, you know, get back to what's going to work, and what's going to work in the future is to have your own ability to survive even when that situation, because like the Amish, or a day, it's just another day at the being a Mennonite, you know. So allegedly through iPet goat, Kalele Hawaii will quake and through through iPet goat, one or two, or are you talking about the one that's put out by Heliofont, the animation? Helio, get it? We were talking about the sun, get it? Helio. So two, okay. I don't think I've watched the whole decode on two, but I know there is. I should go back, and I'm sure there's, because there's always good, like I said, decoders out there that um, people are learning more about, even going back. Cool, outstanding. No, like I said, and even going back and realizing some of these things back, like Casey, he just went back and redid, I Pet Goat 1, and he is kind of the originator of what I've, as I say, him, and even though I don't so much like where Daniel from Logic from Authority has kind of gone off on a supernatural show that he does, it doesn't matter. He does great decodes on at Logic Before Authority, and Casey from Enter at the Stars is kind of the OG of the decode of iPet Goat 1. So definitely it's been flagging, all the it all has purpose. It's like The Simpsons, it's a prognosco, to have foreknowledge of. Most of it's scriptural, remember? They're doing this by the scripture. They know the scripture better than, the devil is wise. The serpent, a third of the messengers that are down here, these families fall in not from the sky, but somehow can rebirth, lead double lives, Gemini, and go back and forth in time and travel and do weird things that I don't even want to talk about. Seriously, it's how do you put it? You're supposed to stay within nice. You're supposed to stay within this, you know, gospel. Stay in the gospel. Stay in the word. Seriously, all these things will be revealed to us, prognosco, to have foreknowledge of. It's already written on our hearts. So remember, it's like being taken up to the edge of the man, not being let in because you banged on the rock. You didn't listen. You did all these. When we don't do what Father tells us, what we're here to do, then He's not going to give us our inheritance through Shiloh. We're not going to receive that. Some of them will have taken our crown. Crown, crown chakra. Get it? I don't do the whole whatever. Like I said, you better focus on the gospel. You better stay in the word. This is not a time to be going, back and forth in time. And, I'm eternal. I talk about that. Death is a doorway. Time is an illusion. Most people do not have any idea what time is. They have no idea. For example, they don't know what year it is. 99% of the populace, if I did a man on the street video and walk down the street and ask them, hey, what year is it? They're going to get it wrong. They're not going to give me the correct year. So how do they even know what time it is? Oh, they're in a time zone, right? With borders and walls and yeah, right. So they're spun. The whole world's a bunch of heathens. They are pagans and worships. Most people who are religious or Satanist. It doesn't matter their schism or is Calvinist or isms or Catholicism or Mormonism or Presbyterianism or whatever, Protestant, it doesn't matter. All of them are the same. They're all vain. Follow the Pope, Papa Christian. Christ is a pagan term that comes out of paganism. That was never written in Scripture. There's no such word as Christ. There's no Lord. That's a term that comes from paganism. It means master. And he says you can't serve too. So that's why I talk about that in here. So you got to be careful. The Quran. Well, when you're talking about a PDF file, remember Tammuz was the son of Satan. Their Mass A, their Satan, Apollyon, Christ Mass, their whatever, the one born in a manger on December 25th, that's Satan or Apollyon or Mithra at the time of Rome, the time of the Hamashiach. And it talks about the Hamashiach in the Quran. Who do you think wrote the Quran? Remember? Kitty Touch much? The Catholics, that is Catholicism. So I because you should read it, because you should have an understanding and have an open mind, but you should first start with he said, I am the Petra, I am the rock. Start with the only gospel, which is, remember, Paul said another, but he's speaking about changing as Christ. The Hamashiach is Christ, a pagan term. Okay, just letting you know, like this paganism, like the cross, like the rosary, and the Ankh and Horus and Isis and Christ, Jesus and Mary. That's the shepherds were in the field with the sheep. The magi were there were many magi. They gave 3 gifts. There were not 3 wise men. Remember, I said to be wise. That's what religion does. It waters you down. So, but it's never okay to touch a PDF file with the kids. Nope. They're not allowed to do that, even if you're the pretendant, the POTUS, President 4 + 5, POTUS, 4 + 5 is 9. Remember, I was a snake when you let me in, and then he let Joe Biden. When you skip Joe Biden, 4 + 7 is 11 when you skip Joe Biden. President, POTUS, 9/11, Island boys and girls. Remember, he got the Billary and the Kamala Allah Akbar and all of them. They all go to the island. They bring boys and girls to the island. So where do you think it comes from? Tammuz was the son of Satan. Christ Mass or Apollyon or Jesus, do you call Jesus birth in the middle of the winter? That's Satan. And when Satan died, Satan is Christ Mass. He had a son, Apollyon, had a son, and his son was Tammuz. His mom was Ishtar. That's your Easter worship of the sex goddess, or Semiramis, these Nordic gods of fertility goddess. The spring fertility goddess. He had sex with his mom after Christ Mass married Ishtar. They had a son called Tammuz. In the darkness, under the sea, the undersea god. That's your trident with your Zeus and your Little Mermaid and all your little nonsense, little sea creatures. Whatever, you're Babylonite. You speak in some alien tongue. Remember? You're on planet, right? You're on a planet Earth. Planet is wander. Father didn't create any planets. That's not Father. Earth isn't below your feet. Heaven's not above your head. Hell's not below your feet either. So careful with where you start. God is not. Father is God is a title. Father is not in the sky. Father's the Word. So he's not somewhere in the sky. So he didn't create any planets. The word planet is wander, like to cause one of mine to sheep to scatter or flock to wander. That's Leviathan, the deceiver. So none of this free will nonsense. Get that out of your head. Like free will and freedom, da-dum-dum, you're ringing your ball. So doesn't work in here. So that's what watered down milk. That's what the land of milk and honey, the kingdom of heaven is not in the sky. Heaven is not above your head. Kingdom of God is what Paul said. That's what you call heaven, but that's not what above your head. So you got to really be careful with these alien tongues. Remember the alien earth creatures? They're alien earth creatures. They come from the earth is the rule. So their tongue is foreign, split like a viper. Remember, I was a snake before you let me in. Then he let Joe Biden. So decorates his house with Apollyon. The one that Esau killed, his brother, the tree god, Moloch. I can go into great detail, so I can tell you that's the one that the Hamashiach was not birthed in a manger. That's Catholicism. That's Christianity. Remember, Christ's a pagan term. It means anointed. And he said have extra oil, right? Anointed in oil. But that's a pagan, like nobody ever hung from crosses. Cross is pagan. So get that image out of your head. He warned about those two thieves that would steal your crown, right? Remember? Hanging right there on your cross, remember? I come quickly. You see what I'm saying? Probably not, but it's all right. Most people are in the Word. They don't study the Word. They study the world. It is. It's their master. Remember, working 9 to 5. So I'm not saying that you don't have, it'd be easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than a rich man through the gates of heaven. So you got to have some. You're supposed to put up store, enough for your children's children. So what are you doing with your time? So where do you put your treasure? So careful, treasure is pearls. How about that? And he said, don't cast your pearls before swine, like pork, remember the Old Testament, you're not allowed to eat pork. So we're not under the Levitical laws of dietary laws of Moses or the, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, never the old, Torah, the laws of the Torah. So, but again, let's go back to what makes sense here. You can put your treasure on these worldly things, worldly, but you can be wisdom. But what wisdom do you have? You can know everything in the scriptures. You can quote every passage and every verse and not be a walking testament. So that's just difference between being smart and being wise. I'd rather be street smart than some book wise, if you want to call. So just so you know, just let's define it a little bit more in definition. So treasure is treasure would be something that is like an inheritance. It's like a savings account, or something for later. Put up your treasure. Normally somebody's putting that in a store, like a store of value. So careful, they'll put you on a 0 and a 1 on a computer, and screen you, and then sell your conscience to the interweb, put you in the cloud. Hello, come back to earth there, ding dong. Hello, earth is not below your feet. So ding dong, like bell. So anyways, most people are Jezebels, and they go after gods in the sky, and God is a title. And so they have no knowledge is the word bis. Remember Revelation 9 and 11 said they have a king over them, the king of knowledge. Well, the king of no wisdom, knowledge. Bis is the word knowledge, BYSS. That is the word knowledge. The A negates, cancels in the Greek. So when it comes to the word, most people don't study any Greek. It was an old Jewish book. Remember it, a foreshadow of what is to come. New Testament mirrors the Old. You can find all the definitions from, in the Old Testament while studying the New, but most people don't study any of the words. They go to church, houses made by hands, and he said he doesn't dwell there. So that's why they're vain and they're watered down. And their dialect is earthly dialect, their alien dialect. So they speak like the world. They're spinning on a ball. Remember, planet is a wander. So Father didn't create any planets. Father didn't come from the stars because he created the stars, sun, and moon. The earth is the ruled, and the heavens are not above your head. So heavens declare the glory. In the book of Psalms, David wrote him this. Obviously, we know David, with the Star of David. So careful, star, sun, and moon. But remember, he didn't create any planets. But anyways, like he didn't create any. Alien is a word. Like planet is a word. He didn't create planets. The planet means wander. Ever seen that movie? I'm a wanderer. I roam around and round and round and round. I roam from town to town. All right. Like a wandering star, like Venus, Mars, and Mercury, like the three that stood still. In 2017, on 9/23 of 2017, Jupiter exited the belly of the Virgin. You mean like a wandering star like the sun? To wander off and on the ecliptic plane like it talks about in Psalms 19 that I'm telling you about. But do you have a celestial bis knowledge, or you have no knowledge of this celestial clock above your head? Most people think you can go into the clock, and the president, right, pretend it. They're in on it too. Remember? Space Parse. Remember he created Space Parse with this stinky muskrat, stinky Starlink muskrat, whatever, buddy. Whatever Bezos or whatever, they're all doing their spacewalk, walking doing the moonwalk like Michael. They got more hang time than Michael Jordan, remember? Went up there and came back on a tin can. So with a lunar lander up there. You're not very good at geometry, are you? Math. Oh, we're going to talk about math to run away. Father does everything by the number, like being mature to 7 to be 7. So careful. You'll know them by their fruit. Remember, it mirrors. That's how it's foreshadow. So he does all things by the number. Nothing new under the sun. Yuga cycles, I was talking about it earlier. It's not like this is some kind of rocket science. Just because you have a degree. Oh, you can't speak up because you don't have a degree. Whoa, you've been slammed into a box. So that's all right. Rockets go into the triangles of the Atlantic Pacific. Yeah, isn't that hilarious? So they're splashdowns. Splashdown, get it? So so you know, Ishtar, Samaramis, you know, their water, worship, under the sea, Little Mermaid. You like it better when she's much wetter. Take it from me. Oh, never mind. Apologize. It's a little jingle that I made up there, but it's terrible. I know. Shouldn't do it, but it is what it is. I got to be here in this meat suit until I'm not. And you get to go back to be the Hokadesh that I once was, spirit. Father is spirit. So Father is without flesh. Father is without breast. So keep your breast, mermaid gods away from me. Whatever you're under the sea or your waters above, or they fly space boats, right? So um, in the waters above and the waters below, the firmament. Remember, it talks about it. Remember, in the book of Psalms 19, going back to the subject that we're talking about, David. So if you can keep track of time, remember, it's above your head. There's a clock up there. So Father doesn't come from the clock. Father created all these things. He created the stars, sun, and moon. So how did he come from the stars? See, you're not very good at even doing like whatever. You probably never read the word. That's what most people never actually sat down and had a relationship with the word. How did Father come from the stars? All these people with these past, whatever, even just simple math would tell you that, right? Well, I guess I'm more mathematical or common sense, if you want to put it, make a friendly wager. Father created how did Father come from something he created? See how narrow-minded that is? See, that's what happens when they put you in a box and you get schooled and you see what they tell you on the television. They school you like we went to the moon, right? Like you were good. You got taught that, right? They stung you and they went to they start doing curses on you. Remember with their lunar lander, they rolled that television over there. Remember those people, the lady that blew up in the space, whatever the ship, or Columbia, like Columbus, you know, whatever that was. What do they call that thing? The Columbia, I think they called it the space ship Columbia, whatever. But all those people are still walking around. Stop it. Stop playing on. There's never a straight answer out of these people. So NASA, what largest purchase of helium on this rock? Balloons. They put balloons in our upper atmosphere. They tell you where space. You ever actually look at where space is at? You can get out of my space. If you're one of these space balls people going around on a ball, spinning. So let's go back to what I was saying. They're going to do this. The sun is going to do it eventually, or by a plasma event, or what we were talking about earlier. If you could focus more in a 30-second TikTok or swipe, YouTube video, that the sun will blot, and how normally does, because of the constant energy that has bombarded our upper magnetosphere, which is one of these, like the sun, helio. Remember we were talking about earlier, heliosphere is the magnetic canopy protection, opposition magnetism, opposing that the sun has, as we have a magnetosphere, like a toroidal field. They spoke all this into existence, the Torah, electric. Hey, each yod has frequency, value. It's a mathematical language. I told you it's by the number. My brain just maybe does not work like yours, but basic, vibration, kind of like a microwave. These people, too much microwaves, I guess, huh? But hey, don't get excited. Don't lose your head. But that reminds me um, a poem. You guys know about the three old ladies dressed in green? We'll go back to talking about what we're talking about here in a minute. So, because eventually, it's just a timing thing. It's called a yuga cycle, and we are in an extinction. We're in that great 12,000 years. So, you know, we are in this age of air. So this is the age where the crowns, right? The crowns, you have to have a crown to set at the feet of Shiloh, where the heirs will receive their inheritance in this age, because we're not in the age of deception. The veil has been lifted. Their name was Jane, Grace, and Mary. The giant kraken. All right, let's see. Anybody want to repeat the question for anybody that's not in the room or didn't hear what I said? Or we don't have to get answers to everything. I ask questions. I don't always get the answers I'm looking for, but I'm here to learn. You can learn me something always. I'm always like I got room. I'm not a totally a sponge. I got room. All right, I can put it on pause for a second. Take a pause for the cause. Take a drink of water. Shot of some water. So, all right, we'll go back to the cycle if you want. This yuga cycle and this great extinction event. Well, it's an extinction. Doesn't mean everything's going to die. That's not what an extinction is. So, extinction spawns evolution. Spawn like a frog, like a tadpole. Get it? What are you going to do? Grow a new leg or something? Uh-oh. We got some of these crustaceans here, like growing a new arm or something. Watch out for the false teacher. Hey, like a lobster, the crustaceans. Those are like the insects of the sea, under the sea. Remember? So, Budweiser. But all right, well, moving on. So future tense again in this world where the supply chain has been cut, and now you are going to be dependent on the bots or the system that they'll put in place after the lights go out. So they have a structure above and below ground, more below ground than above ground, and what you can't see won't hurt you or won't kill you. Out of sight, out of mind. Dum da dum dum dum. Remember, deep underground military bases, since we're talking about above, as is above, so is below. They have this, Hall currents, like Tesla was talking about, ether technology. All right, moving on. Too advanced for most people, so I got to move forward in the conversation. Get stuck on this. Bell, like Tesla, Bell messing with oh, Mr. Adolf got fallen technology, right? No, he didn't. That's old Tesla tech that's been around before Tesla. It's been around since time and millennia, for thousands of years. So just trying to make sure you can keep up with what's going on, because sooner or later there's going to be a drone at your door. Maybe it's a DARPA dog doing a welfare check on you, checking to see if you got something it wants, or whoa, no, wait, maybe it's something you're not supposed to have. Maybe it's the word, maybe scripture. The church always goes after the word. So seriously, it better be written on your heart when the lights go out and you don't have access to this worldwide net. We can't gather here in this, what are you going to do? You better have some, hard copies. Seriously, better go back to the ways of old. Hunter-gatherer. Are you going to be hunted? They'll gather you up and put you back. They'll put you in a cage, stick you and jab you. Remember, put a label on you and poke you and, give you the whack the nation and put you back in a cage like a good pet, like a feral dog or cat. So they want to treat you like a pet. Put you on a leash, peek you in a cage. Good boy, sit, bad dog. Oh, my dog's over there sleeping. Don't want him to hear that. No, it doesn't matter what you do. You're not going to appease the system. You're going to be put you in a cage. So, why do you think they're sending out all these dudes in brown coats? I mean, whatever they're wearing. They're ISIS. Ice, like you can, melt ice with salt. You're supposed to be the salt of this rock. So These people are just rounding up people. It ain't about foreigners anymore, is it? Remember, he passed an executive order day one for that, but also if you're homeless, people have forgotten about all these homeless people that are disappearing. Oh, you don't ever want to talk about the people of San Francisco that disappeared overnight, like over there at the Winter Games. Mr. Ping, when he came in on his route, remember the whole, a couple rainbow flags and, rainbow flag and the red and yellow, red and yellow, kind of like the red and gold, like the 1%. But then, in just a couple red, white, yeah, all the people that just disappeared that day, remember, cleaned up overnight. So where are all these people going? A lot of people don't want to talk about it. They used to drag them out to the end of the cities, but they don't do that anymore. They take them and get their camps going underground cities. I've talked about this on this platform for, probably at least 10 years. I've talked about it. How do you think they're going to keep all their underground cities up and going? Well, they got people up here they can take down there, and what you see won't kill you. So not everybody, obviously they're into this genocide, eugenics program since, Operation, Paperclip and Operation, now Warp Speed, but back in, Operation Blue Book and Operation Nanook, and go back, you don't study any of this, do you? You don't see that their whole program, remember Ding Bell, that he got fallen technology, little Charlie Chaplin mustache. He didn't. You're not paying attention. It's called suppression. Like, opposing magnetism, suppression, two that can't, and then you turn around and then they slam together. So, rocks hide on it, fall on us and hide us from the face of the Lord. There's no safe. Those who say peace and safety, sudden destruction will come upon those who call out for peace and safety. But you need to die, endure, trying. He said, have your loins girded in my service. So you have to put the work in. Faith without works is dead. Faith is how you are saved, but you have to endure to the end if you want to be saved. So you better start paying attention to what's going on around you and be a wise virgin, and don't partake and fornicate with this world, because then you're fornicate and you will partake, and you're supposed to be in it but not of it. You know what I'm saying? So those who say peace and safety, he said, do not think I came to bring peace. Peace is the word shalom. I came to bring a sword of division, and he's the one that divides. Remember at the end, the wheat from the chaff, the weeds and the wheat. Remember, he's the one who condemns. We're just here to do Father, through Shiloh, through the HaMashiach, what he did and conform to his image, and go out and share this gospel. To the kingdom of, that we have is within, and we're not supposed to be partaking in these things, and then we would be growing our own food, being self-sufficient, self-reliant, being small communities. Narrow is the way, like country roads. Broad, like the big cities, all, gathered in a big city. He didn't say gather in cities. He said gather in my name. Narrow is the way, country roads. Remember? I'm not saying that there is not things that go on out in the country, not like in the city. You know what I'm saying? Father doesn't he hates capitalism. He hates pride, one above another. There you go. Trying to, keep up with the Joneses. It breeds that capitalism. Father hates capitalism. Father hates pride. He had a pride. He had his head, but that's Old Testament. Get away from me with your New Age nonsense. Think that I can, put myself under the laws of Moses, the high priest, Levitical. He covered all that. So stop trying to rip the HaMashiach down and the covenant he made when he hung on that tree that day. So get away from me. He didn't hang on a cross. You speak like a religious idiot. So idiots giving you the benefit of the doubt, because all you've been exposed to religion is watered down. There's no definition in religion. You can tell when somebody's religion, they have no definition in them. So, and I definitely like to make sure aletheia is the word truth, that I know that he doesn't come from the sky. Fallen is not from the sky. Heaven is not above your head. He had his pride. That's what heavens was his pride. It's people are lost in space. Remember, what are you doing? No kisses. No kisses. I need to check the fire. How are we doing? Oh, Mr. Yoder Boy wants to come say hi. Come say hi, Mr. Bone. He's coming over to say hi. Do you want to go outside for a minute or three and go play in the snow? We got some snow out here finally. We got a little snow out here this year, but not much. Yeah, no, there's nowhere. They have all their technology. They know where everybody's at. You're not. I don't care where you go. You could hike in there and dig your way in through trail. But they have satellite. Oh, well, get off of me then for a second. I was just trying to move you over. He's a whiny boy. He's a whiny boy. He's a whiny boy. He's magnet. Speaking of magnetism, oh, there he goes. So he's a magnet puppy. He's a magnetism puppy. So, okay, but you're not going to escape their Starlink, their Panopticon, their Death Star, their eye in the sky. So, wheel in the sky keeps on turning. So they know what they're doing up there. So they got everybody thinking that there's some kind of space balls up there, and that they don't even know what time it is, so they can easily fool. Fooled. April Fools. The New Year's does not start in the middle of the winter, so you surely don't even know what year it is, so you don't know what the hell or what time it is. You don't know what hell is, not below your feet. Heavens, remember, that's his pride. So the heavens declare the glory of God. In Psalms, the firmament declares his handiwork, and that's that line, the ecliptic, where all these signs are left out on the ecliptic, like the wandering stars of Revelation 12 that stood still, like the sun that's a wandering star, like Venus, Mars, and Mercury, that declare signs, like it says in Matthew. But I don't want to get too complicated. It's not 2026, I'll tell you that. So if you think it's 2026, you're one of those spun people that's been fooled. The New Year's does not start. He was not birthed in the middle of the winter. That is the birth of Satan. That is who they call Jesus Christ in this modern translation. So I don't do this religion. Remember, that was outlawed in this country. The celebration of Christ Mass, it's an orgy. Whatever scriptural record tells us that, they founded this nation off of this, fleeing the orgy called Catholicism. The Mass, the eating of human flesh. They had an orgy with beasts, man and woman. So their God is three gods in one God, like a transgender God, hoof, horn, and beast, breast, hoof, horn, and breast, or man, beast, and woman. Remember, they had an orgy for a week. It was called the Feast of the Yule, where they would feast on a man's body, and cannibalism. It was a ritual. It was outlawed and rebranded, rebirthed by Constantine, brought back, the deadly head wound that was healed. That already happened in scripture. Like they gave their 10 powers, and horns were given over to the beast, because that was the 10 northern tribes going after these gods in the sky. Baphomet, Apollyon, Jesus Christ, the translation. Translate. He said, don't translate. He said, how about I am? He said, before Abraham was I am. So you know who I'm talking about. There's no J's in Hebrew. There's no vowels in Hebrew. No A-E-I-O barnyard Jesus, okay? Greek, there's no J's in Greek. The testament of the new, not of the old covenant. Remember, Aaron and Levite, this all flesh, not everybody, kind of like this interweb. It's man and woman, Jew and Gentile, like the interweb, so he said all flesh, you know what I'm saying? Under this covenant. That's what's so beautiful about this gathering of this worldwide net. Remember, like fishers of men, cast the nets down deep. The net knows what it catches and only does the job of the net. He's the one that condemns. He, the harvest, the farmer gets the first fruits. So he is Father. He is the Most High. He separates. We let the word. We're just the net. We don't, cast them aside. Like I said, it's not. We're not here to, this net stays where it's supposed to stay. It stays in the word. Do not partake. So we won't have them here to begin with, right? That's why we're here. You're here to be schooled. The word believe is a verb. You can't believe in God. There's no such thing as believing in God. No such thing as free will. No such thing as luck. No such thing as the devil is a term added later in scripture. So there's no such thing as a devil. There's no such thing as Jesus. If you're speaking of Jesus, the one birthed in the middle of the winter, that's Satan, Apollyon, the one that they had a week-long orgy and had man on man, man on woman, man on beast, beast on woman, beast on man. It was an orgy, and they marinated a man that had a lottery. So I wouldn't gamble on that. No luck, no free will. These things you haven't probably ever heard because you live in the world. You're spinning at 1,040 miles an hour. Let me take a little stab at it if I could, right? Or you spin it at 1,040 miles an hour, then get out of here. Get away from me. Remember, believe is an action word. You can't believe in Bigfoot. Where do you get Bigfoot from? Where does that come? You're going to tell me that you have a sky daddy Jesus or something? Your God comes from the sky? Father created the stars, sun, and moon. How does he come from the stars? He created the stars. You want to get that straight? Oh, wait, you're spinning. That Hebrew word is froer. That means to pervert. You're perverted. Get away from me. I don't hang around with perverts. No PDF files. I don't care if you're the POTUS, president of these divided corporation is what it is. United my left, whatever, two cheeks to the same hole, two wings to the same dragon, whether red or blue. Remember, they would marinate a man after lotterying him off. Remember, it must have been like a pill draw. Well, like a lottery, like red or blue, and whatever. Voting, Democrat, Republican, that's a real... Yeah, right. Like, you think you have any say in the matter? So better focus. Nothing's changed. They had red and blue during Rome. That's where this Saturnalia festival, remember they called it the Saturnalia. The Romans loved their orgies. Look at how they went out in history. Rome really never died. Look at the Vatican. Washington, D.C., the Vatican, the monument there, the monument in front of Washington, D.C., Washington in front of the Vatican, same phallics, huh? The worship of Nimrod, get it? Nimrod, get it? That's Moloch, the same one that I'm telling you about. Jesus Christ, Moloch, the one birthed in the middle of the winter on December 25th. They had an orgy. See, this it was outlawed in America. They'd fine you and throw you in jail. They founded this country off. They fled this orgy. Catholicism is what it's called. Modern day Catholicism. They have the Mass, the eating crackers, eat my body, drink my vampism. That's all paganism. It's Satanism is what it is. Pagans didn't generally, have to eat flesh, but that's because they had harvest of sacrifice because Father required sacrifice. It's this religious Satanism, Catholicism. It is this paganism that it's a form of paganism hijacked by vampism and cannibalism, where they would eat a man after laundering his body off, and he would, after a week of marinating him in sex, like their sex goddess, Semiramis. They even had sex. Remember, throw your kids in the fire, eat your kids. You, like a baby, throw a baby lamb, on the baby lamb as a you. Throw the Yule log on the fire. That's mocking the Hamashiach, by the way, with their Christ Mass ritual. Remember, the shepherds were in the fields with the sheep. So 100% the birth of the Messiah, that's the word Hamashiach in Hebrew, was not in the month of October because the shepherds put up the sheep because of the rains. Nor is it in November, nor is it in December. So no way in hell that the Hamashiach was born on December 25th, but 100% Apollyon, Mithra, Moloch. Esau killed his brother Nimrod. How about that? That's his name. You'll call him, give him how about Beelzebub? The adversary, Satan. I don't care what you give it name. It doesn't say name. It says Shem. Shem. So there's no name. It'll call out your name in the book of life. It doesn't say name. You're a child when it comes to the word, aren't you? You've fallen for this spell, religion. They cast spells on you, and houses made by hand, like schools, schoolhouses, churches. The modern spiritual testament is that he doesn't leave us. He used to visit one day a year. Moloch, yes, Moloch is the bull, is Baal, or the tree, Baal in the grove. Outstanding. Their god, well, like the horn with breast and hoof, horn, man, beast, and woman. Baal, like the Merrill Lynch bull on the New York Stock Exchange, like the golden bull, like he would not worship the golden calf. Good reference there. Medicine, good to have you back. Thanks for last time we were talking about it. I think you said something wrong because I was saying something about medicinals. So I don't have any opposition. I don't like snakes up a pole. Remember, they'll be fooled by sorcery, pharmakia. We start talking about Brewsters. I don't know if you hung out in here, but appreciate good comments in the chat. Always people who have, remember, waste not, want not. So if you have something to share, please, do, especially when it comes to something, if it's medicinal, especially if it's not pharmakia, if it's the old, I'm not, some of these things are far beyond my knowledge, but that's why there's people who are much better at it. And that's why they were such a threat to society back in the day. They burned people like medicine women at a stake, like they put you at a stake, or, well, they'd stake you, nail you, and burn you, or tie you. Well, in the case of the Hamashiach, he could walk on water, so I'm sure they thought he was some kind of a demonion, right? Demon. So, but that's all right. There you go. Don't cast pearls before swine. Good stuff, Bum. Outstanding. That's what he says. Don't sup with vipers, like he wrote it on fleshy tables of our hearts, like Paul said in his book of Colossians, in the writings, in Paul's writings in 2 and 14, which tells us that it's a spiritual bride. And we can eat pork, but I don't eat pork. I don't eat pork. I don't eat nothing. I'm independent. I've grown pork, but I don't eat pork. But anyways, when he's talking about swine, he's talking about demonion, like the man was legion, low energy, unclean, aletheia. Truth is the word aletheia. He cast the man was legion, many unclean truths. Demon is a distributor of fortune or lies to others. An idolater is a distributor of fortunes or lies to self. Get with the definition. You leave the definition, it's because you left the truth. That's a truth. So let me give you a little truth. When it comes to casting your pearls, he said, I come quickly, let no one take your crown. Your pearls is your treasure, brothers and sisters. That's your inheritance. That's what you receive. If you don't have a crown to set at the feet of Shiloh when he comes back as the divider, the one who has a high priest status. Now, remember, not father. He is with the judge. He became the high priest. So, Legion tried to take your life. Well, it does. It's everywhere. So that's just the way it works. Don't worry about it, medicine woman. Your day of death's already written. Your day of death's already written. You can't escape it. That's what makes us all have that common denominator. Remember, he pours out a just measure. He does all this by the book. Spell casting. Well, he's the creator of all things. He's the writer, the author. You can edit your name out of the book of life. But it is. That's the way it's written. Remember, he creates everything not written and everything that ever will be. So he pushes the man or the woman under this covenant. We're equally yoked. His hand. Maybe ought to push the time clock or whatever you're doing, whatever schedule you're on, whatever clock or calendar, time zone. So don't zone out on me. Concentrate like orange juice. Get it? So I can make you see why Stevie had to wonder. So careful. Oh. But either way, like I said, can you see the whiteboard? Oh, we don't have our lights on in here because we got snow on the ground. We have a big charge here, but there's the whiteboard there. You spin me rice round, baby, rice round. Lots of teachings as you go back there on the whiteboard. We're here. We made it. The 923 ritual. We do it. They just put all this this sign right here back on the U.S. debt calculator. So go see the work of the ministry. Remember, this is the birth of the birth of the virgin, born of a virgin, the king, the crown, 12 stars upon her head. Revelation, this happened in 2017. Remember, 7 years it took, 7 to create this Alice symbol, all this work of the ministry. Hey, whatever, I got thousands of hours on YouTube. I got 12 years, a dozen years on YouTube. So not my first go around. Not going to spin me on a ball. So all glory to Shiloh. Thank you, Father, for the celestial knowledge. So God's in the sky. No, he's not. Father is the word. Father is not a physical entity. Father is the word Hokodesh. Father is spirit. Father is heaven. Father is where you go after you die, right? Not in the sky. So Father is the word. In the beginning was the word. Father created all these things. Everything not written and ever will be. So, but be wise. Be wise, because most people go to hell. according to the scripture. So you're not in some, this is the adversary's playground, kind of like McDonald's used to have playgrounds, right? Dee, 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 dee. You know, throw your kids in the fire, eat your kids, bleach kids. Which kind of McNuggets do you have? McKids or whatever? They marinated a man. They threw their kids in the fire. So they're doing these rituals again. Careful. That's why it's good to check out of the system, become your own supply chain, so you're not, you know, it's like eating a bag of M&Ms, and there's one bad cyanide M&M in there. You want to try, you know? I'm just saying, it's like rolling the dice, huh? It's, you know, yeah, stay away from things that aren't good for you, you know. So careful. You live in a time where the adversary is here to test the bride. He's not here to people who are already hell bound. The devil is wise and efficient with what he does. He's got the whole world spun, remember? The devil will be able to change times. So why do you always talk about time, Pastor? Well, because there's a celestial clock above your head and people tell me it's 2026. So take your millennial nonsense somewhere else, you know. Well, that we've seen, you know, we at Truth Seeker, we have seen a sign that we had not seen in 2,600 years. The actual sign that birthed the age of deception. To be able to teach you, to show you, because I'm just supposed to be charitable and share with you. He said, call him a teacher, but he tries to give you a coin you won't accept. All right, well, don't take their treasure. Don't put your treasure on this rock, especially if it's not securely fastened there, medicine, because remember, God's money is gold and silver. If he tries to give you a coin, because coin is something that's minted, around is something that's not, that's just bullion. But it whatever. It used to have wheat, now it has a head and eagle on it. Rome never died. See, I told you. All right, but moving on. So remember this birth, you know, well, he's the snare that lifts us out of here. You came in head first. If you're a woman, you know how birth works, right? Like that sign that I've been telling you about that they've got on the U.S. debt. Careful where you put your treasure calculator, if it adds up to you. Why do they keep putting my work? And it's not, I'm not the only one who saw this, but I'm the only man that has this celestial marker on my body. He took the time to sit down, and Father gave me the ability, all glory to Shiloh, to, you know, put this celestial birth marker on my body, so he knows that I was a celestial. Look up for your redemption. The one who's going to redeem was written. I was first talking to you about the birth that birthed from fire to water. The actual, remember, he had a birth, a physical body through the amniotic fluid. I was speaking to the ladies there for 1 second, because they know you know, or medicine woman, you came in head first, you're going to leave by your feet. He's the snare that lifts us out of here, right? A snare like a leg trap. Get it? So will your treasure, don't let anybody steal your crown. You know, so who was in here that said that earlier? Somebody talked about, I think it was Bum or Rum, or no, it wasn't Rum. It was somebody else that was in here that said earlier, but Rum's always put an outstanding solos, an outstanding asset to this ministry. So, be wise, because again, we've seen markers that haven't been seen since the time of the birth of the Hamashiach, and we're not supposed to celebrate birth. So when you see a celestial birth, like a communion where two come together, two becomes one, a marriage. Remember, I've taught you all. That's why I have the eclipse. It's like the ringing out. That's how we know about it on the, you know, eclipse. These things that happen, you know, it's got to be this far apart, how things are real and things are not. That's why I brought you to this marker, because it still has that, the Alice symbol, you know, 3 days of darkness, because we were talking about the magnetosphere and the sun blotting out the sun, because it talks about 3 days of darkness. They already did that ritual on this rock, and they did it over the Americas, northern, started in 2017. I have this marker on my body, remember? I have all these markers on my body. I've gone through this, why that Father birthed me to be this man that I am. It's all been put out there, brothers and sisters. Like I said, I could keep beating this drum, but it gets old like that. You know, like I said, it's time to be wise and, you know, just share the gospel. I mean, it's in the celestial firmament. We've seen the birth of the Virgin. He said first in this, first he came in the flesh. He said the second coming of Christ would come. He would come in the stars. And that birth in 2017, at the start of this same 3 days of darkness with their fake eclipses, those aren't eclipses. The sun doesn't go from the west to the east. That's bull pucky, horse pucky. Everybody stood on the X in Rapture, Indiana. Remember XXX, the va va va, unleashing the beast, starting. And remember, they did all these rituals. They dropped the guide stones, got to open up their little time capsule, slam it down, and just put the throttle down to the pedal to the metal, didn't they? Knocked them down too, didn't they? They know what they're doing, brother and sister. You're not going to get in the way of these distributors of fortunes, these deities, little g gods, rulers of the darkness of this world, principalities, powers, that it tells us this is not, our battle is against these and not the flesh, right? Don't wrestle with our brothers in flesh. Just show them to the narrow way. We're not under the physical ritual. We're not bound by Old Testament laws of flesh. He fulfilled all these things so we can be focused and stay in the narrow way. Remember, you're not turning goats into sheep. Your day of death's already written. Don't be anxious. You're going to go through suffering. You're going to be put through a trial, a trial at the end. You need a mediator to cover you. That is your covering. Why are you covered? For the sins. Because I stood up against the beast. I didn't go by their system. You know what I'm saying? I paid attention to the celestial firmament clock marker above my head. I didn't fall for their spells and let them tell me I'm spinning. They could spin is the word pervert. Well, Hebrew word is froward. That means to pervert, twist, spin, warp, add, take away. Godspeed or warp speed? Okay, they're space bars, space balls, space force or space farce. So you let them play with a space game with you. Their space ritual. This is all antichrist. The whole world does it. They are spinning. Remember, corkscrewing third rock from the sun in the third dimension. They like to do their Masonic like he was 33 when they hung him on a tree. All glory to Shiloh, the one, the Redeemer, the high priest of the church, the sign that was left. Remember, the first was the birth of the virgin, right? Well, first in flesh. He had a birth of flesh vesicle through the Pisces. We came into the age of fire to water. Father used to require fire. Remember, sacrifice, fee, fine, ritual. Old Testament. Now he is under the covenant of this, let vengeance be mine. Do not avenge yourself. He fulfilled all the laws of flesh, covenant, ritual, fee, fine. They ate lamb, not crackers and grape juice, not Cadbury bunnies, not some puffy bunny and marshmallow. I don't want to hear a sugar-coated peep out of you. Stop it. That is Apollyon, all your worship of your sugar rituals. Sugar makes you acidic, right? Like a dead battery that's got no spark, got no charge. Remember, like the sun, plasma. We were talking about the sun. I talk about both the S-U-N and the S-O-N. All glory to the S-O-N, the Most High. He said, before Abraham was I am. Remember the fire? The sun is not fire. The sun is electric. This is all spoken into existence. So the creation, the creator, everything not written, like Adam, get it? Spark in an atom. All right, never mind. Oh my gosh. Protons, electrons. All right, moving on. Simple science, right? No weird science. So it's mathematical to me. It's like algebra, like quantum physics. Is that not mathematical? How about quantum computing? That's not mathematical. How about a variable, like an algorithm, like a 5D dimension? Well, that's algebra as well. Remember, finding the variable, finding the constant, the known. That's science. Remember, disputing the known with theory. See how all that interconnects? Oh, you don't have a degree. You can't talk about this. Shut up. Get away from me. You're not going to keep me in a box. Remember, two snakes up a pole? Well, a tree or a cross. Remember, like when you unfold a box, you get a what? A cross. So they try to keep you in a box. They hung them from a tree, not on a cross. So careful which Jesus you go after. Paul said another, and Christ is a pagan term. I told you never written, but he said many, and they'll be deceived. Remember, the deceiver is Satan. So see how all this Cosmos is in orderly arrangements, weaves together like splines, like cogs in a wheel, like the wheel in the sky keeps on turning in a yuga cycle. So be prepared, be wise virgins, don't fornicate with the world. Come out of her, my people. Less is more. Be a minimalist, and then you could create abundance. Seriously, come out of her. Do not partake. Do not sup. Don't eat. No, wait. You can throw them some, you can throw them some bread, but don't break bread with them and bring them into your house. The body is a temple. So under this temple, under this covenant, we're not bound by these synagogues. Remember, he called them out as the synagogues of Satan. So remember the old temple? Remember Testament, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, the Old Testament laws, the 10 Commandments that were housed within the temple. He'd visit one day a year. Now the body, it's written on tables of their hearts. Don't sup with vipers. Don't break bread with those that are not in the narrow way. Show them to the narrow way. You're not turning goats into sheep. Remember, goats. Most people are goats. Most people enter by the broad way. Broad is the way. Way is, well, Hados is the narrow way. He said, I am the Hados. So that's the only way through the Father is through, remember, he birthed a flesh vessel through the amniotic fluid as we were all birthed, and you're going to leave through your feet. Snare that lifts us out of here. He lifts the dead, will raise from the ashes in the dust. See how that works? So you left your treasure here on this rock. Did you spend it all like a savings account? He's our savior, right? So did you spend it on worldly things, spinning on a ball? Did you go to the carnival like a revolution? Did you have a revolution, or did you have an evolution? Revelation is not an evolution, is it? It is. It's evolutionary. Revolution is a fight. He said, wrestle not against. We're not under the old laws of the Pride Testament. War, fees, fines. It said wars and rumors of wars. So it's been since the beginning of time, since the beginning of the age. Remember, at the end of age, the the World Wide Web, knowledge will be increased. So what are you doing when you're caught up in this net on this World Wide Web? Are you supping with vipers? Are you casting your pearls before swine? So he tells us not to do these things, brothers and sisters. They want this easy, God loves everybody. Father doesn't love is the word agape. He doesn't love everybody. He didn't love the Gentiles. Remember, under the old laws of Moses, Aaron, Levite, remember, housed within the temple, the 10 Commandments says, honor thy father. That's not your dad. If your dad is a Jezebel, do not sup with vipers. Do not partake. Rebuke him. Show him to the narrow way and do not partake. That does not mean, and it says, honor thy mother. That is not your mom. Same thing. If she's a viper, do not partake with vipers. Whatever your family in the narrow way is not your uncles and your nephews and your dad and your mom. That's not your family. Hokadesh's spirit, those are the ones you're going to be with after you die. You might want to get with what the scripture is saying. There is a life after this. Oh, where are you going to go? You don't know. Okay, whatever, man. Whatever you say. Your family is going to be with who you're going to be with after you die, brothers and sisters. That's your mother. That is your mother, and your mother is the one that instructs you, and it will whip you like your father and beat you into shape, so you will mind him. It's mind over matter. Out of respect, you respect your father. If your father is not your dad, if your dad is your brother and your sister in the narrow way, then that's your mother anyways. Like I have a brother, mother, son, my son Elijah. I don't know where he's at, but your brother, mother, son, those that do the will of the Father, the sons of God, your family, you have a father, that is father. He said, call no man father, pope, papa, call no man father, call no man teacher. That is the word prophet, right? Careful of the false prophets. That's the word scorpizo. Remember? So showing you to the narrow way, showing you what the word tells you. The word tells us this. This is why our family is somebody we don't invite into our house. We don't keep company. You don't keep company with vipers. People who are not in the narrow way, they don't want these truths. Leave them alone. Father will make them hungry for these truths. You don't have to worry about giving somebody these truths. You give this to everybody. Everybody. My mother died because she was trying to tell me the truth about them eating the eggs. Huh, interesting. Your mother died. That's wait a minute. Okay, well, remember, your mother is not your mom. Just to give you correction in your dialect, your gloss of your tongue. No such thing as speaking in tongues. Your mother is not your mom. Your mother is that correction. It's the tree of knowledge. Bis is what it is. Truly, it is. It's the correction, bringing people, showing you through the light, through the narrow way, through the gospel. Your brothers and sisters and your mother are those that do the will of the Father. This is your family. This is who you're going to be with. These are the ones that will be called out in the book of life. Their Shem will be called out. So, just so we can get this straight, this is a good time to give you this, understanding, bis, knowledge of this. He said, my people shall perish for lack of knowledge. That's why definition is everything. You need to go back and study, remember, like a parable or an idiom. You think when it says in the Old Testament, honor thy father and mother, that it means your mom and dad. That's not what it's telling in the Old Testament. That's not what it says. Your brothers and your sisters, remember, are those that do the will of the Father. It says it in the scriptures. Your brothers and your sisters and your mother do the will. Father's agape, the will of agape is Father's will. Idolatry is yourself, not free will. And that's why he divorced his bride Israel for idolatry, making up her own agape, or Shem, as I said, name. Your name it'll be Shem, will be called out. Take heed to the ones who do the will of the Father. Right. Well, there's only two ways, Stone. Okay. There's the narrow way, and he said that is the way. I am the Hados. I am the Hados, his way. And that is agape. Not phileo. Phileo is the world, like Peter. Peter struggled with that because the worldly things, stress and social, whatever. This is the teaching. This is the beautiful thing about Matthew and the writings of Peter and the faltering and the parables and all through this gospel, through all the 13 books, the scriptures and the 13 apostles through this gospel of what he's telling us right out through the scriptures through Matthew. Where do I start, Pastor? Start in Matthew. Start by reading one word at a time. And actually stop trying to read the scriptures like a book, because you need to understand every word that's in there. And if you're not going through and using the interlinear textus receptus, then you're not using the accepted text. You're using some translation. And I warn you of that. He said, don't add or take away. So you must have the ones that were defined. That's by lexicon definition, like a Webster dictionary. Old Testament, it's a lexicon. If this is foreign, that's the word alien. Means alien, then that's fine. You're not going to understand these. The word alethi is truth. You're not going to understand these truths. It's going to be foreign. It's going to bounce off you. It's going to have deaf ears. Father only lifts the scales off the eyes of his bride, and it's a teeny tiny bride. You got to stay in the word. So again, what Father tells us to do, remember, he said, don't add through Shiloh, his last words that were ever spoken. It's in this book of the Apocalypse, the word apocalypse. That's the time we live in now. It says that in the celestial firmament. It's been written. I don't make these yuga cycles. I don't make the sun go through its cycles. I only pay attention to the cycles. I'm an eternal being. That death is an illusion. Time is an illusion. So I'm not afraid of the flesh dying. He tells me to die daily to self. Remember in the book of Matthew, be crucified, suffer, be separated, be in prison, be hated, not loved. That's what he says. Do not, if you are loved by the world, remember, love is agape. We'll go back to Peter, who faltered with, remember, I'm not asking you, Peter, if you phileo me. Phileo is the word to have, by definition, to have an affection, a fondness for something. Like you have a preference, like you might prefer a certain translation. Well, I don't care what you prefer. You know what I'm saying? But either way, again, remember, this is only one version of the text that I study out of. I have libraries of translations, but he tells us, do not translate. Do not add even the smallest. If you add, you will see, you know what a plague is? You receive of all the written plagues that are you take away. You know what a tittle is? Like a period. He is very like punctual, showing up on time. He's not talking about a time clock. Like he's talking about a period. He said, don't add even a period to my book, or I'll blot your name out of that book of life and you'll go to hell. And if you don't like these truths, then leave. Get away from me. The truth is not something that most people want. They want some other version. They add jots and tittles and thoughts, and that's exactly why he divorced his bride Israel. I'm not going to here to try to change you. I'm here to tell you, you need to go down to one word at a time. You need to unlearn and relearn. I don't care what you think you know. You mess up one single jot, you add, you're out of that book. When the dead raise, that's the great and dreadful day of the Lord. Okay? And Lord's a pagan term, never written in the scriptures. They added that, and he said, don't do that. We could use it for conversation's sake. It means master, and he says you can't serve two. That's why I'm going to get you to stop serving your alien tongue, your nonsense Jesus, your abyss Jesus. So I can only lead you to definition and tell you what helped me. We're supposed to be charitable. The Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away. Remember? Those with less will have more. Those with more will have less. Judge that shall be judged. What are you going to have after? You're going to have an inheritance. You know, as is above, so is below. It always equates. He is the horizo. He is the equator. He is the equalizer. He will pour out a just measure. The measure you pour out will be returned on you when he returns. That's right. So be careful what you do. You know, there's no karma. I don't want to hear karma as a silly little word, little childish word. It is. That's not how this works. Everything is already written. He creates evil. He creates evil to test his bride. That's what they're here to do. They're not, if they're already going to hell, they're not here messing with somebody who's hellbound already, are they? Though by that time they're done, and that's already been chosen from the foundation of the world. So it's already, this is the beautiful thing, once again, with this web, the World Wide Web. The ability for all of us, all from all nations, all tongue, all dialect, free, poor, you know, bond, rich, sheep, goats, man, woman, Jew, Gentile, black, white, brown, red, yellow. All humans can gather under this testament here through HD fat, through this ministry, through a high desert, not high definition for quality of what you see. It's what I'm smashing in your eardrum. It's the truth. Most people don't want it. Most people don't get, there's no such thing as luck. Opportunity don't fall in people's laps. You'll be girded, he said, in my service. So you didn't come here for no reason. Father brought you here. It's what you do with the seeds that are sown here. He said the enemy came and sowed seeds while you're sleeping. If you're asleep at the wheel, hey, more people die by falling asleep than by alcohol, you know, drinking. And I'm not saying that either of them. Don't do either of those. Stay home. Remember, the body is the temple. I'm not saying you can't. It's not what goes in a man that defiles us. It's what comes out of us. So careful. You know, who's got the wheel here, Captain? You know, who's steering your ship? You know, you live under these water laws, law, land, air, and water. So careful what judge that shall be judged, which laws you're going by. You know, there's something in our Constitution as well that says repugnant. So I warn you of these judgments. As a messenger, that is the word angelos, and I bring the message that Father tells me. I don't come and bring it and candy coat it. There's no candy coat, lollipop, cotton candy Jesus in here. We don't candy coat things with some puffy marshmallow bunnies. Remember, I don't do that. That's the sugar Jesus. That's your worship of Ishtar. They baked her hot cross top buns, all your ho-hos and your ding-dongs and your snowflakes. Get away from me, snowflake. Whatever your coconut, the man's nuts, grab and get out of here. You know, you're spinning on your balls, whatever your snowballs. You better study this rock. This rock is normally a frozen rock. Ice ages are a common thing on this rock. It's not always 70 and sunny. Climate controls like your interior switch on your car. it can switch real fast. You know what an AMOC event is? That's the Atlantic, the overturning of the circulation that goes slumps down in, so it doesn't go up into the Arctic and melt all the there's polar ice. How about what a ice? When we talk about ice age, what are those things that are floating out there? Icebergs. You're only seeing the tip of the iceberg. So when that warm water goes up into the Arctic, it turns us into an ice age instantly. So that happens. Like I think they call it the day after or something like that, or something on a movie they showed it. Even the oceans. We can have a blotting out again that we were speaking again about having the sun shoot out a solar flare, a coronal mass ejection that takes down the modern day grid. There we go. It's going to get all blotted out because this has happens before from particulate, from ash. It happens. See, be worried about CO2, and then you have volcanism. It's like helium. But anyways, let's not talk about helium. Volcanism. Anyways. Moving on. So these events happen on a cycle, and they happen normally in an extinction event cycle. So they have their tricks up their sleeve, brothers and sisters. They have their hadron colliders, and I do think they use those on a regular basis. I think a lot of these hadron colliders protect our magnetic canopy. When they turn on these tele-electron volts, I don't care about smashing atoms together. Stop it with your pagan smashing atoms, sodomy ritual, like they did with their into the deep, into the cave, like, apologize, but, it's about spinning a magnet. It's about spinning a magnet with copper, creating a toroidal field. Just like he spoke all this into existence, just like the word Torah has vibration, frequency. So it creates a toroidal field. When they turn that, not just the one in Switzerland, because they have the LHC, but they have those colliders all over this rock on ley lines. This is all this. Tesla was talking about this Hall current technology. How he was laughing at him for using all this copper and power lines and poles, and said he could grab energy right out of the ether. He could transfer power through the Hall currents and charging stations and all, whatever. What do you think all these data centers are? Hello. I'll make you see why Stevie had to wonder. They're getting ready for this, brothers and sisters. Do you understand? That's what's already here. They have all these stations. That's what they're putting in their final, gridlock. And they're building one right out here in the middle of this little township that I live, because we're on a ley line. We're on a massive ley line. One of the biggest in truly. People will one day find out why they call this place Christmas Valley and Silver Lake, the two witnesses. Whatever, you'll see. You will. This place is, and it's just one more spot, but it has some, it does have importance what this place is. I could be anywhere on this rock, and Father kept me here, Beal Snot. I know where I'm at, and I know it has a lot to do with what's under my feet, period. We'll leave it at that. Grow up. Go do some study. So, either way, as is above, so is below. They have their chasms. They're ready for this event, and they know when this happens. When you go into an ice age, there are core temperatures on this rock below your feet where you can survive for thousands of years that people have done in the past. Make it simple for you. How about that? Take that, stick that in your apple pipe and smoke on that there, Android, whatever apple or phileo that you are. So remember Peter? You got to rob Peter to pay Paul, brothers and sisters. You better be focusing on what you're supposed to be doing while you're here. You're not here to impress the world. You're not here to love the world. Remember, all famous people go to hell. If you're loved by the world, you'd be hated by my Father. So I hope this world doesn't love you. I hope you're not doing what the world is doing, spinning, on a ball, punching the clock. You know what I'm saying? Pay your window tax. Uh-oh. Somebody's been reading out of the book of Enoch. You got to pay your taxes. Remember, Father turned over the money changer tables. He whipped the people selling the doves. So watch out there, Tango. Wango, Tango. I miss my big old puppy dog. I miss my Tango so much. So Careful, Father. Remember, he don't like taxes. So, like Olivia Newton-John, let's get physical. You ever heard that song? So, he's going to get physical. Not me. I ain't seeking no vengeance. So, careful. Father don't like, remember, state, federal, gross, net makes me sick. So, this nation that gets taxed more than any other makes Rome taxes look like child's play. So, what? I'm getting taxed. My puppy wants some loving. Wants a love tax. Daddy loves the boy, my Bobo. Speaking of my biggest he heard me say tango. He did. He heard me say tango. He's a good boy. So, but anyways, let's move forward here. So, why I got you here? I'm showing you what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to be charitable with the gospel. So, I'm trying to work forward out here in the ministry. I'm going to push forward here in the next week or two to go ahead and try to get this abundance going here at this ministry created, because I can't move yet to Ecuador. That's going to take some time, and I'm not in a hurry. I have to just use the time wisely that I have, and abundance is what I want to talk about. I entitled this, I titled the waste not, want not. I'm a minimalist that lives, like, give me a second. I need to get up here and keep looking over here at my fireplace, because I think I need to keep the wood going, keep the fire, the wood burner going, keep the fire nice and ripping today. I even have the birds inside they're not free ranging today because we got snow on the ground. I don't want them to get frostbite on their feet, and they probably won't, but I'm just, whatever, I spoil them, so I don't want them to. I got them pinned up today, so I'm in here tied into the church, tied into the ministry, tied to what I'm doing, and letting you give me an update on what's going out here. I'm going to try to again create abundance, and this is something that I'm not speaking to people who don't have a hearing ear for this. That's fine, don't worry about it. I'm going to always share the gospel, and you can glean when I'm sharing the gospel, but this is a ministry. It is a physical place that anybody that has been a part of this ministry for any length of time is welcome to visit. There is the largest dark sky sanctuary on this whole rock. It has its appeal. There are many things to. What are you doing? There are many things out here to do outdoors wise. The high desert out here, Bend is weeks worth of outdoor activities. Just in this valley could take you a good week to sightsee and see this area, and it's a treasure. It truly is a beautiful outdoor paradise, a high desert paradise. So people are welcome to come here and use the facilities that are here. And the ministry to me has to serve. As a ministry, it needs to provide, and I'm always going to try to keep the gospel coming. You know what I'm saying? And well, we're talking about homesteading and talking about having a long term food plan, and having ability to not just survive but thrive. I can teach people how to thrive. Most people are going to barely be getting by, and you're going to have to take the new system. So you need to create a system, because we were talking about if the grid goes down by the sun, not something nefarious, not some EMP or electromagnetic pulse. The sun could put energy in our direction, and the sun could take it. It could be the sun, it could be a volcano that goes. You need to have a plan. When the sun goes out and you can't grow food, do you already have a store? Do you have a food plan? Are you food secure? Well, we're not speaking in hypotheticals, because some of us are putting loins girded, in my service. We'll have solutions. We will talk about things that are potentially happening, but we'll give you solutions. A lot of people bitch, well, like a dog that gripes, or a female dog, but that complains or moans. I got to try to keep that 2 minutes there. Some of us take that oh crap moment and we do something about it. Oh crap, honey. And now we feel more secure, like having a good, full coverage car insurance. If you wreck into somebody, you're not going to be out. You personally, if you only have liability, you will, but if not, that they'll be covered. Are you in good hands? It's like making sure you have enough toilet paper so you're not down there fighting people when they have a toilet paper debacle. It's called game theory, okay, is what I call it, just so you know. So sure, we're gaming this. What if? So, it's not wrong to say, oh man, what if this happens? Oh, honey, well, have you noticed the tornado um, alley is kind of moved from Oklahoma out more to, towards the, Louisiana and Mississippi, and, we don't have a tornado shelter. Hey, Pastor online said, don't say, bunker, because that puts you on the list of the NSA. Uh, say we're building a root cellar. And then your neighbors won't, oh, well, those people put away extra stuff. There's always stuff at the store, honey. Don't worry about them. They won't even think twice. Then you can put yourself in a nice little, you ever seen a video when there's a tornado comes? People, how long are those videos? Minutes long? They're not hours normally long. They don't get in there for a matter of moments, minutes, and hours, and then they get out and life goes on. Hey, honey, why is the neighbor's truck in our driveway? I don't know. I don't see the neighbor's house anymore. Honey, it's on its wheels. How did that happen? I don't know. Oh, look, honey, the keys are in it. Where's the neighbors? I don't know. I don't think we're in Kansas anymore, Toto. So, things happen. Having a plan for a rainy day is putting up a store. It's like water glassing eggs. I wasn't very successful. I learned my mistakes. I'm sure there's some survivable eggs, and probably need to do, learn again, use my tools wisely. And so something like that is something that could, we're supposed to endure to the end to be saved. So you don't just go run out there in front of a moving train. When you say, oh crap, you do something. Some of the most mentally stable people, they say people who are in preparedness are crazy. Oh my God, the end of the world. Oh, that's, I think, the end of the world. That's why I purchase and want to get a freeze dryer out here again, and talking about purchasing a freeze dryer and trying to get this property on a grant so I can get another freeze dryer, create abundance, and send it across this whole 180 countries, all continents, because it's a worldwide ministry, all flesh under this covenant. So this is how we can create abundance. Having a freeze dryer is waste not, want not. In past, I have done these things, so I don't think the world is coming to an end anytime in the near future. Outstanding. I like that. A habit is missed once is a mistake, but a habit missed twice is that's like fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. We got to be the change that we want to see, brothers, sisters. Things are possible. You can create abundance. You fall into their supply chain because you go purchase from their supply chain. I'm not saying that you should step completely out of the system. I actually want to hook this property that's been off the grid for 10 years onto the grid, so that I have a constant source. So when I create abundance, I can put it in a freeze dryer. I would have never water glassed those eggs. I would have freeze dried them, hands down. They'll last for 25 years. Remember, I don't think, the world's coming to an end. Failing to prepare is preparing to fail. It's better to have and not need than need not have. So habits are die hard. You do something, what they say, like 20 plus times. Great. I like that. What you said there, chigga, like a chigger in your boot, or 936. I think that's a chigger. But anyways, they say you can't teach an old dog new tricks. That's not true, brothers, sisters. Stop falling for a lot of these people who are trying to put you in the idea that fear porn is what it's called. That preparedness people, they say, oh crap, honey. Oh yeah, we don't have a tornado shelter. Is this a religious thing at all? No, I rebuke religions. We don't do religion. So the Most High doesn't dwell in temples made by hands. The Most High, the body is a temple. So I rebuke religions. Bring all your religious friends here. We'll show them to the narrow way. So they're vain. They're vain is what they are. Oh, I hear a lady out there having some golden butt nuggets. By the way, we were talking about having a supply chain. So no, there's no good religions. I don't know of any. You could bring them in here and I'll show you they don't know the gospel. So, and I don't rebuke the religion, the watered down milk that they speak, the actual meat that I feed people in here that eat. We're supposed to share it. And the land of milk and honey, baby. Remember, milk never goes, well, put silver in there. How long does it last? And honey, how long does that last? So, but anyways, we use parables, Um, so sharing is something we're supposed to be. Agape love is to be charitable. So be charitable with the word, and that's what we do in here. There is no, you don't have to donate anything but good comments in this chat. That's what we're looking for, and we don't. We've never banned anybody ever. Years of being shadow banned, but we've never banned anybody permanently from this ministry. Everybody's allowed to come back, no matter how much or whatever they said. It doesn't matter. The next time, if they come in and produce fruit, well, then do not judge them by their cover. We judge with righteous judgment. So religion's vain. It's worthless. It doesn't add up. It doesn't make sense. Bring them in here. Bring your best. I don't care. Bring your biblical scholar in here. Bring them in here. Let's give them a test. Put me to the test if you want. Go get your best religious pastor, deacon, reverend. To do it. Well, I don't know about that necessarily. I'm not saying 090 that hydroponics are not a great way to go and are not the future of this future to be able to grow underground, grow with LED, grow in columns, because they say you can grow in 1 acre of vertical gardening, like you're talking about, which normally uses aeroponics or hydroponics. I've been a medicinal grower, and I'm trying to grow below the frost line where I'm at. I got to give up the grow food thing as much because can go to Ecuador, but efficiency can come with the right climate. Controlled climate has a lot to do with what you're talking about. I'm an indoor grower when it comes to growing. I know the challenges of confining your space, and whether it's, infestation through, mold or systemic, or bugs or there's just a lot of variables which make it very difficult when you're talking about efficient. But I cannot disagree with you that they can grow 50 acres in 1 acre vertically. It is the future. And if we're going to go into a solar minimum, this is going to be the way that you're going to have to learn how to grow. You know what I'm saying? No, no, no. I'm not saying no, I mean that there isn't. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm telling you, it is the future. You know what I'm saying? Um, you know what I'm saying? I'm not disagreeing with you at all. I told you it's like that guy that made those mushroom trailers. Look at what he has created. Look at what he is now sustaining. And there's a whole different thing through psilocybin, not like wacky shrooms, but through edible, um, and he created that system, in these trailers, like in a semi trailer. That's what this cabin's, a semi. And there are people who are really efficient at what they do. I'm not saying that. And I told you, I think in the future you're going to have to learn to do that. What if the sun gets blotted out by a volcanism, and it puts ash into our up in the stratosphere, and it doesn't go away for years? This has happened before, and that is called a nuclear winter. People will still survive. People will still generate power, whether it's oil or bird. People won't stop. Just because they don't have a plug-in source. And that's where I'm trying to go back at actually where I'm at, so that I can be more efficient. You know what I'm saying? No, we have the money because we have the money printers. I don't agree with that. We spend our money at war. This country prints $1 trillion every 100 days. That's not true. I don't agree with that. 090. He said, with the advanced methods of growing food, we can just build tall buildings. We could sell hunger. We don't. We have plenty of tall buildings already. They're not. The commercial market's crashing. We have to kill. No, seriously. I mean, you got an idea there, but you're a little off. Because there's plenty of money. Money is gold and silver. That money is not some digit on a screen or a bit or a token or a piece of paper. So, but good information. A little mixed up there, but I think any one of these people like Stinky Starlink, Link, Muskrat, Thump, Muster, Warp Speed, Kill, Pizza, Wide Gates, or whatever. Any one of them, Stinky Musk, all of them, Bezos, they could cure hunger. You've got nearly 10 to 12 families who have now 50% of the wealth is obtained by what of the populace. So yeah, no, they've that's what I'm saying. The whole system is being reset anyways. Give me a minute, guys. I need to let me take a pause here. I need to get some food in my belly. I haven't eaten any breakfast here, so I gotta eat. I was thinking about making a burrito. I made some. I have some pretty good burger out here. It's single cow burger, not 1,000 cow burger. Well, money is not just gold and silver, and also we are very low on both those things. So, no, that's not. Well, we are low on silver, but there's more gold than they talk about. We have definitely picked all the low-hanging fruit. So, yeah, I think you are mixed up. You are, because we don't need to build buildings. You said we need to build buildings. We don't need no buildings. Okay, so there's plenty of buildings out there already. The commercial market's crashing, and they're, if you understand how the commercial market works, they couldn't even. There's nothing being made in this country, so they can't show the gains that they need to get their new loans. Default once on a loan, you're not qualifying by credit. It's already here. So. Um, I won't sit here and argue with you. Like I said, it's like I said, if you're marrying truth to a lie, I want to help. We don't need to build no buildings. That's a bunch of hogwash. That's what I said. You don't need to build no buildings. You're growing vertically is correct. You're growing indoors is correct. I said that. So if you don't like something I said, that's fine. You can kick rocks. How about that? Pound sand. Kick it until they turn into sand. He said, don't build your house on sinking sand. You want to build buildings. So. But the future will be, brothers, sisters, self-sufficiency. Nobody's going to come save you. No rich or elite people are going to come rescue. FEMA's not coming. The best thing to do is go back. The global supply chain, like on a ball, is being cut. Notice that, and they know what's coming. So that's why we're seeing a lot of these things go into these more localized, like our ties with China. That's why warp speed started tariffing the whole world, because they're resetting the monetary system already. It's already happening. So it doesn't matter. The only way that you're going to do anything about what's coming is to become your own system, or you will go into the new system. And I don't care how prepared you are. Nobody's solving hunger, okay? Nobody's going to solve no hunger. So it's not happening. Could it happen? Sure. Will it happen? No. The way that we can solve hunger is get off their supply chain. Start growing your own food. We don't need to do it in mass. I don't like globe balls. We need to bring it back to communities, small communities. Because small wind turbines work, large ones don't. Anything you make large scale ends up put the government mind control. They screw up and skim and steal and taint and genetically modify. So take it away out of the government's hands. So, and no, they're the ones who have all the money right now. They are the war machine. So, okay, cool. Well, guess what? In the Africas, they have, remember the Renaissance Dam? How many down stream dams do they have in the Africas right now? So look at all the improvements going on over there. And remember, so I know about Africa. Obviously, I'm a veteran. You want to talk about Muammar Gaddafi? All that sorghum they were growing in the interior, all that beautiful, near freaking Garden of Eden that he had out there for veterans like, myself and other, go in and just cause abominations all over this rock. So, all right, guys, give me a minute or three. I'm going to heat up some something to throw in a burrito shell. So take a pause if you need to. Go let the dog out, do their thing. I'm actually going to turn my power source back on here. Replug in this phone. Hopefully it will get us some more power here. So it's like I said, we got snow yesterday. It was pretty cloudy. I'm going to replug in here off a different power source. See if we can get. I'm off the grid. I make my own power, so we were using a different power source. I got multiple sources of power. I'm trying to get on the grid here now so that we can get a constant. Good. Okay, plugged in. So we can get a constant source of power so I can put the freeze dryer out here, because I will create abundance, and I'm not going to do it alone. Eventually I will get others out here to come out here and join and do this homestead with me. So, yeah, but anyways, so small communities, take your supply chain back, cut off the big man, take it back and source, become the supply chain yourself, become your own boss. Why go to work and pay taxes when you could, if you did it right and you could start small, you could start with a small plot of land. I came out here and just sagebrush and in a tent. And look, now there's $250,000 storm shelter on this property. And I don't get income from the VA. I don't get Social Security. I don't get disability. Remember, I found out I just broke my back again. So it's time for me to tighten down the hatches here for me and get this place so that I don't, I don't have to work so hard. And I'll have others around me that can, still live this off-grid lifestyle. Most of the property, again, I only want to basically have just the one building on the grid. It's to have that ability to have a way to freeze dry, have freezers, put away things. It makes it much more efficient when you freeze something before you put it in a freeze dryer, because it's got to get cold before it can freeze dry. So things like that, things that, will help improve the ministry again out here. So there will be abundance. I will create abundance. And I can do that through extra chickens, hatchings, extra chicken eggs, rabbits. You can create a whole enough food, like a whole cow's worth of meat with 10 rabbits. 3 does and 7 bucks will create a cow's worth of meat. And that pretty, chicken eggs, more eggs than I know what to do with. And hatching out chickens, raising sheep meat, or like eating red meat. How many you get, like 150? That's what we do out here. Me and my puppy. Yeah, but give me a moment. I'm gonna throw something on here and make myself something to eat here. I think I know what I'm gonna make. I think I know what I'm gonna make. I'll do what I want. Somebody messing me up. It's snowing out there, boys. Girls, brothers, sisters, those that are in the narrow way, you're in the broad way. Kick rocks. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna have to fix my fire too here. Hold on, let's see. What do we get here? We got a message from time to pay the phone bill. All right, hey, if you want to leave a donation, you can leave a donation in the description if you want to support the ministry. No obligation. I'm just saying it while we're taking a pause. There's a Cash App. Thank you. Yesterday, like I said, we don't call out and do all that shout out or none of that, but we had somebody give a donation, and that put us, actually, it is at 1%. 1% what we got yesterday with our donation, and that's fine. We'll start with the 1%. Remember, there's many things that need funded out here as part of the ministry. Towards the new building. Now we already have buildings. I'm going to try to make the cabins out here pass some kind of code, whatever they want us to do, or we'll just put another building, or we'll build a new building. We'll figure out how we have to do it. So, whatever that building is. Let me go get my queso. Queso or snow. There you go. All right, we're getting some more snow out here. I knew it. Said we're gonna need a mild front part of the winter, backside. We're gonna get it. Yeah. Nailed it. Nailed it. You know what I don't have? But where do I put this our toothpicks at? Where did I put the toothpicks at? All right, so you guys can have yourself a chat there for a minute. Looks like there's only a few of you in here, and that's all right. I feel like I should. Yeah, I'm going to. Hold on. I have to. I got to. Gotta make it right. Gotta make it right. Gotta make it right. Gotta make some frijoles. 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 Turn that down it. All right. Where did I put my toothpaste? I think I have some over here. I got some over here. Work for now for a minute. After a minute. These beans nice and warm. Nice and warm. Sure, we got plenty of queso. Where did the tomato bouillon go? Tomato bouillon. We'll put a little tomato bouillon in there. Tomato bouillon. myself another one going here. Little boss beans in this one. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I don't use sprayer very often, but I'll do it this time. Hey. Hey. Snowing pretty good out there today. Snowing pretty good today. That one's better. Let's turn that off. Super hungry. Stuff to eat here. All right, how's our fire doing here? All right, fire's starting to go. All right. So, all right, I made some burritos. I normally don't cook anything in oil, but we're breaking the mold. I'm trying to stay away from deep fried foods. So, made us some burritos. Burritos. I got firewood to split out here. Let's see how we're doing here. We're doing good. We're doing good. Like I said, it's pretty cold. It's in the 20s out here, like 20, or low 20s when I looked last time. But that's why this spring, coming this spring, I'm either going to improve this building, which it can use the upgrade if they'll let me do this building. Or we're going to get another building out here. So I think it might be more efficient to get another building than to try to. I think I'd have to make a lot of improvements to make this building work. For one, I'd have to move it and set a pad underneath it. So I don't know. I've been kind of contemplating. I think the cost is going to be about $15,000, but maybe a little more for the building. So I haven't seen anything in that price range right now. I mean, I know of one building maybe. I think it's a double wide too. But I don't have that money yet. I have the money to start the permitting process and pay for all the permits and start to purchase some of the, some of the products to get for septic, most people put their electric in first. So you call for electric so you can build. I need electric out there so I can build. And then when you have electric, then you can put in, a refrigerator. I live out of a cooler. It's okay. I'm a minimalist, but I have to keep ice in my coolers during the summer quite a bit, that all cost. Winter months, I get away with that, a little better in the winter months, obviously. But even like I said, if I had, the ability to have this electric out here and have this, I wouldn't waste it. I'd probably only use it for what I'm talking about. That way I could have enough room to store animals, when I don't have time to freeze dry them all immediately. Although a freeze dryer now, they have some pretty good sized ones that'll hold quite a bit of food. I'm not going to be able to put a whole sheep inside a freeze dryer. Some of that's going to have to sit and wait. It takes a few days to process, in a freeze dryer. It's not an overnight process. So, even a small freezer is going to be nice out here. You know what I'm saying? Be a game changer to be able to make ice cubes. I mean, I have an ice machine that I make, but that that costs a lot more money than to just stick a freezer that's already cold, and that thing needs to get cold every time to make ice. So Again, I think it'll be a great addition to the ministry. So I need to stay super tight with my cost because I still have cost out here. I still have a land payment for the 20 acres that's up the road from me. So, you know, I need to be careful and be tight with my funding and don't let, because that's, you know, and by the time that I end up be able to finish this project, it's probably going to, you know, it's going to be thousands of dollars I end up having to pay, you know, on land payments in between that time. So I got to be efficient as I can. Don't waste any time. You know, do everything I can to, you know, legally, lawfully to make it happen. You know, and I'll benefit. Like I said, I'll. It's not like I said, I'm not doing it for me. I'm doing it for the ministry. But it's not like that. I don't have uh, some gains. I do. I gain from, you know, having power here. It gives me, like I said, it gives me peace of mind. I can put, you know, something heated in my animals' water to know that they got fresh water year round. You know, even in the winter, I have to carry those water buckets. You know, every 2 days, 3 days, I have to fill that, whether I like it or not, because I don't dump that nasty water back in. Chickens need nice, clean water. Summertime, I'm good because I can use the barrels, you know, and the chicken nipples. But it gets too cold in the winter and it freezes up. Well, put a heater underneath it, it wouldn't do that. You know, and I could use that, and then I wouldn't have to be hauling so much water back and forth every 2 to 3 days. So there are benefits of, you know, all these little things again about having power. So it's hard to believe I was so anti-power all these years, but this isn't about me. This is about the ministry. And I want to ship you animals that have been grown in a very comfortable environment. You know what I'm saying? Um, things like a little bit of assistance with this below, you know, below ground garden. You know, this geothermal garden. You know, I might need a little bit of assistance sometimes. You know, with light. You know, having that power is it'd be a huge make a huge difference. You know. Um, Not that I can't use the sun, and not that I can't use, you know, what I have, but now this would give me ability to bank power. You know, like if I had a solar bank, even if I couldn't charge it, I could charge it via my power source and have that as a backup. You know, have battery backup. You know, because I have that. So, hmm, pretty yummy. Like I said, it's a ministry thing. It's not. Um, if the ministry is going to be able to provide, I want to be able to ship food that's long-term food storage. Maybe you'll eat it right away, but maybe you'll put it away for a rainy day. You know, that's what I'm hoping, that the people that can benefit from this ministry will be able to have enough abundance currently that they'll be able to put it away. Like, and not saying that they couldn't eat what's sent out now. I just, the whole idea is to have long-term food storage, extra oil. So abundance is possible, but it takes, you know, it takes immunity. It takes, you know, it takes a small tribe. You know, it's not that one person can't create it, but I don't have that drive. I'm not 20 years old. My body just can't work 8, 10 hours a day, just nonstop like I used to. That's probably a little reason why I have such an issue now, that I can work throughout the day, but I have to take some breaks. I do take some breaks. Can't overdo myself. If I want to work the next day, you know, I can't overdo it. So, and I need to get myself through this injury. You know, I hurt myself pretty bad. I knew I did. Compression fracture is from putting, I told you I knew that is what I had done. Like I said, I knew that I had busted that vertebrae, and it was my hip that I was a little more concerned, because I'd never broken a hip. I've busted vertebrae before, so I got to take care of myself. Don't overdo it. You know what I'm saying? Don't save myself here. I can heal through this if I have a good diet, and I don't sit there and um, get all, grow roots and sit there and do nothing. Then I can get better. I can do this even without having surgery. I've done it 2 times before, so I've had some pretty, like I said, the first time I broke my back is pretty bad. It's pretty bad, you know, pretty bad fracture. This is this time though, it was caused from, like I said, that massive 400-pound, that beam, should have not held on to it, but I feel like I would have been tugged down and it would have smashed me. I didn't want to get caught underneath it, so I had to hold all the force, and so my body took the blunt of that. Um, so, but I will make it through this, and I'll take my time. You know what I'm saying? I won't overdo it. So, moderation is my preparedness attack. Stay moderate. Don't go too hard. Like I said, don't sit there and go too slow either. I won't get nothing done, and I'll feel like crap, and then I'll get all sitting around doesn't do much for me. Like I said, if I'm sitting there, I'm normally studying. You know, if my body's not working, my mind is going. So, all right, I'll put this up. Hold on a minute here. All right. Let me go outside there for a minute. It's snowing pretty good out there. We didn't get much snow on the front side of this winter, so back east they've been getting pounded, and it looks like it switched. We're getting the snow over here now, and I think they're getting a warming spell, and they've been getting clobbered all winter. Clobbered. So if you're back on the East Coast, then you've probably been experiencing. Would you go over here, pants? No, I'm live streaming, buddy. You've been having a pretty strong winter. I know that. I've been watching the weather. I have some pretty good weather channels that I watch here on this platform. Ryan Hollyall is an amazing streamer who has an army of people who. What do we get there? Hold on. The video came out. So, somebody trying to offer me auto insurance. So, it's that time. So, I'm getting the spam-ola from the auto insurance, but again, this conversation that I was having in here is about preparedness. Always, preparedness is a mindset. Preparedness is something that if you love the word, then that's what you're supposed to be doing. You're supposed to be preparing your house. Your body is a temple, and getting ready for your death. As much as that scares people, it's not like you have a death wish. You just it's what we all have in common. Most people don't want to have the conversation very often about like what happens after we die. Well, we know what happens after we die, so, but most people are uncomfortable with the subject, and so they don't want to have the conversation of afterlife insurance, like preparedness. Are you in good hands? Like Allstate, like I just said, I'm getting spammed by car insurance, automobile insurance, but they got insurance for everything. Renter's insurance if you're renting, homeowner's insurance if you're buying, car insurance for your vehicle, insurance on, paintings and, things of possessions. You've got pet insurance. You get insurance on your pet. You get life insurance for your family members after you die. But how about you? I call it afterlife insurance. Afterlife insurance. It's the insurance. It's what you're putting up for you. Like when you stand there and you're standing there with Shiloh, and he and Father and you are there at your judgments, and he's got ins with the judge, and he's telling him, no, I'm covering him, I'm covering her for their sins. Yeah, the world hated him, but they did this because I stood up. So the sins that I'm covering them for is because they stood up to the world, and the world hated them, and I set them apart. These are the ones that I chose. These are my bride. These are the ones that followed after me and did what I did. These were the ones that were in the narrow way. These are mine, Father. No, no, Father. Old Testament, one sin was death. These sins are covered. I covered them. People don't know what the sins that he's covering for. The sins of the world that he covers us for are the sins that he follow after me, conform to my image. What did he do? He ate wheat on the Sabbath. They threw him in jail. He's not this fun-loving Jesus that you think you know. Most people don't have any idea who the Hamashiach is and why he suffered and what the suffering was, the fulfillment of this testament, so that we would not be bound by these old laws of. He didn't abolish the Old Testament. He abolished no laws. He fulfilled all the laws of flesh and blotted out the laws of flesh. So we're not under them. We're not bound by the law. We're not lawless. That's not what it means. Law is Shem, anyways, remember? Or authority. That's what Torah, the old Jewish law, Torah. So most people speak in a very twisted version of what they think happens after they die. They don't have any afterlife insurance. Nobody's going to be there with you holding your hand come the great and dreadful day of the Lord, when everybody at one time passes through that book of judgments. One judgment, everybody's going to see. It's all there for, you're not going to hide that he is within. He's written on the heart of the bride. He's written on our hearts. So, and it was the Old Testament Torah that was the law, and now we're not bound. We're destined, and we do what he does. It's the gospel now. The gospel. That's what's so beautiful, the forecoming of this temple, the spiritual temple, the spiritual Israel, the spiritual bride. Talks about it it's Hokadesh. Hokadesh is the word spirit. So thank you, Father, for allowing me to come in here. And, like I said, this World Wide Web, I don't care how many people we get in here, as long as we have an ear or two, a ear to hear, that's all that matters. Father's listening. Father will hold us all accountable. Nobody's going to escape judgments. Nobody's going to get away with anything. He pours out a just measure when he returns. So I'm always in awe and thanks that Father can, keep this ministry going. I look forward to making the physical space that's here a better place, so that one day again there will people that will come visit. I don't know. Like I said, I know I reach, maybe not by numbers, a massive, numbers in that way, but over the years, this has reached all continents. Every culture, every ethnicity. I don't know about the people out in the middle of the bush or anything, but but it truly is. It's the World Wide Web, and that's what I love about this world that I live in. I have to use this tool that I'm given wisely. You will be held accountable on what you searched. We all look for the stupidest things. Our brains wander. Just it's all there. People use all these other tools now too, Groks and all these other Chat GPT and all these other, and I understand what it is. It's just using the algorithm, but it doesn't mean that it's right either, so use the tool wisely. Don't believe everything you hear on the net. Just because it's his story doesn't mean it's the victor gets the spoils. It's his story. The loser gets left out. Left side, the right's history, left out of history. Get it? So history's not normally in a book. That's one side. It's like being jaded, bias. So you need to search out, be able to discern truth from a lie. Truth is aletheia, truth. Discernment, that's what translation is a lie. Translation is not the definition, and he warns us of this. So when you hover over the word, hados, like hover, to be in the same narrow way. Conforming. Do what I did. Follow after me. So we got to remember what the word tells us to do. This isn't an easy place to navigate. That's why you got to let the word navigate you. I mean, I have no idea what people want in this world. I know people have to eat. People procreate. They're going to want to bang, 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 or whatever. They're going to want to, drink, have something to drink to stay hydrated. And they're going to want to, have some luxuries, some creature comforts. They're creatures of habit. So I know how we work, I do pay attention to humanity. So, but what I'm more interested in at this point is the bride, my fellow brothers and sisters that are in the narrow way, because the world doesn't do anything for me anymore. The whole physical realm is a bore. So it is like a pig. No, well, it is. It's not that there is not beauty, and not that there is not the bride out there, but the world that is in the current state, or at least where I'm at on this rock, is there's no unity. There's no united. There is just basically constant chaos. But it's what this nation has coming. You can't go beat the snot out of everybody for 100 plus years and think that they're not going to eventually come back and say, hey, we need to, we are like the youngest, wet behind green. You ever turn green, or, wet behind the ears, or we're the new kids on the block. We only, how long have we been doing this? 250-year anniversary, 270, this is a young nation, and things like gold and silver that have been around for thousands of years, and again, these cycles that are coming and these cycles that are here. And if you paid attention for any bit of, and I didn't much pay attention in school, and I'm glad that I didn't. I mean, a lot of it's programming. I got passing grades. I got a high school diploma, whatever, did all that. And um, but many things that I learned in school, I actually learned were a lie. So I'm glad I didn't, I heard them, I just didn't listen. I knew I was being fed a bunch of nonsense, like history, you know, well, we went to the moon, right? And that's what society says. So if you don't go with the flow, then you're the outcast because we went to the moon, right? We landed on a light, right? Um, so a bunch of lunatics. But anyways, again, um, I appreciate having this space to share with, because this reminds me again. I was supping with Father before I came in here, and just showing me how beautiful it is to have this tool at my disposal to come in here, and I don't feel like it's a waste of any of my time to be able to come in here and share the narrow way. And even if it's just one ear that hears it, it's a teeny tiny bride. I should know that I come in here most times. It doesn't matter, even if I've given somebody the wrench, that doesn't mean that even I, as person who brings the ministry up, just one of the whole here, doesn't mean that I'm all knowing, all that is Father. He's not, so I'm not special. So we might not ever, I might come in here many times and somebody might not hear it, and they might not have a hearing ear. But I'm always thankful for the message that Father conveys, because I don't write anything down, or I don't. Father calls out to my heart. He said, do not worry what you shall say. I will give you the answer. So I don't have the answer. He is the answer. He is the way. Shiloh is the only way. To be with Father, we must do what Christ did. That's why I give you these truths, because that's what he said. Follow. Follow is like shadowing somebody. You ever, I don't know. How about anybody tug you around? Ever been on a rope, and somebody drive you and pull you around, and they weren't a very good tugging and put, are you a good driver back there? If they, maybe you're a backseat driver, whatever. Follow after me. He said, do what I'm doing. That's what he said. Are you standing up to, you got to know what he did. When he said follow, that means do what I did. Do what I did. What did he do? Things that within your power. You can't walk on water, but it says you can move mountains. How about that? Doesn't mean physical dirt, right? So, and it does. The word itself does that through Shiloh, through the word. Principalities, powers, that's a mount or a mountain or a high. Remember, it says Babylon will be a burnt mountain. It will receive twice the judgments. So that great burnt mountain. So here, hey, you'll move mountains. So study what the word is, and then you'll start understanding more why you're here, and you won't waste your time, and you'll know that you're here to share the gospel and be charitable. And that, we tend to fall back into that Peter lifestyle because we want to do the things of the world because it's more comfortable and it comes without resistance. And that's not the gospel. That's peace nonsense. Peace is antichrist. Shalom, prosperity, safety. Those who say peace and safety. Remember, those who give up a little promised security, right? Or for liberty, for a little promised security, deserve neither. Peace and security, peace and safety. He said, I don't come to bring peace. Don't think that what you're about to face is going to be some, easy peasy. It's going to get worse. But doesn't mean that you can't thrive in that environment. And might not go down that way, but at least you're going to die trying. Girded in my service doesn't mean believe is an action word, it's a verb. So if you believe in the creator, the most high I am, the Hamashiach, Shiloh, Jesus is the translation, but remember he said many Christ, many Jesus. So you better be knowing which Messiah, is the one they hung. So where did they hang him from? All this worshiping of imagery and idolatry and the things we see of this world. We're not supposed to be doing the world right now. So I couldn't make it any more clear that I'm thankful that I live a lifestyle where I am, somewhat, not completely self-sufficient. I still have, like I said, I still have a foot in the system, but that I can produce my own power, and that again, I don't have, I have been a minimalist. I don't require. A lot of people are electric bugs, and they use a lot of electronics, and that's okay. It's the age we live in. We live in the age of information, the age of intelligence, advanced, not artificial. So most people are fake, fake in the front, but well, that like I said, it's hard to accept that for most people because it's what they've seen their whole life. You know what I'm saying? Seriously, it's what they've seen their whole life, and he warned us about imagery. It's like seeing this Caesar Borgia image of this, Pope, who was a known homosexual who had a lover, and that is the image of Caesar Borgia. Your gringo Jesus, your Jesus, the one that cut your lawn for you. No, that's Jesus. So, remember, don't be offended by letters, or you're already missing the point. People have, I remember young in spirit and stuff when I was trying to make people understand that there is no J in the 14, but don't get people fighting over a yod, or a letter. And we're not here. Remember, you're not here to turn goats into sheep. But if he said don't add a jot, then a yod is a letter. He said don't add any of those. Don't add or take away. So that's why we precision, aletheia, truth. We make sure we define, what I'm saying, what it is that we don't add or take away. So the cross is added. That's a pagan perversion. They added that image of the Hamashiach. And remember, people try to cross, and I'm not sure understand what people are trying to get at. The image that the Hamashiach was from the tribe of Judah. The tribe of Ham is not the tribe of Judah. So you need to go back and look at the lineage and look who Ham is. And remember, Ham, Shem, and Japheth. These are the three sons of Noah. You want to know, that's why it's important you pay attention to this lineage. They have people claiming that they're from the tribe of Judah, but they're from the tribe of Ham, the Hebrew Israelites, the modern day Old Testament street preachers, if you know who they are. Remember, I shred them because they don't talk out of this covenant. Who's your daddy? Esau. They don't go by this new covenant. Everything they do is Old Testament. They don't follow after the Hamashiach. They follow after Yahweh, the God Old Testament, the God of flesh. And remember, Paul said, wrestle not against flesh. We're not bound by this Old Testament. The only way to the Father is through the Son. So you have to not, it's not eye for an eye. We don't do this old, who's your daddy? It's not, Aaron and Levite. And if not, then you're an Esau, you're an Edomite. This is white and black, brown, yellow, red, all flesh. So not just two houses. And so it's childish. It's kind of almost unreal how much these, I don't know if you know who I'm talking about, but they call themselves Hebrew Israelites, and he was the Lion from the tribe of Judah. He spoke in Hebrew. He spoke in Aramaic. Remember, it was an old Jewish book written in Greek at the time of Rome. So, but this canceling the Hamashiach and ripping him down, the covenant that he made, his elect is not from just one tribe, and saying that Esau, remember, he killed his brother Nimrod. That's why you should pay attention to the lineage, um, and go back and look at what you're talking about. Because if you knew the lineage, you would make. They're also worried about lineage. They're worried about the tribe of Esau, Cain, Abel, Esau, Edomites. Esau, he killed his brother Nimrod or Moloch, Apollyon, the sun god. These are deities, little g gods. You know what I'm saying? And this is what these people go after. So I'm not sure where they're getting their, we're the selected ones, because that's the same thing with the Jehovah's Witness, right? They're the ones. Oh, it's the morons or the Mormons or it's the Christians. They're all vain. Every one of them. There's not one good religion. Not one. They're just not. They don't go after the word. They go after some title. Presbyterian, God, Lord, Zeus, Jesus, Jesus, Christ. The one, Christ. It's a pagan term. Christ was never written in the Old Testament. Does it not say that one time in the New Testament? And he said, don't add a jot. So why would you add the word Christ? So I'll use it in here, but I don't normally say that. That is not what I do. And if I do, I'll normally explain why it is that, this is a pagan term out of paganism. Like the Ankh, the cross, that's where that comes from. Nobody hung from crosses. The cross is the birth and the death. Like the birth, the phallic. It's what it is. The steeple on top of the church, they put a cross or a steeple on a church, or the church, on a synagogue is what they are. All of them. They're the synagogues of Satan. There's not one good church, not one good religion. Let me in those churches, you would say they would throw me out in about 5 minutes is all I'd last. I don't care which demon nation or denomination. So not too hard to expose, a small group of people who say, oh, well, your dad is from Esau, so you're going to hell. He said Jew and Gentile, black and white, man and woman, red and brown and yellow. Not just one house. That's Old Testament, see? That's Old Testament. So I say that, yes, he already chose his bride for the foundation of the world, but this time it's from not just the two houses of the high Levitical priest of Aaron or Levite, right? The Levitical high priest of Levite. These were known as the Jews. So, yeah, religion. Legion is lies, many lies. So they rely on their legion. But I'm not sure if you've ever been, subjected to this, Hebrew Israelite. These people are saying, well, because we're, and most of them are, they're from the tribe of Ham. They're black, and black's not a color. I don't know why people have never, brown, but melatonin, right? No, melanin. Melatonin make you sleepy. Don't fall asleep at the wheel there. So. All right, but anyways, remember, he didn't put melanin in our skin for race. There is no such thing as black. Nobody was ever called black. Black means you're guilty already. Nope, you're already guilty. You don't need to see the judge. White, you've never sinned in the world. Oh my God, look at her, she's white. You'll over. All right, thank you again. I apologize. I had to take that. That's just thank you, Father, for the support. Um, Not often I get a call from somebody that I know. So that was actually from somebody that who's a support of the ministry, showing again some just conversation too is so edifying, knowing that this is not in vain. And that's again what they're reminding me, that these are not, it's not falling on deaf ears. So thank you, Father, for that. Thank you for again giving this platform purpose, knowing that as again in discussion that many are called, many enter by the wide gate, many go to hell, but few enter by the straight gate, few are chosen. So I'm thankful that again that if there's just one ear that hears, it's not vain, and I'm thankful for that. So um, again, I appreciate. I'm not. This is moving in the right direction. I'm going to keep pushing towards getting this property on the grid again, so that it can't be taken. I want to be able to donate it to 100% to the ministry, um, and it is possible, but it is going to take getting this property on the grid. Um, it is currently in my name, but once I get it on the grid, I'll be able to, do a turn it over, and probably even rezone it at that point too, and do a rezoning on it, and try to do some changes out here, which will be good for, like I said, there's improvements that I'd like to see for the ministry come. So it's beautiful that we have this online ministry. I don't care if none of this ever happens out here. Hey, I'm going to die trying. It gives me something that gives me purpose. I feel like I lost my son, and I don't, I'm not forgot. He's not forgotten, but he was a big part. Just being a dad, and is really all I was hyper focused on the word. Always, even before my son, I always told him, I'm just your dad. I'm not your father. I'm just your dad. I'm not going to be there to hold your hand come judgments. Better not get too attached to me. you know, I love you, son, but I'm not your dad. I'm not your father. I'm just your dad. So I'm just a temporary, father is permanent. So have a relationship with your father. But anyways, like I said, that there's purpose in this ministry, and that it doesn't fall on deaf ears. And I'm always um, thankful, Father, that he gives this platform, that we live in a time that I can have conversation with people, all across this rock, northeast, west, and south. Get with the news. It's right here at HD Fat. I try to share a little bit of everything here. So I know it's a very different channel. And you guys have had to see me drug through some pretty crazy times. These last couple of years have been tremendous time. The loss of my son and daughter is devastated me. You go from being a dad to not knowing where your son is at, not being able to have anybody help you find him, or nobody cares where he's at, or your daughter. It's driven me almost to like I said, I'm glad I've been able to reel it in a little bit, because it's very emotional for me, and I'm an emotional guy. I have emotions. I'm not some robot. I can be hurt, you know. Although I have a high pain tolerance, I have more, emotional is my that's my kryptonite, that I have emotions. I'm not some cyborg or some robot. Although they want me to act like a robot, you know. They used to call me a RoboCop or whatever, and laugh at me or whatever, because, you know, not showing much emotion. But I do tend to, again, um, it's like keeping work separate from play, the way I was raised. So there is a time for everything, you know. You can't be all business all the time. How about that? So I appreciate, though, that getting the support, even if it's phone calls. I've been calling out to, again, here recently, and I don't want to take a single thing from anybody. You know, some people have bigger dreams. Like I said, we were talking a little bit about the house cost of, in Oregon, in Bend, Oregon, every third home sold for $1 million. And I can't even imagine what I could do with the $1 million. So it's okay. you know um, I don't want that kind of money. I have made money like that before in the past, but easy come, easy go. You make more money, you spend more money. Like I was discovering with him, on the phone, talking about how, hey, I've had huge bills, and I still covered it. But it's where I was living in a city, and I could cover things like that in the city. I live way out in the middle of the country, so. But blown away at the cost, Um, but I'm glad that I live this humble lifestyle and that I don't need a substantial amount of funding to make this work. So I will figure out a way. If not one single bit of support comes in financially, I have done it. I paid this land off, which was $47,000. I did it without anybody's help. I did it by the sweat of my brow. I had to sell many things that I had, a whole fleet of vehicles at one point in time, more than one time. But Father does make it work, and through the sweat of my brow, and I'm not that I haven't, like I said, haven't received uh, some smaller donations, like I said, in past. So I appreciate anybody who's ever given anything. I'm not looking for anybody to give anything other than their time here. That's the charity. That's the tithe that's required through this ministry. You don't have to ever give financially. I can't make that more abundantly clear. Okay, so um, if it's brought up here now, I'm bringing it up because again, this is where I'm at. I've got to get this knocked out and out of the way, as I was explaining. Um, how this valley is changing very quickly and that we have a huge financial collapse coming. Whether you like it or not, it's a cycle. And they've been band-aided, over this, prior crash, basically the one from '08, starting in '06 and the final, Lehman Brothers, Bear Stearns, the whole collapse of the, and gobble up this and then just band-aid it over with money. And that's all they've done since then, and propped everything up. Like I said, the average home in Bend, Oregon sold for $800,000. And I was explaining that more millionaires were made during the Great Depression, and we're right there again. This is actually a more overbought market, and that soon a bunch of people that are living just in Bend, because they'll have to come out here because they won't have any money left, or the smart ones will do it before that happens. And I've already seen a massive spur out here growth because of that. And that's what's going to happen again. So I'm not a prophet. I don't make predictions. This is what's going to happen. And so there are so many people, because this is a nanny state, whether you like it or not. Many are, and a lot of them, most of them are, and they use satellite footage to tattletale on you and what you're doing, what you're building, and they can do it by, hey, you have this much roof line on your property now. You have, all ways to, it's not rocket science what they're using. It's satellite imagery. So like balloons, hello. But anyway, so why do you think Starlink, stinky muskrat? That's why he stinks. He's part of this panopticon, eye in the sky nanny state. But as I was saying before, there is only so many people out here that are literally on the census that show they're here and they live here, on the grid, or even show up. Some people don't have a PO box and have no record of being here, and they've been here for decades. And hey, some of them came out here before the 2000 Y2K. The world's going to end because the computer doesn't turn to zero. Oh, you're the weakest generation ever. That's what I told everybody back there during Y2K. You guys are nuts, man. Call me crazy. So, but either way, again, that's what's going to happen out here, is that this could happen in many places. This is a very affordable place where, again, it just actually blows me away at all the money that I've spent and that I didn't already take care of this. Seriously, for what it costs right now, that I think I can potentially pull this off. If I can find the building and get a building like the neighbor up the road is using, which it's going to need a lot of work. I can't believe how, he's right. It's, there's nothing wrong with it. It's a great start, but, starting with something that's good bones is all that matters to me. But he got in at the right price. There's just nothing in the market right now at that price. And as I look at it, these type of units are going to get more and more desirable, cheaper housing. And there really is no housing available to rent out here. This would be a developer's freaking paradise out here. There's not one single building for rent out here. and there never is. It gets rented out word of mouth. This is a little hick town, and we're a perfect distance from 100 miles from a Walmart, right? You know what I'm saying? Uh, Got to make this happen. So I'm thankful again for that first, like I said, I'm going to kind of count that one as the first one that came in. And it is, we'll say it's 1%. We've got our first donor, and that was last night that somebody gave. And how awesome is that, And if this happens, then great. But as I was explaining, how do I build something when the cost of lumber is what it is? You know how much it is for a box of screws, nails? It's not like I wouldn't try to use, something that's, refurbished, go to the restore, try to find garage sales, other options. But I built 3 buildings out here already. I've used a lot of nails and a lot of screws, and so I don't have a lot of that material that I once had. I still have a lot of material out here, enough to still, like I said, to keep. But I think the idea of building a building out here or improving this cabin, it's not going to add up dollars and cents wise. By the time I need to get an inspection on the plumbing, for example, because this doesn't have plumbing in it, and I needed an inspection for the electric, I'm not sure, outside exterior walls, what they would make me do, because it's not, it's almost like making one of these shipping container homes. So if you had to say $15,000, right? How much of a building do you think you could build for $15,000 from scratch and being, almost from the ground up, or could you improve? Could you say it's a semi trailer? Because that's what this is. This is a 40-foot semi trailer. You think for $15,000 you could plumb it, put electric in it, and frame all of it up? And see, I don't know. I really wouldn't want to frame it from the inside, because you would lose literally another foot with a 2x6 exterior wall. It's already pretty narrow on the inside of this building. So unless you modified it, And the other thing, like I was thinking about, is you'd have to build a pad underneath this building as well. So I'm open to ideas. Anybody that's, I'm saying, I'm just gaming it. I'm hanging out. It's snowed out here, so we still got a little bit of power. I'm going to try to power up my battery here while the sun's still out. So, well, it's not out. It's just barely. We got snow out here, but we had a little poking through earlier. So, anyways, I just thought I'd come in here and speak about this. No waste not, want not. If you don't waste, then you won't want. So I'm thankful that I don't live where I need to pay even $100,000 for what I'm trying to pull off. I do think it's about $7,500, $8,000 to do the remaining, what I need to do septic and electric and the permitting, because I have some items that I've already purchased through the years, because I knew one day I would maybe do this. So, but when I look through my list, like, for example, like I'm not sure about the electric line. The neighbor who recently put in power at his place said it needs to be plastic. I thought it had to be a conduit, like a metal conduit, 2.5 or 2 inch or 2.5, 3, whatever. Can't remember exactly what it called for. So through the years, I had stacked some of that. So, but I think, again, that's not a bad cost to do. And at this point, I'm not going to put a well. I have water storage. I have a pretty large amount of water storage, and I have access to water. So I don't think I'll have an issue with water. I'm just not going to waste it. You know what I'm saying? What's going on from Maine? What's happening in Maine? So, but you guys getting a break over there? We got snowed on over here. So, so there you go. You see what I'm saying, Ziggy? The cost on this is so extremely low. Like I said, if I could find a building for probably $15,000, maybe 20 at the most, and $8,000 to go on top of it. Can you believe that's a pretty decent rate to try to get into? Now, I've done a lot already out here. I'm saying there's already a tremendous amount done, but because the land's already paid off, and there's potentially I have some material out here where I won't have the cost for some things out here already. The box, the meter, the pole, some of the electric, I've already bid off some of this cost. So, um, yeah, and people live in $1 million homes. What a waste of money, man. I can't even imagine what a man could do with $1 million. And that's fine if that's your standard of living, but not me. I'm thankful that I have 20 acres out here. And, like I said, I'm going to try to rezone this and give it to the ministry. So just so you know, and you could follow this and then call me out if I don't do it, but I will give this property 100%. We're going to sign it over to High Desert Faith and Truth so that it's a non-taxable, you know what I'm saying? And then it can stay and serve for generations, you know what I'm saying? Uh, yeah, you'd be fine. You could be taught, Ziggy. All this is common sense living. You know, I don't know what that guy's name, but if you see him, he builds those wood stoves out of, I don't know where he showed up. I think he's on my Facebook, not here on this platform. He shows up every once in a while. And he builds those wood stoves out of buckets, you know, and he talks about that. The only way most people learn is just to do it yourself, man. Teach yourself. There's so many things you can teach yourself. So, you know what I'm saying? If you can do metal construction, you know how to read a tape measure. You know how to use a machine. You probably know how to use a laser level. You could build a house so quickly. You know what I'm saying? You have carpentry skills. You know what I'm saying? Because you can you know, assemble. I'm not sure exactly, what kind of metal. It doesn't even matter if you did metal roofing, how to break metal, put metal machinery, you'd be fine in any of these things. And you could do any one of those things. When I'm sure just from seeing you in here, Zig, I don't know you that well, but you'd be like the perfect, what I'm saying? Like the person I hope that somebody could come out here that's got some kind of skill set. Like say, okay, it's $800 to live out here, Ziggy. I'll pay you $20 an hour to work out here for me. That means you got to work 2 hours a day. The rest of the time you have to yourself. I don't care if you go fishing or whatever you need to do. Go get a job and make extra money. You probably want to make more than $800 a month. There's other labor in this valley, out here where you can find, more income. You could work right off this property, build a cabin, Ziggy, start renting it out, do the moonshine cabin rental, somebody with your skill set. You know what I'm saying? I just have to put it out there. That's the kind of person I'm about ready to get to pull the hammer on this and do it and just say the hell with it. We'll see what happens. And hopefully it works. I need to find a couple people, one or two people to come out here. And I just need to do it and don't slack. I could already had a bunch of people come out here. I just don't want any of the wrong people coming out here. I like what I have. I was thinking that just the other day, man, it would suck to have somebody out here that would not want to deal with and have to have them be here, when I don't have anybody here and I don't have anybody to mess with me right now, so, it has its advantages of being single and alone, right? So, but either way, like I said, I'm sure I can find somebody who's a self-starter, somebody's like yourself, somebody's worked in metal work, somebody who can this is how you build a square building. Let me show you 3 different ways to build it square. We can use a square, we can use a 4x8 sheet, we can use measurement. There's more than one way to skin a cat, and give some basics and just start with one. And then, hey, can you do that again without me being right in front of you? Yeah, I can do that again. Well, okay, build me one of those. Let me see what you got. All right, now build one of those and me one of those and you one of those. What do you mean? Well, one of those could be for your house. One of those walls is for my house. That's how I'd hope to do something, or, get somebody too that's a self-starter like that could just, you know, be left alone and work on their own. My son was the one who, I sure miss that young man that told me that. You need to not try to help everybody. Stop trying to help everybody, Dad. You know what I'm saying? Uh, stop trying to help everybody. You need to find somebody that can be left alone that you don't need to tell how to do anything. Stop trying to help everybody. He was so right. You know what I'm saying? So I listen to him. He says I don't, but I have. Uh, oh, well, don't worry about me, Ziggy. Just like I said, you come out here and do your own thing. They ain't messing with me no more. They're not messing with me no more. They're not. They're done messing with me. They're done messing with me. If I screw up or something again, they'll probably mess with me. But they're not. Like I said, they're not. I ain't even going there. I mean, my probation officer hasn't even called me. So, if I just stay in my own lane, nobody will bother me. Even Kevin noticed out here, they don't stalk the property anymore. They don't follow. They don't come. It's back to kind of like, I'm not saying that they're not, don't pull people over out here, but it's almost like they went back to their ways of old, kind of. So don't give them a reason and they won't mess with you. It used to be like that out here, so to speak. Hell, they just didn't mess with you at all because they just didn't do anything out here except for whatever they were doing. Cop things. I know what they were doing. Let's not talk about it. That's what I'm saying. I'm keeping I'm staying in my own lane. So, but I appreciate what you're saying. Not at all. I've warned people about that. Don't mention my name. So, but I think I got to get ready to do this. You know what I'm saying? I'm getting ready to do this when I go down to the planning commission, but the planning commission has nothing to do with the people that I think I'm going to talk to. They probably won't put together 2 and 2 like that. They're not part of the, parole, probation, the jail, the sheriff's office. They work in the planning commission, the records department, you know, different side of that same building. So I know when I went down there before and I dealt with people like selling the house and filing a quit claim deed and doing that, they were really helpful, super helpful. So I know that, like I said, I will, they're going to want me to get on the grid. They're going to want me to get on the grid. They're not going to tell me no. I was a little worried that they might tell me no, whatever, because of whatever. No, they're not. They want me to get on the grid. This helps to raise my taxes. They'll be able to tax me more. Immediately, they'll be able to charge me more taxes next year. Of course, they want me to get on the grid. By making improvements is definitely going to raise my taxes. It's like I have nothing out here right now. It's like I have nothing, and look what's out here. So, but once I put this on, it puts me in a higher tax bracket, obviously, and so, but that's okay. That's why I'd like to take and turn this property once again over to HD, Faith and Truth, High Desert Faith and Truth, and give it over to the ministry. And that way it can't be taxed, because with what is coming is going to be, well, they call it the Great Taking, and it's going to be a bail-in and not a bailout. So they can tax people. That's the thing I'm concerned about. Now, I don't know what the tax burden is. I might see for the first year, as I try to get the paperwork together and stuff, and it's something, but they could always raise taxes. And putting this actually in the ministry's name, it's a tax exemption. So I have to donate everything I have to the ministry, but would I already do that anyways? So it's not like what I'm not already doing here is that doesn't follow in line with that anyways. I have another property. I still pay on that property, and I need probably about as much money it is to get this one on the grid or more to even purchase that one outright so I can start fixing that one up for my own. But I serve the ministry first. I don't want to no, I don't. Like I said, there's nothing. There's nothing I have to learn. I actually, like I said, just kind of let it go. That's why I need to move on. I need to get super motivated and stop thinking about it, because it's driving me. It was driving me crazy. I'm a dad. To think that my son is sitting there right now in pain and he's going, "Oh, my dad would never give up on me, and he won't stop looking for me." That still plays out in my mind. So it drives me nuts. So if I knew somebody was out there looking for him, but see, even where he's at now, like, is he in a place where he's not being hurt and not, well, maybe I should just leave him alone. It's a double-edged sword. Every day is a battle for me. So it's okay. I appreciate you. Like I said, it's hard. My daughter too, not just my son, but my daughter. My brain cannot function to think that nobody cares about these 2 people. It's not like it's just my son. It is my son and my daughter. I've reported both of them. These two people are, here's where I think they're at. Here's why, here's the cars, here's the reason, here's the motive, here's the, and still nobody's caring for their well-being or their whereabouts, or maybe they are. But I would want to be, I know if my son be originally over these original charges where they were trying to throw him in prison, which he ended up taking a deal or whatever, he would be out of jail already by now. He'd be out of prison. This case is that old that I've been dealing with. And now look at, I'm caught up in it. But what I've told myself at this point is, don't get myself in trouble because I can't help him. If I get myself thrown in jail, I can't help him. And the best thing I can do is get my life in order so I can help him. And the only way I can help him is to be straight, not be getting all mine. It hurts to be a dad. All I know how to do, I was a single dad for nearly 8 years. And I took care of him, for years before that. That's when I had able to finally obtain, after really almost 8 years of his life fighting for custody for him in the Lane County courts. So all I knew how to do was be a dad. It was so hard when he turned, you know, 18, not thinking that he wasn't going to stay, live with me. And, they always say that when they're young, but, you know, didn't work out. Things didn't work out that way. And, Father always has a different plan. So um, I miss him so much. I really do. I'd love to just church with him. I love sharing the word with him. He loves the word. So he brings a different side to the conversation. Remember, he was civic in here. He was a moderator for some time. So I miss his comments. So thanks for asking about him. I'm never going to forget about him. It's so hard for me, for my brain to think that he either hates me, he must, or he's gone and he's not here anymore. And I wish I could somehow connect to him. And I used to be able to do that anytime. Within a day or two, I could get him to call me, no matter how long it'd been, because since he turned 18, he's 26 now. He didn't live with me, and he's had his own life. So pretty tough, pretty tough days that I'm walking in right now, knowing that I made some terrible mistakes. Should have listened to him. Should have taken the precious metals and went on the road, and now I can't even do that. So could have taken that misdemeanor, went on the road, but instead I stood up to the system and spent all that money, spent all that gold and silver, had all that, all the other taken from me. So whew, what a days these are. These are the most difficult days that I walk in. Every day is a struggle. It's a massive battle. So thanks for asking. So thanks for keeping that, you know, uh, it is what it is. I can't, sisters. Every day is difficult. Every day is a struggle. And I don't know if I'll ever talk to my son or daughter ever again. So um, it hurts, is all I can tell you. It hurts more than any physical pain that I go through, even more than the fractured compression, the compression fracture that I have in my back right now. The pain inside my body doesn't stop. So um, the pain inside my mind is eternal. So it's deeper than my heart. It goes much deeper than that because I know Father could change it any time. You know what I'm saying? So, but he doesn't make mistakes, and he's right where Father wants him to be. And I'm actually finally, what's even harder than this, than anything, is I waited all these years now pretty much to be able to talk to my son legally because I had some no contact order, which I didn't with my daughter, and I could have, and I didn't, because I didn't want to get anybody in trouble. And now I can call him, and now I can't because I don't want to jeopardize his well-being. So it's such a hard thing to know that I finally reached this point where I thought, I could finally call him, and he don't even have that phone. I know that, so it'd be useless to call that number anyways. But and now I don't think it'd be the right thing to do. That's the thing with God, with the Most High. It's like, why would you do this to me? You bring me all this way, and now I can't even have contact because and it's like, do I report him missing? Because now if he's in a place where Father has him and he's doesn't want to be contacted, the last thing he want his dad trying to have him found. It's so hard to be alive right now. So I need to stay focused on this ministry, or I'm gonna lose my mind. I can't get up and tell myself every day that I'm okay. I do better when I tell myself I'm not okay, and move on and try to heal from it, and just let Father, He knows, He's all knowing, and He's perfect, and He doesn't make mistakes. So if this is what He wants for me, this is what He wants. If He wanted it, it was like the whole thing of taking it to trial. No matter what, He could have had any one of those. Even it was a mistrial, no matter what. But that's not how it happened. Remember, I still ended up getting thrown in jail over just trying to help my son. And here I am stuck on felony probation. I can't go to Ecuador. I can't do any of the things that I was inspired to do. And but I can do what I can do here, right? I can do what I can do here. So I'll create the abundance here. I said it was still possible here. I just wanted to have access to a more conducive climate. So I'll create the climate here. It just raised a little differently. Like I said, I can't raise the fruits and the vegetables up here that I can raise down there, but I could still raise every bit of meat at this point and every bit of protein right here. Right here. I surely can. So there's no excuses. So I have to stay focused on this now and let it go. Um, and well, I'm trying to do the best I can, Ziggy. I can't give you anything. I have good days and bad days. Some days it's okay, and some days I am just shredded. It's normally at the end of the day, when I'm laying there going, is my son thinking of me? Has he ever thought about me? I mean, it's been almost, you know, 2 years since that whole, everybody gets grenaded. The whole thing too. I didn't sue anybody at the whole statute of limitations, the whole, it's just the whole thing's hard to swallow. So the best thing I can do is stay out of trouble and keep my nose clean. Don't do any, don't give them any reason. And as I figure by the time that, June rolls around or something, that'll be one more year. And I'm going to petition the courts to get off probation. So time will go by. Time will go by. I mean, I know I'm biting off a little chunk kind of here in quarters, but if I can make it through this next quarter, then I have a year, you know, something like that, and, you know, and I don't know if they'll grant me that at this point or not, but I need to make it to that point first. So my focus now is to, as much as this sounds, get in line, because with what is coming, if there's already kind of a strike against me, I don't want any reason for them to be able to pull me away from this place, because I don't have anywhere to go. I just don't have the luxury to go anywhere else. I don't have family, and I don't have friends, and I don't have that ability to go. And this is where I put all my efforts into this ministry. I've had other properties and would do and other things, but again, I've sold those other than the one that I still owe on, and that's the one that I would use for me down the road. So I wouldn't mind living over there. It's a beautiful property. It's only, I can almost spit, and a dust devil would take it right over there. I mean, I can't quite see it because there's a hill right here, but it's it's only a few miles down the road from here, so it's not too far. So um, I could keep up after this ministry, and just as far as whatever, and um, so it's on the same road. you know they're not far apart. So I'm willing to walk away from this and allow the ministry to do its thing and see it flourish. Again, the whole idea is for it to create abundance, and I was really hoping that my son would losing my father almost broke me. And I lost my dad when I was 16 years old. So I know what it's like. I had to remind my son even before the whole, May 29th of 2024 when they came in and did what they did. Son, I got to spend 25 years with you, and I only got to spend 7 years with my dad. So no matter what happens, if I never get to see you or talk to you again, know that I love you and I'm never going to stop loving you. And I might have to see you on the other side. We might not ever see each other ever again. So this isn't alarming to me. it's something I spoke with him about. Remember the thief on the cross, and telling him that I didn't want him to be combative or resistance, that we'd already done everything we could do. We needed to just let Father, you know, just keep our faith like the thief on the cross. Don't give him any reason. And told him that no matter what, I was thankful to get to spend the 25 years I got to spend with him. And then I just enjoyed having him as my son, that I was very happy. And I don't use the word pride, but I was thankful to be given such a wonderful, strong um, man of God who loves the word and is not perfect, but for what he has gone through, me being his dad, having to drag his butt around for 18 years, the things he had to see just being around me was not a normal life like most kids get to live. So um, he had everything he needed, but he didn't have some normal life. That he didn't. So, but I did remind him. So I am thankful, because again, I only got to spend 7 years with my dad that I can remember. I when I was young, my parents got split up, divorced at a young age. A lot of things that my mind is blocked out. I only have just a couple blips of memories here and there. I don't really remember my dad and mom being together. Um, the only time I remember them in the same room, they were fighting. And it wasn't even like I remember anything other than that. I don't remember much of the details, So my mind shut out a lot of things in my younger days. So um, I am uh, I am thankful that I got to spend the 25 years that I got to spend with Elijah. So wherever he's at, wherever you're at, I love you. I hope ever he watches these videos, he knows that I never gave up on him. I just had to focus on Dad, and I didn't do that when I should have. And maybe I could have done it again with these charges, but it felt like the right thing to do. If I was ever going to appeal the case or win the case, or, I needed to take it to the box, and that would be the right thing to do. Don't take their deal. I'm not a deal. I don't sup with vipers. I don't let them willingly extort my merchant number. And they're not. So, how that works, I don't know. I don't want to talk about it. It's Father's will. That's how that's working. But I mean, I think I know how, but let's leave that alone for now. So that's why I'm hoping at, a year and a half or whatever goes by, that I'll be able to petition the courts, not get in trouble, and get the hell off probation. And then maybe I'll go to Ecuador. I don't care about having a record. I ain't going to go try to move anywhere. I just can't move anywhere at that point. So I'll try to, just like I said, go visit, have multiple locations. It doesn't mean that I might not be able to purchase something somewhere. I just, hey, all done, all done, all done. Thank you, all done. You just almost knocked me down just doing that, you old knucklehead. His nose is so strong. He's a dingo, so. Don't push on Dad's back like that. When you're pushing me over like that, you push on my hip. My hip hurts right now. You silly boy. You silly goose. All right, all done. So, I appreciate that, Ziggy. That's why I wanted to come in here and, like I said, waste not, want not. I don't want this to be a waste of anybody's time. So I appreciate it. Is not a waste of my time. I appreciate the time that you guys give me here. It is more valuable than any possession that I own. I'm really kind of over owning the physical. So it doesn't do anything for me. What do I need to own? I need, probably the next thing I'll actually need is another vehicle, but that's only because mine is 300,000 miles, and it's not gonna run forever and ever. But other than that, I only need, that's my only, like a man needs a horse back, to ride on. That way, if I needed to get the flock out of Dodge, don't worry about it, Zig. It's not a problem. I appreciate it. Like I said, there's not a day that goes by that I don't think about Elijah. I don't. I constantly think about him. I still think about Tango. I do. I miss my biggest guy so much. such a hard time to look at this guy. Every time I mention him, he comes over. He knows when I'm talking about his brother. You see that? He was just laying down. No kisses. I don't want any kisses. No, thank you. I don't want any kisses. I appreciate it. You know when I'm talking about your brother, huh? He still misses him too. He does. All right, all done. All done. All done. Maybe someday my heart will change. Speaking of changing subject, won't you? You know, and I'll be able to get another dog for this guy because he's he needs. We spent a lot of time together, and he's a really good dog, but it just changes when he's the only dog. So I can't let my mind get there because it's such a huge responsibility having animals. You know, like I said, looking after. I'd rather have livestock at this point. Something I could eat. I don't eat dogs, so. But he's a good one. But having a partner would sure. And I had somebody offer to give me a dog. You know, like I said, offer to give me a beautiful female, and she was fixed. I just didn't take her because I'm just not over tango yet. So I haven't even watched a video, gone back and watched a live stream with him on it. I know I'll bawl my eyes out. So he's still so fresh in my mind. I don't need to see a video of him. It'll be too fresh. You know what I'm saying? But I'm thankful for that too, because I got 13 years with that biggest guy that I ever did have. So now my pants is my biggest guy, huh? It's a really hard time to lose him, you know, right before, you know, going to get, but I know now why. Like I said, his father did it for a reason. So he giveth and he taketh away. Sometimes he takes a lot more, but you'll be giving it back. Remember, anybody who takes from you, he will give back at the end of this. So he knows what he's doing. But I appreciate your time. I don't want to take your time. Like I said, we're still charging, so we're going to keep going. We're going to keep going because we're charging. So there's snow. It snowed out here. I'm not doing anything outside today. Everything's covered with snow. That's some stuff I should have brought in. I didn't bring in, but I don't care what happens to it. It's just stuff. So I have a nude focus. It wasn't like I wasn't already focused on this, but knowing with what's coming with the financial, times, I need to focus and, maybe one day Elijah will show up and I want to make sure I got my house in order and stuff, and if that's the case or whatever, and that I'm doing what I need to do so that I can, keep moving forward. But my goals are set and they're obtainable. I don't have the funding that I need right now for the building that I'm trying to I'd love to purchase the building right now so much. I'd love to have the building. It would just give me a lot of peace of mind. It really would. It would just give me rest knowing that I'm on my way. You know what I'm saying? But I have to do this in order. I have to file the permits first and then request and then file. I have a meeting with them and talk about my build out. And that's when I'm going to talk to them a little bit about maybe converting this semi trailer if possible. Which again, I don't think makes much sense because I think for as much as it costs me to convert this semi trailer over to a a shower with water, toilet with flushing. I have composting, nature's head toilet in the cabins right now is what I use. But I think it's worth trying to find a different building, even if it's like one of those office buildings. That would be, I still would probably have to move this building out from where it's at if I can get the county to give me approval. and then build a pad and then move it back. There's a cost. I know it's not a ton, but there is a cost. It's not like it's not just one time. Do I have to have move it and then come back and have move it back if that's the case, and that's fine. That's fine. Like I said, when I start adding up all the cost, if I have to add exterior walls and plumbing and electrical and all the insulation and the Tyvek paper and the that's the vapor barrier, and then the siding, whatever, CDX or whatever, they're all the costs that it costs to take something and put it to code. So I don't know if that's going to be worth it, and I don't think it will. So in my brain, when I add together, that's why I'd like, like I said, to hear your guys' thoughts on this too, if you could, on the best way to do this. But at this point in time, it takes me the whole time to build all that too, and it's not like I can't do it, but it's all time consuming, and that time is money. I still got to go buy materials, get my vehicle, go load it up, gas, all that type of, this is all a cost that needs to be brought in consideration. So by me doing the numbers at this point, it seems like it's going to be better for me to try to find something that's within about 15 to 20,000, because I don't even think for 15 to 20,000 I could build something. 4 walls, put in toilet, a sink, a bathroom, a kitchen, a hot water heater. I would exchange that with the Insta hot water, but you know what I'm saying? And put something. I'm not saying that I couldn't try, because I'm a pretty resourceful kind of dude. I will use repurposed material if they let me. I would definitely try to use repurposed material if they let me. There's a lot of ways that I could try to shave off cost, but I build houses, you know what I'm saying? I build several houses. No, I appreciate that, Z. No, I do. Like I said, yeah. Well, no, like I said, all of this is going to come together. It's going to come together. I know, like I said, that adding this, like I said, look at some of the costs I've spent on other things through the years, and that's okay. It is just the way I do things. Everybody has to do, like I said, what they got to do. I mean, most of my cost has been towards helping my son. I've spent a couple $100,000 between attorney bills and legal fees and filing fees and you know retainer fees, and it's just this whole incident with my son has put me. Um, I can't imagine what this property looked like if I dumped all that money into this property. So. Uh, but I have to do this. I have to struggle this out. Like I said, I can't expect anybody to give. I don't want to expect anything in life. Um, I will bring it up though, and from time to time, because it is a ministry. And as I was supping with Father before I came in here, it's not like I'm trying to grift anybody on this. It says in the scripture, don't do that. Don't use the ministry to make money. I'm not trying to make money. I'm trying to use this ministry so we can make abundance for the ministry. The ministry needs to serve a purpose. It needs to be able to produce food, period. That's it. Remember? Food. HD fat, like meat. The best part of the meat. So it needs to produce meat. Although I give you, the meat, the gospel, you know what I'm saying? Wouldn't you like to get, a package in the mail from some, free range eggs grown out here by the chickens out here, the cinnamon queens or the Rhode Islands or the red sex link by the chickens out here, growing at the ministry, all organic, put them away for later. They'll last for 25 years. Use them now, use them later. That's what I'd like to do. Tithing was food. You know what I'm saying? No, I don't do this for gains for myself right now. I mean, I seriously at one point wanted to just give up, turn it in, and just serve the ministry here. It can just be online. That way I'm not putting myself under any obligation. I could take the money that I have right now that I'm about ready to put on permits and stay out here for probably a couple years and just sit out here and do nothing. Whatever, just tinker and just leave a leisure lifestyle, relax and not worry about it. Don't have any, it just seriously, like it just because I have very small bills. I don't have a huge, tremendous cost. Producing my own power and having my own food source, so, there's a lot of ways that I can cut a lot of cost out of doing this. So, um, but that doesn't, I don't want to sit out here and do nothing. I want this ministry to serve purpose. I want to be able to, like I said, have visitors come out here. And even I said that, it was to Father, even people could come out here the way it is right now, and spend, 2 or 3 days in the Rusty Dragon. So I'm not offering something for people's donations if they do make a donation to this contribution to this ministry. They're always welcome, and that I've said that many a times, to come out here and stay out here. Let me take you around. I'll end up probably spending, some of my own money, which I don't mind, trying to haul you around to take you some of the locations out here, show you some of the neat, outdoor features that are right here in this valley that I live in. Somewhere within 20 or 30 minutes, but that's in this valley. That's all in this is pretty open out here. So, but there's lots of things within an hour drive from right here to go see. So it'll always be here. So if you can't make it here yet, that's what I'm saying. I want to get this place on the map. I need to put it on the map. So if you got any ideas for me, please let me know. At this point in time, it's probably just more financial than anything. So don't feel obligated unless you just absolutely have it or have abundance. Shoot me with ideas, other ways. I'm open. I've seriously thought about renting out the Rusty Dragon. I don't want to, though. I'd like to keep it open. I don't want that. I don't want to rent that building out. I don't want to rent it to anybody because I want it available for cabin rentals. It is for the ministry. It's supposed to be if people come out here and they can stay here for a week or two or whatever, if they want to stay here, if they're going to come out here, especially if they're coming from like the East Coast or something. So, but it'll happen. And if nobody comes out here, like I said, I have in the next week or so, I'm going to go ahead and put another ad on that homesteaders looking for helpers site, and I'll get plenty of response. I'll get 10 people that would want to come out here, and I'll just say, yep, that's the one this time, and I'll deal with it, and I'll make it work. So, but I'd like to have the opportunity for I'd love to have somebody from this ministry, want to homestead. Somebody's been wanting to do this and come out here and do it too. So there's a lot of availability. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, remember there's no address out here right now. That's what I'm trying to get, Ziggy. It's $275 permit. If anybody wants to pay to get the ministry address, it's a $275 permit to get the address. I have to pay to get the address out here. So I don't have an address, but that's one of the things people constantly ask, where are you at? I don't have an address. Huh? So I don't even know the GPS coordinates of this place. I could just tell you Walled Road, you know what I'm saying, would get you to the driveway on any one of these, GPS, TomTom, Google Maps, whatever, it'd get you to the driveway. So, but it's that's a pain in the, too, honestly, what address? I don't have an address. Huh? So, it's, it's like the other day, on my license, I had to use an old address because you need a physical address on your license. You need a physical address, and you can't use a P.O. box. So one of the benefits of getting on the grid too is that I get the address and then I can have a mailbox. I don't have to drive 13 miles to go check my mail. I can go 5 miles at the end of the highway there, at the end of the road up to the highway where the mailboxes are at. And I think eventually they will put mailboxes down this road. I think eventually they will. When they get enough development on this road, they'll tug those. They can make it on the route. They will. I'm almost certain they will. It's going to take a little more time. We've had 4 or 5 people to put properties on this road this year alone. Seriously, there's a lot of growth out here. You know what I'm saying? So it's Walled Road, Silver Lake. If you put that, Ziggy, in any platform, like I said, maps, Walled Road, Whiskey Alpha, Lima Delta, Silver Lake, it'll give you to the driveway, one side of the driveway or the other. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, there's, like I said, there's not, we don't have a lot. I don't eat any restaurants here in town anymore. So I just don't. I mean, I haven't been to the barbecue place. I'd love to take you there. I've eaten there before, but just stopped for breakfast. That's Bubba's and his. We have got a barbecue place, so that's another thing eventually that I'd love to do out here. I'd love to get somebody out here that loves food just as much as me, and open up a food place out here. I really would. You could be very successful if somebody wanted to come out here and go into business with me. I know the food industry very well, and I've managed 5-star. I've opened up, built, quite a few um, ground up, restaurant, Pig Lickers, Brothers Barbecue Place, Confusion, the Asian, Mexican, Korean fusion, grilled and fusion food. But there's a way to be successful in this town. You want everybody like you in this town? Open up a food business out here. They don't care who you are. They'll treat you like you're a king. It is what it is. It's a small town. The way to a man's heart or a woman is through their gut. So that's how it works. But anyways, all in good time. Like I said, that's something I could probably almost support off the ministry. That's why I can't wait to get this, legit out here. Totally legit. And that way I can bring somebody out here, not worry about them being here, or not, having somebody have to leave because they're not supposed, and then doubt, and like say, hey, let's do a food cart. Let's do a let's go get that building. There's a beautiful building right now that was a cafe, and it's got like 5 hotels on it. Man, I would love to have that right now for the ministry. That would be such an awesome part to have that for the ministry. It really would have those hotels, those rooms to have for the ministry. And it's right on the lake. It's right up there by, I think it's Pettis Lake, I think is what it's called. Um, Pettis, I think it is. Can't remember that's the lake up there. There's a couple lakes out here. Well, there's Anna Reservoir, Duncan Reservoir, Pettis. I can't remember what the other one is called, um, but either way, like I said, that's a future tense thing out here in this valley. It's ripe. We've lost our restaurants out here. We had some great restaurants out here. We really did, and times have changed. So there's still another restaurant. I just don't support it because I don't support the owners. Um, there are some of these elitists out here, and I don't support people who have their heads so high in the air that they think that their dung don't stink. So um, that's not the way that works, you know. And their prices have gone through the roof. I think it's like $15-$18 for a breakfast there or something like that. And I know it's expensive right now. I've been in the food industry, but you got to scale it down now in this modern world we live in. Sometimes less is more. So that's what I would do. I'd do something very simple. Keep it simple. So I've actually come up with some really unique ideas too. Since I guess the evolution or the of air fryers. Oh no, you can open carry in this state. Now they are, like I said, they passed some stupid uh, some registry, but it's an open carry state. I've open carried for many years in this state. Many states, but um, no, this is an open carry state. You can open carry in Oregon. So um, there is some registry passed here, but most people, a lot of, like I said, the sheriffs aren't supporting some of the stuff that they pass. They've got this new bill that they're trying to pass. I don't think that they do these things with the public where they're trying to ban all hunting and fishing because of animal cruelty. I don't know if you've seen it. It's ridiculous. Like anybody's going to ban hunting, and fishing, you know, or like dispatching a wildlife, or like chickens. It's getting, but I just, whatever, just do whatever you want. That's what you do. You live like a free American. So the only reason, personally, like I said, that I'm getting on the grid is so that when I create abundance, that I can and that I don't get messed with in the future, because I do think they're going to go after people who are not on the grid, because there will be certain, ways to look at this country that we live in. It's becoming a complete police state. They got people out there just kidnapping people off the streets of this country, getting people used to people in vans, rounding people up. Normalization, predictive programming, and they're coming for who next? Who knows who? Maybe it's you. So that's what I'm saying. The best thing to do is to get self-sufficient and have both options. Keep one foot in the system and get one foot out of the system right now. Otherwise, you're going to sit there like a duck in a pond. And then have a skill set, have a group of people where if you had to get on, foot and, or maybe get in some vehicles, that they could go into the woods and still survive and not get so mad at each other and eat each other, pull some weird, I don't know, some reality game show or something. But again, um, talk to me Tuesday. Tell me what your thoughts are. I know in the future, again, I think the only thing that's going to work for anybody who wants to have a life is going to be somebody who has their own system. Otherwise, you're going to be coming into whatever system they create. I don't care what it is, you're going into it. If you do not have one foot out of the system, you are going into their new system. So, and it's here. In many ways, the system is already starting to gobble people up, whether they realize it. So they just need one, it's like a matchbox, a trigger event. They just need one, or like in a dynamite fuse with 1 million fuses coming out of the dynamite factory, and it's just going to take one of them to make this whole thing go off. And that's kind of where this country's at right now. So that's why I'm saying I don't want anywhere near that dynamite factory when this thing goes off. I want to be away from it. So like, oh, boom, oh, look at what we got. The phoenix will rise out of the ashes. Watch. They're going to do it by scripture. So it's not hard to see where this is headed. Again, I know that being out of the system already is benefited me in my life. So now I can do that through the ministry. Now I can use this, ministry to help others, not just myself, but to help other people learn how to do this. And I can do this, like I said, where I'm not worried about, hey, there's this ministry out there, there's people living off the grid. People have done that out here before. And I'm not saying that, in communes and stuff like that, but yeah, no heises, yeah. So, yeah, poly meaning many, and tick meaning bloodsucker. So many bloodsuckers, politics. So. But become your own government. Become ungovernable. How about that, huh? Well, seriously, become your own supply chain. Cut off the supply chain. Cut off the big supply, grassroots, bring that supply chain back closer. Like, for example, if you traded for meat with somebody who grew a cow, chickens, hogs, goats, sheep, and the store shut down, you could always go to them saying, hey, can I get a half a hog? Oh, hey, did you want to trade for some of those silver buffalo rounds you had like last time? Yeah. See, the store doesn't need to be, you can't buy from the store, but you can buy from your local farmer. Maybe you're in with the farmer's market. You found somebody that grows some of the stuff that they don't have or whatever, they don't trade. And you can fill in your holes for what you don't have. Or maybe where that farmer's growing those, braca flour or whatever mixed food, genetically modified cauliflower, whatever you're growing there, and you could bring that supply chain back to, oh my God, the power went out. Not on my property, it doesn't go out. I'm the power company. I control the power, like right now. Like, yeah, we're making power. We got the solar power going. So even if I get on the grid, I'm not going to stop using solar. I won't. I'll just, like I said, I'll just have one main building that has the ability to probably have a washing machine. That'll help a lot out here, just, a triple sink to do, wash in or wash dishes or, and a freeze dryer, you know, and that'll be the main building to keep, like I said, for the, and it probably won't be used, as often as, as most people think, for myself personally. I don't use power like most people use power. It doesn't take long to share the love, but that's what again, my idea is getting this building to use it as like a central facility for the property. It's not going to be that far. It's going to be up at the front of the property. Eventually, I want to be there back in the back, living under, the ground in a geothermal building. You know, seriously, I will build an earthship on top of it, but I want to build that underground house. I already have the storm shelter built. It butts up right next to the storm shelter and goes right up against on the other opposite side of the underground garden, the geothermal garden. So that's where I plan on spending most of my days, is back there on the back property back there. And I'd like to get to the very back of the very back of the property, because there's a big meadow back there and you can't see nothing back there. It's just like a big old huge bowl with mountainous, all around you, and you can't see not a one roof line anywhere of anything. That's where I'd eventually like to go on this property. It's my favorite spot on the whole property. So, and then we bring in the driveway from the other end, of this property, the other 20, you know, but I would need to have people up front and in the back, I'm saying that, and so that we'll get there. I'll get there someday. We'll see. Who knows? I got dreams. How about that? Like Martin Luther King, I got dreams, baby. So, but, yeah. But I'm looking forward to having some of these modern day conveniences that I haven't had out here, because I'm going to be able to use them and I'll appreciate them. You know what I'm saying? I'll appreciate them a lot. Like I said, just not, just be able to plug in, like have an extension cord and not have to go carry buckets of water in and out of the house every day because it's freezing for the chicken water, where I could actually just put it under I wouldn't waste, I'm wasting water by having to carry water and putting it back in an open container instead of keeping it in the 55-gallon drums, or like the 35. I have some 35 with, the chicken nipples on them, and they actually don't get dirty because it's in a contained container. And, you know, um, just lots of little advantages, like I said, when I heard the neighbors say that he's only paying $7 to run 3 refrigerators, his freezer, his interior lights, and he has a couple exterior lights running right now. Couple other things. Plug. He only pays $7. He has to pay a $35 minimum because whatever whatever when you're under $100 or something like that, they charge you like a smaller amount. But then when you pay over, I think it's $100, then that goes away or whatever. But and not with your own private jets. Yeah, no, we're not trying to do no golden toilets, but it would be nice to have a flushing toilet out here too. Yeah, that, like I said, that way with Ziggy comes, he brings the kids, he brings the kids. One of them's got to take a deuce or something like that, and it's a little weird for kids to go in a composting toilet. It's not that they couldn't be taught that, but things like that. I want to have a bathroom up front with that, when guests come as part of the ministry, they can go do a deuce in a flushing toilet. It's not like, that we won't still have cabins out here that will have composting toilets in them. But I'm not going to sit there and run, to every, I don't know. Well, I don't know, because I don't want this to be government funded. This is not a 501c3. You know what I'm saying? I mean, if it was a grant or something, maybe. Whatever, it's for the ministry, going to be given over to the ministry anyways. You're not giving it to me, you're giving it to the ministry. So the whole idea is to put this in the name of the ministry so it's untaxable. That way I die, something happens to me, Ziggy comes out here and he came down here and he loved. He's like, yeah, I'm moving out there, honey. Let's grab the kids. Let's go out there. we can stay at the ministry until we can get on our feet. There's buildings out there. There's washroom out there. There's, freeze dryer, and pastor's gone. Something happened to him, but now we can still go out there in the ministry here to serve the people. The ministry is supposed to serve, you know what I'm saying? So at this point in time, if a grant or something, I would accept a grant, something I wouldn't have to pay back. Now, because again, I'm not saying that I wouldn't pay somebody back if it was somebody to even take a loan. I don't have credit to take a loan. I just don't. My credit isn't that kind. I just don't. So I own my land, I own everything, but I don't. But like I said, it's not that I wouldn't. It's not that I wouldn't. I'm not too proud, so appreciate it. Bring it up because Vernon, I asked for people to come up with other ideas, so I appreciate any idea that you have. I need to swallow any kind of pride that I have at this point and humble myself and whatever, not give unto Caesar what is to Caesar, right? And give unto the Most High is one unto the Most High. So that's what I would have to say. And actually, Vernon, before you came in here, I was supping with Father, and he kind of made me prognosco. He kind of gave me a foreshadow that this discussion might come up. Not what you said in the government, but just in a sense, I got a kind of a premonition is not, but I appreciate that I was asking for ideas, what I'm saying? I said, maybe if it was a grant, what I'm saying? Maybe if it was a grant, what am I, who do I care? I'm not, it's not for me. The whole idea is to get this in the ministry, rezone it, and probably rezone it residential, like R2 or R3 or whatever. So we could put 5 or 6 buildings out here. And that way, if I wanted to take and put in 2 or 3 more septics, you know what I'm saying? That I could, I could do that through the rezoning. Because right now it's zone AG2, which works because it's a homestead. And that's fine. With a homestead, I could have a family of members here that, 3, 4, 5 people, a family, single dwelling, pretty, like I said, that's not overdoing it. Family of 4 or 5, that's, I'm saying that's, but you start having 10 people out here, and wouldn't that be beautiful? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, don't worry about it, guys. Like I said, it ain't nothing to, like I said, sometimes things don't go through. This is a shadow ban chat, so sometimes you won't see things. I don't get to see comments sometimes. That's a part of this ministry. It is. The chat on this thing is really hard. You know what I'm saying? But again, I appreciate any ideas. Thank you, Vernon. Thank you, Ziggy. Appreciate anybody who can give any ideas to this, and I've got to be willing to accept things that I didn't think about, and that is something that I didn't think about. I thought about asking other people, and people would come up with something that I didn't think about, but I didn't think about that. So I appreciate it because, like I said, before I came in here, I was supping with Father and, going, hey, look, Father, I don't want to come in here and grift anybody. And as a pastor, you're not supposed to be gaining, that's not the way a church is, but I want to have the discussion with people, and I'm hoping that somebody can give me some other ideas because I have an open mindset, but somebody will show me something that I haven't seen. So thank you, Ziggy. Thank you, Bern. I appreciate anybody who's given any time to this conversation. Okay. I'm trying to game theory it out. So I appreciate it. It's, we're kind of anti-government here, but what would it matter at this point? It's not for me to gain. I have a whole nother property that I need to pay off before I can really start, what I'm saying? I need to keep my mind open. I don't want to do anything illegal. I'm not looking to do anything because I don't want this ministry. There's no such thing as cursed, but cursed with bad funding, bad donations. You know what I'm saying? I'd rather work at it like I've been doing, and I already got the ministry. Remember, I asked for one-time donor. Remember, I needed $27,000 to pay the ministry, or whatever. I can't remember what my final payout, but the 47 was the total. I needed that to pay it off. And I said, look, I don't want $100 donation. I don't want a $50 donation because I want you to spend that on you. If you can only give me $100, not that I want to be ungrateful, I would rather you take the $100 and spend it on you. Give it to somebody in your area. I need a single donor, and I was able to make it happen. Remember, I sold land, I sold vehicles, I sold things. I was able to make it happen. So I may be able to make this happen on my own. I'm already going to be able to front the cost of the permitting. I've already purchased the power pole. I've already purchased the power box. I've already, there's conduit. Uh, Conduit might be a little bit issue, but like I said, I've already got, some of the things here. So I'm going to be able to swing a portion of this. The only thing that I think I'm going to struggle with is the actual building. And it's not that, yeah, you guys, like I said, don't let Vernon, you guys, seriously, it was, like I said, it's just a mistake. That's what happens when you start arguing with the moderator. You'll get moderated out of here. That shit is kept it to a minimum. I try to keep the pressure to a minimum. So, all right. So I appreciate it though. But like I said, it was a question that I'm looking for. I am okay to open to any idea other than anything illegal. Okay, guys, I'm not going to go sell my body or do something. Yeah, I don't know what color meant, so that's okay. That's why you have the wrench. You know, he could have left it alone. Like I said, he's just a little personal there. I don't know what that was all about, but thanks for dealing with that. We don't need any of that. Like I said, he'll be able to come back again. Ziggy's not going to personally take and condemn that, whoever Vernon was. So that's something, Eugene, that I've wanted to do out here. I would really like to do that. I'm a prior veteran. I'd love to teach people how to homestead, how to people teach people how to live off grid, teach people about solar, wind, teach them about animal husbandry. Lots of different things out here that, like I said, as a military veteran, I know, first aid. I'm a prior police officer, so I know a lot of, first, responder, CPR. Just there's a lot of skill sets on how to set up fall traps and leg traps and, different snare, just different things, way to do water filtrate. There's so many things that I'd love to do out here. Eventually, I'd like to get somebody out here like that. You know what I'm saying? Um, to come out here and do that with me. Let somebody spring out here. This is a perfect property to learn how to live off the grid, learn how to live off the grid, learn how to freeze dry food, learn how to grow food, learn how to grow food in a non-conducive climate, learn how to grow food under the ground, learn how to live under the ground. Not, you know what I'm saying? Um, but these are things, these are good skill sets that you're going to need to have in the future. With everything gets taken from you, what do you have then? Can you make it on your own without a drive-through, without convenience? Most people are very unequipped to make it without having, you know, if they don't have a lighter, they're not going to start a fire. They're going to die. They're going to run. They're going to wander in a circle and get lost. They have no land navigation skill set. So I'd love to teach survival skills, land navigation, how to read a compass, how to shoot a back azimuth, how to do, some of the basic skill sets that everybody should know, some of the ways of the old, going back to learn how to do canning, pressure canning, again, learn how to, water glass, do all different skills that, uh, well, you can still, like I said, you can still 9-6, you can still go the area that you're at. I'm going to give out this website. I don't really like Facebook, but the Facebook has one of these groups you can join. It's called Homesteaders Looking for Helpers. So maybe you just want to go volunteer a little bit of your time with somebody that could use some help and learn a skill set. Maybe they'll give you hands in their garden. They'll give you some food. That's a great way to get some good organic food. Go help one of these homesteaders. I'm sure there's somebody close to you nearby. And off that group, careful, it's half, half and half. You hear horror stories, but about half of the horror stories you hear have people that are super successful, and it's super amazing opportunities because there's a lot of people like myself who have homesteads that just don't have the extra hands. And I give it to all those. That group is one of the most amazing things I've ever come across in my entire life, because it shook me and woke me up to let me know that I'm not the only homesteader out there that has been long and hard in the tooth of working at this and just hasn't had the hands to help. And there are people who are doing even way more than I'm doing. I give hats off to some people how um, strong that they are in their will to just, I mean, they're doing it, man. And like I said, there are people who do not take no for an answer. They grow in their next door neighbor's yard. They rent it out because they want more room. They grow tomatoes in a bucket, in a 5 gallon bucket. They grow herbs on their windowsill. They don't take no for an answer. They're always trying to grow something to get their skill set up. And there are hungry people out there. That's what that beautiful that group is. There are a lot of people on that group, just so you know. Um, there is a tremendous of people right now that are getting kicked out of their houses, moving out of the cities, and um, seems like some people are using that site to try to find a house to live because they're getting kicked out. So be careful. But that doesn't mean that you can't give somebody a tremendous opportunity. You know, when I have somebody come out here, I'm going to make sure I screen the living piss out of them. I'm going to talk to them on the phone. I'm going to ask them all the hard questions, and I want to make sure we put it down on paper, that there's paper behind it. That way nobody can mess anybody over. And they changed the squatter laws in this state. So nobody's just going to come out here and squat on this property. If they don't work, then they're going to have to go. If they work, that's great. Like I said, I'm not really, I never wanted anybody to, I didn't do this for a gain. I did this to give people opportunity. Um, I don't get opportunities like that in my life. Opportunities uh, are made in my life. Opportunities don't just fall in my lap. That's not like that for some people. Some people, they have opportunity after opportunity. Not We don't all get the same measure. So I just happen to be one of those people that supplies the opportunity. Like I said, charity works both ways. When you're helping somebody out, you're lifting somebody up. Father loves both of that. Helping the person and the person being lifted up. He loves that. Charity is most, that is it's truly, it's in agape love. It's one of the highest forms of love. Agape love is the highest form of love for Father, to be charitable. So with the agape, with the gospel more than anything, but when you can provide these other things for people, like you said, when you clothed him when he was without clothes and he was cold on the streets, you clothed me. When he was without food, and you fed him, you fed me. So do not judge them by their cover, you'll know them by their fruit. So um, like I said, I'm going to probably go ahead and you know next week I'm going to make it a point to put an advertisement as we get closer to this. We got snow out here this, right today, but we're going to get closer to spring. I'll build close better with people not having to have, tons of firewood to get them through a whole winter. And we're going to be in the spring before you know it. So it'd be a good time to have people out here to see how they work a little bit of, the end of the winter, bring them into the spring and then into the summer, and see if they're ready to stay here for fall. See if they're ready to ride out a full winter out here. So, um, it should be, again, it should be something yeah. I give it freely though, Gene. I give it free, Eugene. I give it freely though. I don't want to gain like that. Like I said, I want to give, and people are more than welcome to come out here and learn and just go glean. I appreciate it. Like I said, I have to make an income, but I'm working on that. The income that I'm truly trying to bring in for the income is going to come off the cabin rentals. Like I said, and then I'll get to enjoy having people come out here and enjoy the property. That's my idea, is the property gets used. 20 acres, I never ever in my entire wildest dreams ever thought that, and I have another 20 up the road, and I just sold that 20, and I sold the other 5 that I had 65 acres. I thought 5 was and that's what and if I'd ever had a dream, it would be that 5 acres. And now here I sit on, 40 acres with the property up there, 20 here. That is a substantial amount of property to have, and at your usage. And so I'm wanting to see other people have the ability to use this property, and that it gets used as the ministry, that people come out here and eventually they will. I just need to up the amenities a little bit, like I said, make it a little harder for people to come out here when there's not, flushing toilets and, running water. But that you can have that. Even if I didn't go on the grid, I could still do all that. All of that's possible to do off the grid. Just because you're off the grid doesn't mean that you can't have all the amenities that you have in any city. You just own the system. You own the power company. Not like some people who are powerless. I think Patrick, he might be powerless. I think he's one of these under the sea SpongeBob, one of these kind of people. Too much television, too much entertainment. So um, I'm not sure what's up with him. So chooching on the meat cigarettes, I think, is what his problem is. So chooching on the meat cigarettes. So I don't know what's going on, where this guy is picking his peppers from, or his cucumbers, or whatever he's picking there. But anyways, but no, excited again to spring to get here. Looking forward to, it's going to take some work to get this done, but after this is done, it really will open up and allow this ministry to flourish. And I think you'll see some huge improvements in this ministry. Just as far as, again, I'll be able to get hooked up to a solid state internet, and I'm not going to do Wi-Fi. No Wi-Fi allowed on the property. Nope, no Wi-Fi. Nope, that's one of the rules. You got to sign a condition. You can't have Wi-Fi. So you got to have hardwired internet out here. So, but once we'll get a better source of internet when I'm not doing this off a 4G phone, because I don't even have a 5G phone. Get some better quality live streams going, get some better content, film the homestead as well, film what we're doing out here. And those channels are super popular right now as well. Homesteading and preparedness and survival and all that, kind of like Eugene said. So hopefully it will add value to the ministry itself, but not to gain. Financial is something we've pretty much already taken care of. Once the it's kind of funny that once this next chunk on this basically almost last step of the ministry that is taken, the ministry doesn't need to make money at that point. It'll already be paid off. See what I'm saying? Everything will be owned. So it won't need to produce money. Any money that it can produce will be able to produce things like freezer bags, like the Mylar bags, to send you food with. That all costs money. If you want food in the mail, for me to send you food in the mail, which I'm sure you'd love to have some organic chicken from the high desert out here, grown with organic feed, or maybe freeze-dried eggs, or maybe lamb, because we've got leg of lamb, or whatever else that we're growing out here. Maybe we've got extra vegetables, because I do plan on still gardening, above ground gardening, and having this below ground geothermal garden. Don't you want to receive that? Well, once I have these, this last chunk paid off, what I'm saying? Nice. Yeah, no, the weather sure has changed. It's flipped a little bit. They just, East Coast has been getting pummeled. So looking forward to that, guys, again, too. It's something, it's not like, hey, where's this pastor coming off with this? No, this isn't new news. This is something we've been already working at for years out here. So we're just going to actually finally, drop the hammer on this and pull the conditional use permit and force my hand to do this. Where I lack right now is some funding, but it's okay, because I will work my tail off. This will force me, not overdo it. You know what I'm saying? I won't. This is something I can obtain, even if nobody chips in a single dime. I do believe I can make this happen on my own. So don't feel obligated at all. Okay. But I'm going to continue to talk about this, and maybe there will be a donor that would like to help out the ministry. So it's not something that is, again, that I have zero expectations. I don't like the word expect. I wish I could take that word and erase it, put it from my vocabulary. So I never said it again. Talked about it, said it. I don't expect. I don't want anybody to expect. Nobody should expect anything. I don't expect anything for anybody else. I have zero expectations on this rock. I make zero plans. I only prepare. So I'm preparing to put the property on the grid and have abundance. And when having that ability to have, purchase the freeze dryer, that's going to be able to secure no waste out here. No waste. I don't like to waste things. I do not like to waste things at all. You know what I'm saying? Yes. ZEP. I only use the interlinear Textus Receptus, meaning the accepted text. Interlinear means it's written in both Old Testament Hebrew and New Testament Greek. It's the scripture that I normally hold up right here. And it's probably not going to have this cover. It'll have the cover with like the Omega symbol on it, but it's the same inners. There's no difference on the inner writings between this one. It'll look like this on the outside. It'll have this same cover on it, interlinear, and it's because it's coded with the Strong's Concordance. The Concordance is the one where it's got the one word that pulls out. That's why it's coded by the number, coded by the number through the Strong's. There's the Young's Concordance and the Strong's Concordance. This means you can one word study it. You pull out, you define the word first. You get the definition of the one word. You study judgments. It's said 15 times, right? Here it is in your concordance. It pulls out everywhere it's said and it puts it in a separate book for you. I call it a cheat code because you take and you use that because I don't know where everything's at in the scripture. I'm not a walking concordance like Jim Brown, okay? He literally, speaks Hebrew. He speaks Greek. I can speak the gospel in Greek. I can speak the gospel in Hebrew, define the word, but I don't. He can. This coding these by the numbers allows you to study the one word so that you can study like judgment, so that you know that we are actually under this covenant. We are to judge righteously. Do not judge them by their cover. You'll know them by their fruit. So you have to judge them by their fruit, right? Do not condemn them, right? Do not judge them by their cover, right? I will condemn them, judge them with righteous judgment. So if you start actually studying the word judgment, the word is going to come alive. When you study one word at a time, you start learning the meaning. Because when you take that concordance and it pulls out the one word, here it said 15 times, it's here in Genesis, it's here in Kings, it's here in 2 Samuel, here it is in, Thessalonians, here it is in, who said it? Then you go back and you look for where it's at. And instead of just reading the one sentence with the word and who said it, you go back and study 2 or 3 passages before. Oh, there's that word that I studied, judgment. There's the sentence that I read, and 2 or 3 passages. You're starting to understand the context of the word. Then that word comes to life. You're like, oh my God, that does not even mean what I thought. I know. It really means a lot different meaning, because the meaning back then, when you say it's cool, now people, that's a good thing. Cool was like a cool winter breeze, or you want me to get you a jacket? No, it's fire, man. Or fire, like what? Like the sun? All the language is completely different back then. If you said, hey man, that's flipping sick. Did you see that? People like, okay, hold on. Let me go get the Catholic priest. See, you got some holy water. He must have a demon. We'll sprinkle some holy water on him because he's flipping sick. Get it? They did not speak back then. So it's very important that when you start studying these words, that this book is full of parables. You know what an idiom is? You know what an idiot is? Those are 2 different things. An idiot and an idiom, this book is full of idioms. Cultures, customs. Better be studying the maps of the time. Names have not been changed to protect the innocent. They're not here to protect you. You have to do this on your own. So when you have a brain that's hardwired to want this so hard that your brain is just like on turbo mode, it's better to slow down and study one word at a time. Learn the word's definition. Learn the context of how the definition first, who's saying it in the context of how it's being saying, that word comes to life. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you do. You need to take a trip a little bit. Wow, yeah, get out of London. Yeah. Seriously, I mean, not that that's not love to go there, or there's any, but yeah, travel if you can, while you can. The captain does not put on the fasten seatbelt sign. If you can, I would recommend you travel right now. Seriously, if you could, the captain does not put on the fasten seatbelt sign. They haven't started that real ID nonsense. This is a good time to go take a trip. Go eat some tacos in Ecuador. I don't know, go to the Philippines. Or go to Thailand and have some pho, or Vietnam, have some pho, or go have some pad see ew in Thailand or something, Tacos. Well, tacos. I only eat tacos on days that end Y. So taco daily, baby. So, but anyways, that is the interlinear Texas Receptus, and no problem. I'll always take a pause for the ministry. That's a good question. The reason that I study this book is because this is the one that they canonized in the 12th century. You know what I'm saying? Well, yes, they will. But remember, the third temple is a spiritual temple. It's not a physical temple. Although everything is there on the map to build the third temple. Will they? Absolutely. They'll do everything in the physical. But there is no physical covenant under this new testament. But that's okay. It doesn't mean that they will not do the physical temple, the physical rituals, the physical Antichrist. There is no physical Antichrist. The Antichrist is a spiritual Antichrist. It's a spiritual Israel. They are inwardly spiritual Jews. So, but good question. Will they build it? Absolutely. Field of dreams. If you build it, they'll come. So, hey, whatever. I think that's an excellent question. But the true answer is: will they? Do they know that it's a spiritual temple? Absolutely. But are they going to do the physical rituals anyways? Absolutely. Absolutely. There are Old Testament, Torah, old laws, of the flesh. Paul said, remember, under these writings, wrestle in Ephesians 6, wrestle not against flesh. We're not bound by Old Testament laws of Aaron and Levite or Moses. No, we're not. This is Jew and Gentile, man and woman. Not bound by ritual or fee or celebration or fine. We're not to do any of these things. As a matter of fact, you want the truth, I'm going to give it to you. So that's what I'm here to do. And I pastor and guard his commandments. That's what he said to do. If you love me, guard my commandments. Don't let anybody change a jot or a tittle, especially you. I am my own worst nightmare. I will have my name blotted out of the book of life. Not anybody. Somebody might do something to me, but that's between them and Father. What will I do to them? Will I react in vengeance? Or will let Father deal with them? Who are you outside of the internet? Who are you outside of your social space? What kind of person are you? Who are you when nobody can see you? When only Father's around? When it's just you and him? That's what he's really looking at too. If you deny me in front of your friends and your family and your workspace or MySpace, your whatever book or whatever web that you're on, I'll deny you in front of my Father. So don't take the shortcuts, especially when it comes to the gospel, especially when it comes to the spiritual Hokadesh, or you'll fall for the flesh. And then you rip the Hamashiach down from the tree that he hung on. You put yourself under the old laws of Moses. Guilty. Done it. Been there. Done it. So I won't do it anymore, though. Wrestle not against flesh and blood. I know where my battle lies. Spiritual wickedness. Heaven is not above your head, and high places not above your head. It's not what heaven is. Fallen doesn't mean from the sky. Fallen means fallen from the word. It means you're not doing Father's will. You're changing, you're adding, you're perverting, you're taking, you're warping, you're twisting, you're having your way with it. You're cheating, you fornicated with the world, and now you will receive your judgments according to the measure you pour out. So that's the word, and that's how the word works. It's a just. He will pour out a just measure when he returns. So remember, I only eat tacos on Y, just days that end in Y. Tacos. So hey, you got to change it up for a minute. Can't be all business all the time. So take a vacation. Go have some tacos. But go have some Israel. That's not Israel, the scriptural Israel, the Revelation Testament. Remember, that's not Israel, his bride. So go to Israel. Go anywhere you want. Who you support? Jesus? Who's Jesus? I've never seen that before. Jesus. There's no such thing as Jew because there's no J's in the Old Testament, brother, sister. So there's no such thing as a Jew. People are idiots. There's no J, in Hebrew, Aaron and Levite. So look at all these English names, John and Jesus, and Jacob, Jingleheimer, Mark and Matthew and Peter and Paul. Oh, this is like the Kiss band, huh? Peter Piss, Chris Pace called Paul Stanley. So my bad. Hey, it is what it is. This dialect that these people speak, this dead English language, it's American is what most people speak. American. They don't even speak formal English anymore. My dad would beat the snot out of me if I said yeah. So do you deny that? Your questions are half questions. So anyways, these people are lost in space, brothers and sisters. Their God is somewhere over their head. They think they die and go to the sky. That's the world I live in. They're spinning. They're spun. Spun, that the Hebrew word is froward. Froward in English for you. Froward. Froward. You frowarded my agape, he said. That means to add, change, warp, twist, pervert. They don't speak any Greek or any Hebrew. So you'll know them by their tongues, right? No such thing as speaking in tongues. To you. So whatever, this ministry is not like any other ministry you've ever been to. So go take your other religious, like America, that makes no sense, and go somewhere else. I don't sup with vipers. Do not cast my pearls. Pearls is your prize, your treasure. Where do you put your treasure? You put it in these earth is the rule. These earthly things. This earthly tongue, your earthly alien tongue. You live on the alien earth. Alien. That's alien means foreign. They used to call them illegal aliens when I grew up. Now they're immigrants. Can't call them immigrants. You got to call them migrants. They call them newcomers. Now they're kicking them out of here. A nation of immigrants kicking out all the immigrants. See, America makes no sense. America, the bad guy. Unless you're in America, right? Then America's the good guy. Only in America. So, America, like the Gulf of America, huh? I love how David Devine, he always says it that way. The Gulf of America. He always says it that way. So, anyways, I don't know who was asking again about the interlinear. Hopefully that answered your question for you. Interlinear Textus Receptus, canonized in the 12th century, defined every word that was in it. It's an old book out of the 12th century. I don't study out anything else anymore. It's a waste of my time. I want the truth. That's the word aletheia. So I don't want something that's translated. That is called transliteration, means no change to the definition, no change to the letter. That's a yod. Translation means it's been changed. Translation. That's your own version. I could say to whisper in your ear, I took the Beverly bus down to Beverly Boulevard to Barney's Beanery to buy a bowl of beans. And you could whisper that, down the line, the train, it never comes out the same on the other end. That's called translation. So, like, you cannot take Hebrew and then translate it Aramaic and English, right? It gets lost in translation. It's not the same. So I warn you of all these bastardized, well, whatever, they're cheated. They're outside of marriage. You know what I'm saying? People don't love the word. They love the world. They're spinning. Remember, at 1,040 miles an hour? Leave them alone. They think it's 2026. It's not 2026. These people are lost in space. There's no such thing as space. No such thing as free will. No such thing as accepting Christ. No such thing as being saved. No such thing as luck. No such thing as Lucifer. That's a word never ever written in Scripture. Why do you use that word Lucifer? Who the hell is Lucifer? Hell's not below your feet, neither is heaven. It's not above your head either. The kingdom of heaven is written on the hearts of the bride. That is the prize. That is our treasure. You can't serve two masters, remember? Your alien tongue, no such thing as speaking in tongues. No luck. Do you live in that world? Is there luck in your world? There's no luck. There's no free will. No such thing as freedom. How's there freedom? Everybody's in debt. Free will, you mean? No, it's called self-will. There is no free will. Saved, you have to die to be saved. And he hasn't come back and picked up. He hasn't returned. Remember, I'm going to redeem. I'm going to receive my bride. The wedding, I'll call out in the book of life my teeny tiny flock. Just a fraction of all flesh this time. Not just Aaron and Levite, but a little, straight is the gate. He tells us to enter through the straight gate. Remember, straight is the gate. Narrow is the word hados. Narrow is the way. Narrow. The only way to the Father is through the narrow way. To the Son is through the Father is through the Son, right? To the Father is through the Son. You see how you get there? People are lost. That's what religion does to them. Makes them space farce. You know, they think they're going to die and go to the sky. Where does it say you die and go to the sky? So that is nonsense. Get away from me. You're fallen. Fallen doesn't mean from above your head. God is a title. There's no such thing as God. No such thing as the devil. Where do you come up with these words? None of these were written in the original text. This is why I studied the text that I study. You study text that says all these foreign, alien. There's no such thing as aliens. Alien is a word. Alien means foreign. No such thing as ghost. The word ghost is Hokadesh. That is Father. So Father is ghost, but there's no Casper the Friendly Ghost, or no, you're being sensational. Fairy. Fairy is a Celtic demon. A demon is a distributor of fortunes or lies to others. An idolater is a distributor of fortunes or lies to self. See how that works when you start defining the words that come out of your face? Changes the whole perspective when you start understanding the definition of what the words that you speak. Words. Father is the word. You got to be in love. Love is the word agape. 2 John 6 is to walk and follow. It tells us in his commandments, and he commands us to bear witness and take up and be crucified. Not loved by the world, but be hated. Does the world hate you? Well, then get away from me. I hope the world hates you. You can hang out with me then. World, are you spinning on a ball? You one of these ball camp people? Where does it say that? Do you know what the word planet is? Father didn't create planets. Planet is not something. You don't live on a planet. You don't live on Earth. People live on planet Earth, and it's 2026. They celebrate the New Year's in the middle of the winter. That's everybody you know. Welcome to my world. Remember, do you WORLD world, or you WHIRLED world? Corkscrewing and spinning on a ball. Block, rock. I think of geometry. Are you spinning? Kind of like magnetism. You take copper and you wrap it around a magnet and you spin it. It makes electric. Did you know that? That's old technology that's been around for millions of years. Imagine that. Thinking that this the first time we've had the worldwide net, huh? First time we've had a light. I think you need turn on a little light in your head. You need a little bulb going, whoop, hey, hey. Did you have an epiphany? Serendipity? Eureka? I don't know, whatever you call it. So, but it's called revelation. Did you have a revelation? To reveal, to pull off the cover, to lift off the cover, to remove the veil, to reveal the truth. Different than any ministry you've ever been in, isn't it? So, you want to support the ministry, come back when you have more time. Add to the chat. Add something that's worth. So, don't put any false truths in here, and we won't have to clean it up. Swine, pig, dung, and throw you out of here. So, we won't condemn you. Father gets to separate the wheat from the chaff. We judge with righteous judgment under this covenant. So, we're not one of these lollipop religious people telling people you're not supposed to judge. That's what religion does to people. Remember, study with your concordance. Concordance, imagine that. Coded with the Strong's Concordance by the number. Study by the number, one word at a time. Like there are 7 shofars, 7 horns, 7 ram's horns before the final trump. Remember, the final trump. Play a little reveille. You can't get them up by. Good stuff. All right. Well, hey, let's continue on. Waste not, want not. I'm a minimalist. I live out here in the middle of the desert. So trying to, at this point in time, put this property on the grid so that we can keep the waste to a minimum. We can put a freeze dryer out here. I haven't even included the cost of the freeze dryer, but that will help this ministry tremendously. And for the people who come back to the ministry on a regular basis, who show face here, spend a ton of time here, I want this ministry to be able to give back to the ministry. to the bodies that are here, to the people who come here on a regular basis. I cannot wait to the first day that I take a trip to the post office and send out our first package. We'll do it live if we still have the live stream. So we'll do it live. Hey, we might be able to do this before the end of, end of fall here, you know, be sending stuff out by wintertime. Won't that be awesome? Maybe even before then. Maybe we can send stuff due through the spring and through the summer too, if we get enough, abundance of extra eggs and things like that too. Totally possible. We'll see how Father shapes this. Like I said, there's a lot to be had out here, and I'm about, I'd say about 7/10 of the way there right now. So we need that other 3/10, and we'll be able to finalize this thing and be able to produce a tremendous amount of abundance out here. So if I'm not going to Ecuador and I'm not traveling and I'm not leaving the country and I'm not even leaving the state and I'm staying here, this is what we're going to do with this plot of land here. We're not going to sit this 20 acres just let here and go to waste. So if I can't do this, then I'll bring people out here. I will start renting out these buildings. You know what I'm saying? I is having them here for the ministry available. I have a whole separate property that I'd like to end up putting people who hip camp over on the other property, which is much more remote now at this point. There's just too many structures on this property. There's nothing on that property right now. So I want to develop that property as well eventually, like I said, too, so that I can have, another hand over there on that property so they can have some remoteness if they don't want to be here. And it's only 3 miles down the road. They can literally work both properties, so to speak. It's not that far away from each other. We're talking about 3 miles away. So just right down the road from here. So again, looking forward to future tense, to having some visitors out here. I think this will open up the ability, and like I said, having an address will make things so much simpler. It really will. And it's not like I have to, have the address, but it changes a lot of things. It really does, from the perspective of the county and with future tense, with what I think is coming down the road. Like I said, I do think that there is um, a slug of people are going to be coming out to this valley to do exactly what I'm already doing already, and some of them are going to not have any option. They're just going to take what they have left because this market is turning down. The real estate market's turning down. The dollar is getting weaker and weaker. I don't care what the Dixie price compared to the euro or the yen or, not the yen, my bad. That's not compared to the yen. This basket of other currencies, it is crashing. It is the least smelling, dirty piece of laundry in the laundry hamper. So it's not going to be a forever thing. Will the dollar go away forever? I don't think it will ever. But will it buy what it bought? No, that's what we see happening to it. It's literally just ditching. Everybody's ditching this dollar, and they're putting all their money into assets, actually minerals, and we're seeing things like that. This is the age where we're coming into the age of assets, the derivative market and the stocks. And this has happened before in markets where markets go stale. And that's all it is. It's just a cycle. The one thing that's actually happening here is the reserve currency, the ability for the U.S. to sit there and just be able to print and print and print. People are getting tired of it. They know that this bond isn't worth what it once was. It is not the gold standard that it once was. And people are starting to see that, and they're selling off all their short-term debt. And we already know that we have a massive problem with the long term, the 10-year and an inverted yield curve, and the market's overbought and all this. People have no idea what's going on right now. Most people just go to work and pay their bills. They don't realize what's about to happen with the system and what's already happening already. So it will affect them, but it'll probably just affect people more that have money than the people who have very little or if any money. There probably won't have as much effect. That's just the way it works. So they're gobbling up the middle class. That's what happened during the VidCo, the old COVID, or the DeVoc. That's COVID backwards. You get the VOC out of here with that silly little spamdemic that they had. But it wiped out a tremendous amount of small businesses, the middle class in this country. So that's what they're doing again. They're doing it right now with the mineral markets, with the precious metal sector, and they're doing it with real estate and commercial real estate. And that's where we're at in history. So we're about ready to see another downturn correction. It doesn't even have to be a 50% haircut. It could be 20. It wouldn't mean anything to lose 20. We've seen that already. But I'm talking about a substantial turn down, a reevaluation of this market, something big enough that they can bring in a new monetary system. And by that time, you better be in your own system or you'll go in the new system. And I probably won't have anything to do with the new system. I did not like the COVID. I didn't treat people like crap because of it, but I didn't partake in it. I didn't do the VidCo. As a matter of fact, I protested. I held protest against the elected governor. I held protested against Donald Warp Speed with his Javadooski. It is. The whole scamdemic was a scam, letting people know that he was, that the whole thing was, the bringer of the disease and the cure of the disease. The blogs speak for themselves, warned you of the COVID before it was ever a thing. Event 201. Oh, hey, look here, YouTube. They just locked down all of China. There's 11 people dead. And they just locked down. How many people are in China? This is the one that they were. And look at what it turned out to be. Didn't get that one wrong. And I'm this new one that's here already. This one's financial. This one's going to take a long time to, nothing happens overnight. But you will wake up one day and you will go to your bank and you won't be able to use your card anymore. And that's when the government's going to come to the rescue and tell you to download this app and everything go back to normal. They won't even probably need to give people bonuses. Oh, come over here, we'll give you more money. They won't have to do that. All they have to do is strangle everybody's bank account hold it hostage for 2 to 3 days, then come back in with some app that everybody can download, and the world will go on, and everybody will be on the new system, and it won't be the end of the world. It won't be Mad Max, and you'll be all frustrated, won't you? Because you wanted to, go out there and pillage people and take what they had, and, no, you're going to go into the new system, and they're going to give you free income. They will. They already talk about it. In a sense, they already gave you they gave away stimulus checks, free money. They've already done their program, their, get you soft program to what about they're about to do, yeah, that's right. Everything's priced in dollars. El Salvador was using the Bitcoin. Ecuador is probably more, more people, expats living in Ecuador, widely used. You don't take it in the teeth for the exchange rate, and absolutely Panama. And it is. We have the reserve currency. We have what is known as the central banksters of the inflation, Powell, the whatever, Bernanke, all of this. This has been ongoing deal since Jekyll Island. Back when the economy crashed back in the 1700s, you know nothing about the economics of this country. Most people in this country don't. The inception of the Federal Reserve, none of this. All this fiat, fractional reserve lending, FDIC, bail in, bail out, is here. It's already here. So when you force our dollar to be so strong, what we do is we go to other countries, we instill a central bank, we inflate their currency and rob all the resources. I know, I'm a veteran. I'm going to tell you like it is. I can sit there and blow smoke up your fourth point of contact. That's what this country does. You know what I'm saying? So most people are very unaware of how our economic system even works. It's incredible. The general public thinks that the Federal Reserve that's as federal as Federal Express. Give a man a gun, he'll rob a bank. Give a man a bank and he'll rob the world. I know. J.P. Chase Morgan, remember? $900 $1 million fine for spoofing the precious metals markets, and they're still custodial over the commodities exchange and the LBMA. It's ridiculous. The way the system is set up is a sham, but it's going away, brothers and sisters. Look at the BRICS infrastructure, the Brazil, Russia, India, China, South, all these other nations that have joined. They're building the largest infrastructure known to man. They're rebranding the old Silk Road out of the the Africas, the Asias, and bringing and revitalizing all of that. Not spending $1 US on it. China making all these deals with Canada, Russia, no US dollars. Saudis taking anything basically but the US dollar. They'll take you, but the petrodollar is gone. Put a fork in it. It's done. Guard the OPEC nations. We'll let nobody come. It's over. Put a fork in the US dollar. It's done. Is it gone? No. Is it worth? It's sure, absolutely. You know when the dollar is worth the most? When things during a collapse. That's when they go in and buy things pennies on the dollar. So will the dollar be gone forever? Probably not. I don't think any one of us or in our lifetime will see the true death of the dollar. Not totally. There's too many of them out there. You know, you ever heard that term coming home to roost, like the hens come home to roost? As a matter of fact, I should get up here in a minute and go check on my ladies here. That's what's going to happen with all these US dollars. You think you've seen hyperinflation, things are expensive in this country now, you haven't seen nothing. You know what I'm saying? Yep, that's right. The corporation. People have forgotten how this works. The Act of 1871, literally, you know, like I said, prior to that, taking off the silver standard, literally taking us off the bimetallic standard, you know, where one metal competes against the other. They cannot control the bimetallic standard. That was the first death of this country right there. Seriously, think about what I just told you. Most people don't never consider that. They put us on a gold standard. They can control the gold standard one, but they can't control gold and silver. So that's where the first death of this country started, in my personal opinion, as far as economically. And it's all planned. They do these. They do all these crashes. They ride the cycles like Yuga cycles. Economic and debt cycles are another. They're cycles. Come on, 1929, the crash. Here we are again. Look at the freaking this market's so overbought right now. We're right there again. This market's way overbought, more than it was in 1929. So when I talk about what this repricing coming in, it doesn't even need to crash completely. And at this point, I don't think the market will even crash. I think it's just going to lock up. It's just going to lock up. Like I say, oh, it's not working anymore. Your money's being held hostage. Oh, we got this new system. You can come in and we can relieve the pressure and your money will be right there for you. But it'll be tokenized, digitally blockchain tokenized, digitally tracked, credit scored communism. That's your future. You heard it here first. That's right. Tokenized, digitally blockchain, tracked and traced, credit scored communism. They did it in China. They'll do it here in America. They'll do it all over this rock. It's already here. That's what all this digital, real ID is. Pretty soon you're going to have to prove that you're even alive. Don't tell me that like I said, look at where we're at right now. The computer is verifying if you're a human being. And you're so stinking smart that you live and you have a smart meter. You probably have a microwave and a Wi-Fi router too, don't you? So it's okay, brother, sisters. You're not going to turn goats into sheep. It's not possible. There we go. Bypassing. Yep, no taxation without. They threw tea in the harbor over 2%, brothers, sisters. And I'm not calling for a revolution. I'm calling for evolution. Go around the system. 2%. You got a gross, a net, a state, a federal. It makes me sick. You get taxed on that money that gets 40, 50, 60% of your wages are taxed. Cell phone bill tax, trash tax, food tax. It's all license tax. Everything's taxed. It's all taxed. This is an abomination. There's a corporation. It's not even a country. This is not a country. It is a corporation. They sell your labor, which is known as a bond. They bond you from birth. It's called a merchant number is actually what it is. It's old merchant law. Land, air, and water law. That's why you go see the judge, the man in the black robe and the galley and the swinging doors and this is all water law that you're under. It's actually a trust is what it is. And your merchant number is your bond and they bond you by birth, right? By capital letters. It's the Queen's law. It's old law. You don't even understand. It's whatever who is in here. What's that? Church would probably know. Churchill would probably know what I'm talking about. But this is old. You don't understand. This is Queen's. This is a trust. It was written down on paper. And if you violated that trust, you had to pay back double. And that's what they've done. So they've turned this once constitutional republic, remember the first 13 colonized nation states, Jamestown, into a corporation. way back then, brothers and sisters, this is not new. What we've been experiencing has been going on. You know, they held this country captive 180 plus years. They've been holding silver captive. Price suppression. Same thing with gold. I don't think either of these precious metals are anywhere near their actual real true value. And market value will determine that sooner or later. A free market is the road to freedom. Free markets are, I trade this donkey for that 2 silver ounces, 1 silver ounce, that 1 ounce of gold, that half ounce, that is it. We walk away, we're both happy, we've traded. That is a free market. That determines the price. The price is what somebody will pay. Right now, the price of precious metals is determined by a piece of paper. You know what I'm saying? Well, that's what I'm saying. Prior to the Queen's Law, that's what I was trying to explain to you, Churchill. That's, you knew that's what I'm talking about. This is old law. This is Queen's Law. Reich, like the Scottish Reich in England. This has been going on for a long time, brothers, thousands of years. These same 8, 10, 12 families, Rockefellers, Rothschilds, Gates, DuPont, all these same families have been able to retain these, generational wealth, generally through gold and silver has been the biggest way, because they put it away for generations. Gold doesn't go away. Silver can tarnish, but it holds its value. Okay. And these same 8 to 10 families now hold 50% of this rock's wealth. This is the way it happens every time, brothers and sisters. Every time in every cycle. This is the way it always happens. Nothing changed but this, nothing new under the sun. This is how this works. And that's what I'm trying to explain to you. Anybody who has studied their historical record, scriptural, economic, record would know that this is something that has been done before. The whole clamshell game. There's been 4,000 paper payments, currencies, put into circulation. Chinese were the very first ones to do this. Try it. And every one of them has gone to zero. The only ones that haven't sank are the ones that are currently floating around in circulation right now. And they will go to zero as well. The only thing that's never gone to zero in the last 6,000 to 8,000 years has been gold and silver. Platinum and palladium have its purpose, obviously, with catalytic converters, and some of these have some, but money is gold and silver. Actually, in many places, they call silver money, So I'm not giving any economic advice. You don't have any business being in precious metal sector unless you have a water filter. You have rice and beans. You got extra, potatoes. You got long-term food storage. You got chickens. You got, rabbit. You got a way to protect it. You're out of the city. Then I look into, investing into some shiny dirt. Okay, but I'm not giving any economic advice. You can't eat. You're laying next to a 50, 1,000-ounce gold Comex bar, and you don't have no rice and beans. You ain't gonna care about that gold bar. You're like, man, I should have bought some rice and beans. And when it says they'll throw their gold and silver in the streets, they already are doing it. Monster boxes at a time on people. 500 ounces go in the tip of a smart missile, to get it from its, surface to air missile launch to its final destination. Smart Patriot, 500 ounces. They blow up a whole monster box. Throw their silver right into the streets. On top of children too, women and children's heads, schools and buildings and hospitals and all kinds of, it's already happening. So nothing's changed. This is just a continuation. Rome never died. Look at the head and eagle coin. Look at the currency. So they did a lot of these same things before. So this is just history repeating itself. And the reason why people are making the mistakes is they don't learn from their history. The only thing it takes for evil to flourish is for good men to stand around and do nothing. And that's what I see right now. Most men have no idea what's going on. Men, women, I don't. We're both equally yoked on this covenant. So, what an interesting time to be a part of these days that we're spoken about. Those with less will have more. Those with more will have less. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's where they're headed back. That's what they meant. That's what they meant, church. That's what Klaus Schwab was referring to. He was talking about going back to Rome. You'll own nothing and you'll be happy. Just like Rome. They're all happy. Everybody's all just drinking and partying and giving unto marriage and orgying out. And it was a big freaking orgy fest during Rome. Really was. Big print fest lottery. Same thing. Same thing. It feels very Romanesque right now. I tell people that, but thanks for putting that in the chat. Um, that's what Klaus Schwab was telling us. Exactly right there. You'll owe nothing and you'll be happy. You know what I'm saying? You'll rent it. They'll give you a universal basic income, not enough to own anything, but enough to have a nice, small, meager lifestyle. I'm not saying like China, but maybe some similar as China in a sense that they don't really have poor people over there like we have poor people here. Poor people in China can own a home. You won't own it there, but in a sense, kind of, it's a small little, or whatever, some of the way the real estate market is set up with their tofu construction and some things they never even occupy. It's what they can invest in real estate, but we won't go into that right now. But my point is that's where they're headed. We're going right back. They want to go back to, they actually want to go back to, what is it, 1600s population during the 1600s or 1700s or something like that, 600 million people or something like that. Where the Guy Stone said something. Yep, exactly. Exactly. It was used in the magnetism to spin to make the uranium. That's exactly where all the silver goes. Nailing it, church, nailing it. I've been trying to talk to people about this, but they don't want to listen to me. About all these data mining centers too, how they use up all this silver. There are certain things like in circuitry, like copper wiring and stuff, you can go back in a phone and pull out all the copper, but there are certain applications such as making, weapons grade. When you spin, it uses up. It uses up. You know what I'm saying? Um, it uses up. It gets used up. That's all these data mining centers that they're putting in this panopticon system. It is. It's going to feed the eye, the Oculus, as is above, so is below, with their ether technology and their whole current technology. They're so far ahead of this right now. This world is going to go so fast out of control. You're going to wake up one night and it's going to be near Terminator out. We're going to skip Mad Max. We are. You're going to be wishing for Mad Max. We're going to go straight Terminator out there. No, I know they're there, and next year is going to be massive. Obviously. Oh no, wait, it's this year, isn't it? The 250-year anniversary in 2026. It is. It's going to be nuts. These people are out of control. These people know the scripture so well that they're not going to miss a jot or a tittle in scripture. They're going to make all these things it says in scripture come to pass. All of it, brother, sister. So you better hang on to scripture. And when you see scripture happening right before your eyes, it won't surprise you. You won't be like, oh my God, because this is where we're at. These things were spoken about thousands of years ago. And they are, remember, it says all these things will come to pass before the great and dreadful day of the Lord. So they know scripture. That's why they put it in everything. Television, children, animation, Adult Swim, TV, B-rated, I don't care what it is. Super halftime occult rituals, it's always there. They constantly put scripture in front of your face, but you don't see it. You wear rose-colored glasses. Obey, consume, obey. Like Roddy Piper, whatever his name was. But that's the world we're living in right now. It's very utopic. It is a police state. We live in America in a total police state. They're literally getting people ready to be rounded up in vans. Soft, predictably, you got people cheering for it. Go ICE, go ICE. And I'm like, you're supposed to be the salt of the earth, remember? Earth is the ruled. And melt the ice, but these people follow after this, and they don't realize they're doing exactly what they did during World War II. They're doing it again. World War II equals World War III. The seventh king will be revealed as the eighth king. That's right. The seventh king of Revelation, the one that's locked in the pit, is the eighth king. So you don't have to guess who the eighth king is. The eighth king is the one that's locked in the pit, the one that it mentions in the book of Revelation, in the abyss. Remember, he's got the key to the abyss. So focus. They know where this is headed. It tells that they have to make everything in these scriptures come to pass so they can get the key to unlock the Antichrist. Of course they know the scriptures. The devil is wise. And it's not just one leotarded little red pokey leotarded Jesus or devil Jesus or whatever spandex. It was a third of the messengers. A messenger is the word angelos. Angelos. That is the Greek word. The English word is angel. You want the definition of angel? It is messenger. Messenger. Silver is pretty recoverable metal now. They're getting it from geothermal power plants from the condensed water. Yep, I talked about this already. I knew this. They were going to come up with this. They're also going to use this Hall current technology, geothermal, and millimeter wave technology and frequency, church, because most people, I don't think ever are going to get this, to separate the one of the, the process that it takes. You know what I'm saying? To separate, that used to be the wage, the day's wage. Silver was measured in grains and not in talents. That's a measurement that was changed. If you look on the money, it used to be like, there would be like wheat, like a wheat penny. It had grains on it. They didn't have this eagle and head, and it was measured in grains. So it talks about this in the scripture, brothers, sisters, again, that what it's going to cost to what the wage that you worked all day was a great amount of grains. And it talks about in scripture how it's going to get to where you're going to have to work, all day just for a slice of bread. You're not going to be able to afford any of this anymore. And that's what we're going to see, because that's what scripture says: famine and pestilence, and more of the word. So then food, but you control the food, you control the people, and they know this. So I think about what they're about ready to do is take over all the resources for themselves. And they're going to use the old technology, like to build megalithic structures, frequency, sound, like the word Torah, toroidal field, to separate, like Church was saying, to separate the silver from the rock itself, or like he was saying, at geothermal levels. Data mining centers, you dumbasses. I don't mean to go there and ask as somebody who can't learn. I don't necessarily mean to be dumb, but I'm not trying to insult you, but that's what these are for. Look at where they're laying these on the ley lines. Most of these data centers are tapping into geothermal. Church is on it. He knows exactly. You're not going to fool Church. So if you're in their way, brothers, sisters, you know what I'm saying? And salt, remember? Exactly. Thank you. Salt used to be an actual currency, a form of money. It was clams. Remember shells, the whole shell game? Playing the shell game? It was built off trust, brothers, sisters, trust. So they fought wars over salt, brothers, sisters. Salt has been money. So pay attention. If salt can start a war, you better be careful. It's a detoxifier. There's a reason why your body craves salt. It knows it needs it. Don't listen to your doctors, and I'm not a doctor, okay? So listen to your doctors. Don't listen to me. So I don't know nothing about nutrition. Nope. Take your greatest jab ever. Get your snakes up the pole. Remember it says they'll be fooled by sorcery. Sorcery. You know what the definition of that word is? Pharmakia. I think we've already seen that. The bringer of the disease and the cure of the disease in warp speed, huh? That's Apollyon, Satan. All right, guys, I got to throw some more wood in my wood stove. Let me take a pause here. I got to get this fire going again. We're starting to teeter out. My fan here is going a little slow. I'm off the grid here, so this fan works off the heat of the wood stove. How about that for being efficient? Yep, salary. Exactly. Good stuff. Thank you for your outstanding church, your outstanding comments. Super valuable comments. Outstanding comments. This is the kind of stuff that adds to this ministry. I can't thank enough for people who put in good comments. That's what makes the ministry what it is. It's the comment section. I have learned so much from other people, man. I have learned so much from... I love to study. I am an information hound. But when I seek through the comment section sometimes. Not just the blog itself, what it's about. It's that comment section. Like, damn, I never would have thought about that. Oh, honey, look at this perspective. I never would have ever in my right mind. Look at this angle this person's coming from. So I appreciate your, what I'm saying, good comments, because, man, I've learned so much. People forget in this ministry that there's a lot of people sitting there in the sidelines watching right now. I could literally say there's 8 people and there could be 18, 20, 30 people in this chat is a shadow ban channel. We'll sit in here and 10 people be commenting and it'll say 0. So, all right, give me a minute or 3. I'm gonna take a pause, go check on my ladies out there, see if the snow is melting enough. I'd like to let them out, but I don't want their feet to get cold. I'm a farmer and I've got birds out here, so I don't want my flock to have issues. So give me a moment here. Go take a pause for the cause. Whatever you need to do. Let the dog go out. I can let my dog right here go to the bathroom and get a snack or whatever you do. Freshen your water up, get some ice, and we'll come back and we'll have some more conversation. If you want to support this ministry, you can do it through Cash App or PayPal. It is not obligated. Please, again, do not make a donation to this chat if it would put you out in any way, shape, or form. I'm not grifting anybody. You're more than welcome to come out here to this ministry and spend time out here. There's a lot to be had out at this ministry, and we will. We're going to keep pushing forward for this ministry. So I believe at this point I have almost enough money to pull all the permits and have almost everything I need, almost, other than the house. So I'm looking at trying to get a single wide, like an office building. If you want to make a donation, somebody donated 1% yesterday. It wasn't a small donation because it's going to take a little, I mean, it's not tiny, but it's 1%. So we're on our way. We got our first donation. So if you want to make a donation and help support the ministry and watch what your money's doing out here, that's what we always do with whatever comes in. We'll show you, put your money to work out here. So I'll come back and links are in the description through Cash App and PayPal, Bitcoin, Cash App. Again, do not give to this ministry if it's going to put you out in any way or form. Do not unless you could just throw it away and let it blow away in the wind. Hold on to it. Okay. Do something with it on your own. Go buy a water filter. If you can't just throw it away right now, please don't give to this ministry. We're not hurting like that. We are not hurting like that. If this ministry is never physical, it's always going to be a worldwide online ministry, as long as the interweb's up. And I don't care if it's ever physical. So, but we will, I'm going to try to create abundance out here. We'll talk about that when I get back. Okay. Pastor Revelation, give me a minute or 3 so I can check on my ladies, get my fire going. I might even need to get some more firewood in here. So I'll be back in a moment. All right. Decided to feed the birds a little early today, so I let them out. There's been a lot of snow. Um, oh, maybe 3 or 4 inches, not a bunch, but I just went and cleared out a bunch of area for them to run around a little bit. So the ones have been cooped up and they're used to it, but the other birds are free range birds since I've had them, and so they seemed like they were getting a little cooped up there. So I swept some snow out of the way, gathered the eggs, and gave them, their dinner a little early. So I apologize for the interruption there, but a farmer's got to do what a farmer has got to do. So, all right. So, waste not, want not. What's that mean to you? Put a comment in the chat. What's that mean? Waste not, want not. Does that have any meaning? Have you ever heard that term before? Waste not, want not. Where's that set in your vocabulary? Where's that? Is that a parable? So, have you ever heard that term before? Or hear me okay? We get a 5x5 or loud and clear. Lima Charlie, loud and clear. Anyone? Where's that term come from? So that's where I'm headed. Kind of the discussion of what I'm doing here. I don't want to waste anything. I want to create abundance. And with that abundance, I can give and be charitable with the abundance that I have. In a time where I do think in the future, most people are going to be struggling just to get, $100 used to buy a whole basket, and you could get change back with real meat, real food, not box bagged or can flavored corn syrup poison, but real food. And now you can't even get a bag of groceries for $100. So it's going to get harder. And I'm a very food motivated person, and I've always been that way. Well, I just have a tendency to have to, try to buy things more in bulk and be able to save money by, takes money to make money. I was taught that at a young age. So it's a whole lot cheaper when you buy a half a cow when you buy it instead of buying it, a steak at a time. If that makes sense. So the term waste not, waste. People weren't wasteful. Used to be able to eat the fat off a cow. Now it's all gristly and nasty, and because of supply and demand has a lot to do with it right now. Quality, how the animal was raised. So steroid injection, super cows, and genetically modifying them too, changing them chemically, just doing things to them that wasn't done in the past. So you are what you eat. You ever hear that term? Anyone? Do I need to restart this live stream? Maybe I'll restart it if we don't get any comments here. I know I took a pause here, but I don't want to sit there and just talk. I'll talk to myself. I don't care. I live alone, so I don't mind talking to myself. It's the answering myself that's a problem. No. Last person to say something was church, and that was before I left to go feed the chickens. So, can we, somebody give me some kind of, can you hear me? Are you getting anything coming on the other end? I know this chat can get shadow banned and can't hear anything. Plus, I'm on a 4G phone. So, hey, it's the last. There's no more 4G phones in the system. So I had to go to Ben 3 times to get the phone repaired. But it's back to a regular screen and back to. All right, you guys not talking? I'll come back in here in a little bit. If you guys don't want to have a conversation, refire the stream up. I'm not doing anything right now because it's battery's charged up good. We've got charge on the battery good, so we're good. We're golden. We can go for a little longer. But I don't want to keep going if nobody's gonna make any comments. I'll talk to you. I'll give you give you learn you something. You can learn me something though. I'm all ears. So what's on your radar? Put a comment, put a one in the chat if you can hear me. Put something, or I'm going to end this stream. I'm not going to sit here and continue. Maybe they took my chat away. They do that sometimes. I don't want to sit here. I mean, I like to interact with the chat. That's what makes the stream what it is. So I can go all day long. I don't need to have any. I could shut the comments off and sit in here for days and give you gospel. But Medford. Okay, all right. Medford, good stuff. All right, so we got Karina is in Medford. All right. They call it Spring Tucky, or you know what I'm talking about down there in Medford. So, but Medford's pretty. There's a lot of, it has its issues because it's a city, but it's not like a lot of cities. So, all right. Ryan said it because Ryan's in Oregon too. So, all right. They called it Spring Tucky. So, oh, Ryan knocks it out of the park. Thanks for coming in. Appreciate it. Whatever they do it, like I said, they got it over there, syringe field. So I agree. I didn't say it, but all right. I'm over here in Pegamus Valley, over here in the high desert, higher in the hippie than a B-2 bomber over Iran. So, we've been organized in here. We've got a few of us from the 33 state, the only state, 33. And what a beautiful state Oregon is. You know what I'm saying? All this country has beautiful states, but how abundant we are to be in such a wonderful state. Government, little different issue. The land itself, beautiful. Oh my gosh, what a beautiful place, to spend your days 10-toe in a, like I said, I've been to all 50 states, so I know there's a lot of beautiful states in this country, but Oregon is a prize. It is a gem. It really is a beautiful. I love the high desert. I love the energy over here. The Cascade Range is gorgeous. The other side, the I-5 corridor up and down the all the Cascade Range is just even into Washington. It gets beautiful up there. It's just absolutely all the trees and all the industry. The coastline is gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. It's not the beach, it's the coast in Oregon. It's the Oregon coast. So I'm not from Oregon. I've been organized. Get it? So been to all 50 states in this union. But this is the one that I'm stuck in right now. But that's okay. I don't know any other state that I would go to. Seriously. Or live in. Like, oh, I'm going to go live in this state now. There isn't another one I would live in. At this time, there's not another one that jumps out me going, oh, I'm going to go there. Or, I would live in any state and could live in any state, but I've been to all 50. So I liked Hawaii. I liked Alaska was amazing, but, they both got their issues, but so does this state, but what's going on there, Vertical? So, yeah, we got a few of us in here from the Oregon, the New York City. Thanks for coming in. Wolves baseball 9 like 9 innings, or is it like the 7th inning stretch? No. But yeah, New York, huh? You get it first, like New York on New Year's. Get it because of the time change. Like the Big Apple, All right, the sun rises in the east, sets in the west. Well, I don't know, Vertical. I can't see the your profile picture or anything, so I don't notice from profile picture, unless you have one that just really stands out. Yours pretty dark. I'm vertical. I mean, something vertical, not vertigo, but vertical. So I'm not. Did you have? What was your last name that you had? So I know sometimes people change. The channel used to be Predestined for Light. Now it's High Desert Faith and Truth. It's been that way for years. But Verts, okay, yeah. All right. That's what I remember from. Okay. I do remember you as Verts. So I know who you are now. I remember you've been here for a country minute. So we were just having a discussion. We had Karina in here from Meth. She's from Medford. Well, Medford. Hey, it's Mexican Americans. I'm not saying she is. So, but it's everywhere. You want to be kind of like Visa or Mastercard, right? So, um, but even in this little tiny town I live in, crazy. But Ryan, he's from the north up there, up the I-5 corridor. We're not giving away his exact location, but he's up that up 5 there, the I-5. So, talking about how beautiful, you know, this country has such beauty. The states have so much, nature. This place is perfect when you go get away from society and you get away from the city and all the flashing lights, and there's nobody else around and all you see is Father Nature. It's a near perfect world, isn't it? If you get out more often, right? It's when you turn on that damn television or the interweb, you know what I'm saying? Uh, yeah, Colorado's got some beautiful country too. Absolutely. The Colorado Rockies are staggering. 14,000 feet. You know how this, I mean, those shouldn't even be there. Seriously, what's the height of the Sierra Nevadas? What's the height of the Rockies? Something's a little off there, isn't it? A little crumple factor there or something. So they say they shouldn't exist in many ways. It's not possible, but there they stand. So um, eastern side's a little country, a little dull, but yeah, it's whatever. Farm country can be a little flat, a little, um, but that's okay. There's the states, it's got a lot of diversity too. Like Oregon, there's a lot of beautiful trees and mountains and rivers and fishing and outdoor. Well, we lost the big guy. We lost Toggy. We lost the big guy, but Bone's still with us. Had to put him down. His stomach turned on him, and that's a kind of an old age thing. So probably could have tried to keep him alive, but he would have suffered, and he never did. So it's hard. And I was talking about him earlier on this stream. You'll find me talking about him. So, but he was a puppy. He was the biggest, and we still got Mr. Boat. Mr. Boat. Hey, Mr. Boat. Mr. Bobo. You want to come say hi, Mr. Bone? You want to come say hi? You got to weasel your way up here? He's got to work his way up here. You got to do his magnetic dance here. Oh, he's such a good boy. 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 Dad loves you. Yeah, it's just Dad, and then we lost one of the kitties too. So it's just Dad and the bone now, and the otter boy. But it is what it is. I'm happy to have gotten 13 years with him, like I'm happy to have spent 25 years with my son. So I can't be an ungrateful man. Father gave me a long time, so maybe someday I'll be able to get over it. And, I've been thinking about maybe not getting another cat, because I know Juniper had an awesome relationship with Big. He loved cats so much. She'd go out there and play with him, and he would play with her. And he really he thought he was part kitty. Remember, he had that. What are you doing? What are you doing? But what are you doing? I love those ears. What a good guy. But so we've been trying to just, slow recovery here. Like I said, I've been thinking about maybe getting another cat for Juniper, because lost a cat, Yeah, a lot of people don't think that's, how that's possible, but Tega was much more act like a cat than a dog in many ways. In many ways, my cats act like dogs. Quite, they're so. We're like, dude, your cats act more like a dog. So your dogs act a little more like a cat. But they're both very loving to each other. I love having them, together, and I like raising them both together. They're both service animals in a sense. They both work the farm and do what they're supposed to do out here. So there's a missing out here. It feels different not having big. I constantly think about them. I don't ever, I'm gonna try to keep a good positive. That he only suffered for just a couple hours. It took me to get him to the vet, and I didn't let him sit out here long when I knew something wasn't right. And I mean, I didn't know that that was going to be my last trip with him, but I mean, I knew something wasn't right. So I'm glad I had the funding and spent way too much, to do it, but it doesn't matter. The price was irrelevant, but I'm glad that I had it because um, if I had had the $11,000, I probably would have had him flip his stomach over, which would have been the wrong thing to do. So, um, 13 years old for a dog with his size, with his body cavity size, is a long time, and he didn't suffer um, that long. So, I'm glad to have gotten all the years that I got with the dog that normally dies at 7, 8, 9 years old. Is about as old as a dog that size gets. Just too big. 135, 136, 7, 8. He move around a bit, but he's a big, extra large size category. So, but appreciate you asking. Sure miss him. Like I said, uh, just one of those dogs that'll be irreplaceable. It doesn't matter what I get, I'll never be able to. He's just not this. He's just he was a. I don't know. It's been a while, so lots have happened since then. They threw me in a cage, and I didn't win the trial, and my son is gone still. There's just so much that has things that have just been absolutely horrible. But I am here trying to make the best of my life. With Father gives you, difficult times, you make the best, and you thank Him for all things. So um, timing is strange, but I understand. It's perfect timing. Father doesn't make a single mistake, and so um, I try to be thankful for the time He's given me. Like I said, the time that I have here with you guys, it's always um, appreciated. Again, I get edified from time to time. People make me feel again as if I know that this isn't some channel of you know million subscribers or anything. I don't care what the numbers are. As a matter of fact, they just dropped a lot of people off this channel. Almost a couple hundred people were dumped. Um, they do that from time to time, but yeah, I'm not mad at anybody or anything. Like I said, I have if anybody could be mad, it would be me. But I don't. I'm not mad. I'm not mad. I might have a little PTSD, and that's not an anger. It's just kind of like a more a withdrawal thing for me. You know, I withdraw from PTSD. I don't get angry. I pull back. I'm one of those. So get more quiet. It is what it is. I'm a loner. I live alone anyways. You know what I mean? I live out in the middle of nowhere, and I don't have any friends or family like that. So I live a very isolated lifestyle. So when I lose an animal like, you know, big or something, it's tough to swallow, but we move on. Death is something that's part of every one of us are going to face that day. So um, I'm thankful though so much that I got to spend time with my son and with my with my big dog, and that I'm still here to share the gospel, and I'm not. I broke my back. I don't know if I don't think you might not know that, but I've been having some physical issues and couldn't quite figure out what was going on. And I knew it was something pretty big. And I ended up having issues because I quit eating bread and pasta, and I don't eat sugar. And so my body wasn't producing any insulin. And so that was having a lot to do where I was confusing it with the vertigo. and a little bit, and then the sciatica. And so it's more of that now than it is because I've got that under control with diet. I just actually started eating a little bit of bread again, and it went away. I just cut it all out like really quick. So, but I have a compression fracture in my L3 vertebrae, so it's slowed me down a little bit. As much as I went, oh, I'm 100% and I'm going to go forever, and I feel like I'm 20 years old. I don't feel like I'm 20 years old anymore. I just don't. So, and there's a reason why. And it's like what's going on with my son. I do better when I tell myself that I'm not okay, because it's okay to be not okay. It doesn't mean that it's the end of the world and and I'm getting depressed. It just means that I'm being real. Um, but same thing, when I admit that something's wrong, I can deal with it, and start to figure out where my issues lie. So I'm glad like I said, I don't like going to the doctor. All the bills are sending me, and supposed to be trying to get this ministry on the grid, not being paying doctor bills. But I don't care. I'll send them $1 a month, or whatever, dollar a payment or whatever. I don't care. I'll whatever it is. But the reason why I don't like going to doctors, they're just too damn expensive. $3,000 or something for blood work is ridiculous. But I haven't even gotten the bill for the uh, back, X-rays, and they took several of them. So I don't like going to doctors. So too much money, and I don't like giving my money to doctors. So I already knew something was wrong. But hey, at least I knew I was correct and what's going on with me. So now I can kind of identify it, change my diet a little bit. Now I know that the issues that I'm having with the sciatica and the nerve pain is just, it's a continual. I've already did this to L1 and L2. This one is a compression it's whacking your body really hard. Compression. It's caused from, you know, smashing yourself. And I know when I did it, I told everybody here on the live stream when I did it and exactly when I did it. And remember, I just kept working through it too. So I'll work through this one. It's not the end of the world. They want to do surgery on me. I can't afford surgery. So I'm not doing it. So I'd rather get this property on the grid. And if I can do that, then maybe I might consider down the road having surgery. So we'll cover that bridge when we get there. How about that? So, yeah, you said when your son turned 18, you were going to have surgery back then too, right? How old is he now? 26. So that was 10 years ago. They were trying to cut me open like, 12, 13, or, they do surgery on me already once. So they've got me all lined up with the orthopedic surgeon, the neurological neurosurgeon, and the, oh my gosh. But I'm not ready for that. I'm not in, actually, at this point, I'm not in a financial position to do that because I don't have, I at that point, like I said, I would have nobody to wipe my ass for me, apologize for my cursing, for my speak. I've been trying to tailor that, but I don't have anybody to take care of me. So I would need to have some different amenities out here if I was to do that sort of, that's just the way it'd have to be. Such as maybe even as much as I don't want to, say is it like, flushing toilet would change the game, things like that, where I'm not having to clean a composting toilet, every other week or, sometimes a little bit more, but, things like that, that'll take, you know, carrying a lot of things, like I said, for animals and buckets of water and things, so, um, yeah, I'm not ready to put myself in that position where I can just lay down. Maybe, like I said, if I had, you know, I talked to somebody about this a little bit earlier that they do have people that could help me. So I know there is some help available. Like I don't remember what they call it. I've never used any of this before, hospice or whatever it is. But somebody come give you help. With certain things. It's like the issue that I'm having is, my all the cabins, the beds are lofted. They're lofted. They're up off the ground, and getting down and up and down out of that can be difficult after having, reconstructive back surgery. So I don't know. I'm thinking doing what I did the last two times and just work through it and deal with it. You know, it will heal. It always does. That's what they saw in the two, the arthritic problems that I'm having in the two lowers, because they're all, calcified themselves, healed up themselves, fuse themselves together, if that makes sense, because of the vertebrae issue is does when the disc deplete, it will make up the difference, so it doesn't crush that sciatic nerve. Your body is a really remarkable, you know, it can do some pretty remarkable things. It really can. Um, I think that my X-rays are proof of that. How your body can weld itself together and still function when most people shouldn't be able to, or it takes surgery or something. If you, work through the pain and you manage the pain and you don't overdo it, which is normally my biggest issue, is just overdoing it. That's how I did it this time, just doing something that should have taken at least two men to do, or I should have used probably some kind of assistance. After I thought about what I did, I thought, well, yeah, maybe it could have supported it, or yeah, I don't know. I do things the way I do them. Sometimes I just do it, send it. No, no, I don't have time to make a pulley for everything that I build. Sometimes I just push it and send it and make it work. So I take some pretty big tasks sometimes and bite off some pretty big tasks, things that I don't pick little easy things to do. Father makes me do what I do. So, but like I said, that's the focus now, is get the property to where I have better access to. Nice. Thanks for coming in, Bruce. Uh, yeah, it's all right. I'll be fine. I will totally be okay. My hip hurts more than my back right now. I didn't get a picture of my hip. I know that my hip is broken. So I said, well, remember, I knew that I busted my back. That wasn't, I was worried about the hip. Remember, I told, well, I've never done this before. I broke my back and I know what I'm feeling with my back. That's obviously, but this hip thing. So the hip is what's been bothering me more than, like I said, and the sciatic I'm used to. So all this I've dealt with. I really think that I could work through it. I just need to make sure that, I don't overdo it is all. So yeah, go take care of your ladies. I got 5 eggs. I think I got 16 birds or something like that out there. 16 or 17 birds with the rooster out there now. So I got another beautiful flock of cinnamon queens. So they lay some pretty eggs. They're different, some are real light pink, not even brown. Um, but appreciate it. Appreciate your time. Lots always going on in my crazy life that Father, he don't make my life an easy chore, an easy task. So, but that's what I'm trying to do. Upgrade the ministry out here. Upgrade the like I said, put the property to where I can have backup freezers and backup freeze dryers so that I don't waste anything. And again, I named the stream "Waste Not, Want Not." So um, thought I'd have that discussion about homesteading and how important it is to have a backup system. You know, cut the supply chain down and become your own supply chain wherever you can. That cuts out taxation in a lot of ways. They can't tax you on eggs that you raise. They can't tax you on you know kid goats. Kids goats that they throw, or rabbits, or your food sources. It's a whole lot. It is not cheap, but it's a lot cheaper to raise, in a lot of ways, vegetables. Eggs are not one of those things that I would tell you, oh, it's cheaper to grow eggs. It might actually cost you more to grow chickens. Now there's ways to streamline that. That's what I'm going to try to do again this year, is get more efficient with my chickens by having more garden going. You know, I don't think I can do year-round garden yet. I'm not there. So I can't do it with the above ground. I have to do it with the below ground geothermal. And that one's not, it's dug 3/4 of the way there, but it's not built yet. So in the future tense, my main focus right now is going to be meat more than anything. I mean, I need to streamline because I need to be able to grow feed too. In ways, feed's very important. That I have plenty of feed for the animals to, I don't like to skimp. I like to have really good. Many animals do eat a lot more. If you know anything about raising or animal husbandry during the winter months, they can eat 2 to 3 times as much food to just maintain the same weight. So and not even be as uh, mobile, not even being as active. And that's just the way it works. So just part of raising animals, but I think that's all possible out here. All that's totally, if I have the right um, system going, and I know that I can produce that I can produce the abundance that I need to cut down a lot of the cost. And that the winter doesn't last forever, and if you grow the right things, you can grow a tremendous amount of abundance for your animals over the winter months. Things that will store a long time under the ground, if stored properly. Food storage is a very important subject that most people uh, don't have a very good food plan. But long-term food storage is very important to me. It always has been. That's why I want to put another freeze dryer here. I've never had a freeze dryer on this property. Well, that would be awesome, wouldn't it? So, but to the abundance that's created, you can suspend it. It's like a time machine. So you can say, oh no, I'm going to grow extra so that I can actually have abundance, and I won't have. It's like when you grow extra things, you got a way to preserve them. Preservation is a big, you don't want to waste it. So waste not, want not. You'll be glad that you had a lot of those things for later. Type of there's a lot of neat things that could be done, morale wise, in a freeze dryer. Whatever, I'm not into all the candies and stuff and the puffs and the pastries, but boy, there is a ton of them that you can make. They're morale boosters. They're good. Little bite here, a little nibble there will not hurt you. Not like that. Moderation. So people did eat things in the past, but they didn't eat how they eat today. And a lot of this stuff that we intake now it's about as close as you can get to, well, plastic. you know, Propylene. Oil. How many polymers? Your dashboard is away from your Velveeta cheese. You know. All right. Never mind. But anyways, you are what you eat. So having a good food supply and then having a good preservation is everything. Drying food is a great way to go, but generally you're going to use the heat process to preserve that food, and you can lose 20 percent of the food's nutrition, maybe 30%. So canning process uses heat. Both of those use the heat process. Using the freeze dryer process, you're not bringing the heat levels to that type of heat. Moderate, just to bring the level up to make whatever moisture that's in whatever food gas off, and then it caches it inside of the drum, and it, that's how that freeze dryer works. Not really rocket science. It's a pretty simple system, but again, there's two things that kill food for long-term food storage. One of them is oxidation, and the other one is moisture. So exposure to air or light, or and then moisture. So if you don't have those things, and you can pull out all the moisture in something, you could make something last for decades. I tri-tip from 2019, and it was outstanding. It was unbelievable how good. I wish I had more of it. It was excellent, but I had to eat it up. I had to rotate the stock. Like I said, I had stuff that needs to get eaten. I ain't anybody to join me, so I'm going to start eating some of it. The farmer gets the first fruits, right? So that's how I ran into the curry by Mountain House. because I had forgotten that I'd even bought those meals. I had a freeze dryer and I was still buying freeze dried meals. And that is a wonderful freeze dried meal. Probably it is excellent. That's all I can tell you. It's an excellent meal. I could eat it at least a couple times a week. It's that good. Kind of like I could eat chicken and dumplings a couple times a week. You know what I'm saying? Uh, yeah, I got in 3 car accidents in a year, rear-ended 3 times. Seriously, that's this one time, one time 3 times I broke my back. Not, first time was in the military, not in a car, but second was in a car accident. And, obviously this third time was an accident in construction building out at the ministry, putting a 400-pound beam over my head, 20 foot long and 10 by whatever that beam is, 12 by, I don't know, it's a big monster beam, but it's up. It's up. My back's done, but um, I've done this now a few times, so I just not ready to be cut on. I don't want to, the risk that I hear from people who have back surgery is about 50-50. When you actually people say, okay, I pull the trigger, decide to do it. And half the people say, hey man, this is the best thing I ever done. I feel so much better. I feel like I got my life back. But then the other people I talk to, they're like, dude, I feel worse than I ever felt. I wish I never would have done that. And that's the ones that stick to me more than the people who say they have success. So I'm not ready. I said when I can't walk, and I've been there, I've been to where I don't use a cane because I don't like to lean in on one side. And now I have issues on both sides. But um, used to be more of a right side issue, and now it's both. But whatever, it is what it is. But a walker is better for me. Literally drag myself around with a sciatica. Take you down, literally drop you in your tracks. Like a sack of potatoes. Fall. Where you literally have to drag yourself to the bathroom so you don't. Dump yourself. Literally like it's. I've had it bad before, and I've had my son to help me past. So I am thankful that I am not as bad as I have been in the past. I have been so bad in the past. So absolutely so bad. I don't even want to talk about it. I mean, I have been through some hell. Um, Times where, again, you know, not being able to get up to the toilet is not a fun, you know, uh, some of the experiences can be pretty, you know, little morally devastating, but that's why I'm thankful to be up now. And I got to guard this injury. I can't overdo it. This is why when the last time they wanted to go straight to reconstructive back surgery and they wanted to do two is they couldn't do the cortisone shots. And the doctor refused to because he said that I would go break my back again. He's like, I'm not giving these. I run the risk because your injuries and the way you have the calcification and you know, push this needle in the wrong way, you're going to be crippled. You're literally going to be paraplegic from, you could be, from the neck down by me going back there, giving you a cortisone shot. There is with the way that your injuries are bad. You didn't take care of this and I need to do this in two surgeries. So you're going to jack you up, fix the first vertebrae, put the disc where, replace this, come back in, heal up and do that for your second because the depletion of the first vertebrae was gone. But the second one was almost completely, it was at one time, it was compressed and bulging at the same time because of my first, the way it was falling off on it was the injury to my vertebrae. And then at that time, it completely was almost degenerated. And he said, no, I'm not going to go in there and give you these cortisone shots because you'll just keep working. You evidently don't care when you break your back to do anything about it. This is now the second time and you're here, because you're pretty much forced to be here. And so um, I ran. Like I said, he told me I wasn't going to be able to walk, and my son heard that and freaked out, and he never could get it out of his head. He couldn't. He thought he thought I couldn't throw him the football, and I was a single dad, and he lost his mind. He really had a hard time keeping his head straight after that. I remember when we left the doctor's office that day, he was devastated, you know. And we eventually moved to Idaho. It wasn't good for him. He we left the state, and he's better being away from that. And I eventually healed up, and I'll heal from this one too. And I won't take their narcotics. I won't take no Oxycontin or Percocet or any of that other. I don't want to take narcotics. Don't fix anything. Like I said, I've used cannabis in the past. It doesn't fix it. Does it help slow down the conductivity of my body telling myself it's in trauma and need to go fix itself? Help regulate that? Yeah. Does it stop it? No. So nothing's going to fix except for surgery to me. So I got to get to where I can actually have that. And I feel as if I have talked to enough people recently in the last 5, it's been 12 years or something ago. They were going to try to, maybe longer, since, I've been to the, all this thing wanting to cut on me. But I hear more people in this day and age now, even like I was speaking with somebody, and they say that they have ways to do surgery on you now without even cutting you open. So how's that possible? That's the way that the world, the way we have, what we have today. We do live in 5786, It's not, we have tech that they have not released. And so I need to remember that I'm a veteran. There's a lot of tech that the general public never gets to see. And so it's hard to fathom they can go in and do back surgery without cutting you open. But I don't know. I don't know how it's possible, but it is something that somebody's asked me to take a look at. They're like, I think that, I know you got issues and you think you need a lot of this replacement, but there's ways they can go in and fix you now, because they don't need to go in and do all this replacement. Like, you're saying they have ways to do surgery without actually even opening you up. Like, wow, the world we live in. So it's something I'll look at, down the road. And that's why, again, I think it's very important to me to get this property where I can be more not needing anybody to, like I said, where I can. It's simple as it sounds for most people, but for me, it's something that's kind of opposition to what I've done out here. But a flushing toilet can make all the world of a difference. Just getting to the toilet sometimes could be a challenge, let alone, taking and cleaning. And, that's, I don't know. Maybe I'm tapping out early. Maybe I'm being weak, being a little Ken or a Karen or whatever you call it. But, if I don't take care of myself on this one, it took me years last time to overcome the injuries, and it's possible, but, I'm not 20, I think it was 20 or, the first time I busted, my first vertebrae, and then again in my 30s, and now I'm in my 50s. So I'm a long way away from 20. So I'm still strong. I'm mentally okay. But I have to be in a position, like I said, if I don't have, and I go down, that I don't have anybody to, like I said, wipe my rear end. I need to be able to have some more, creature comforts at that point. So I'll figure it out. Father will figure it out. Like I said, but it is one of the goals that I have to be able to be out here and be a little bit more, not roughing it the way that I have been roughing it for, 10 years, being off the grid, living like a minimalist. That day is over, and it's not that I can't still have that lifestyle out here and share that lifestyle and teach that lifestyle with others, but for the ministry itself, for myself in the future, I don't get veterans benefits, so I don't have that option of VA. This is, I have, like I said, they're just, it is what it is. That's something that people I've had tell me, you need to deal with that, man. Why do you not get veterans benefits? You're a veteran. I've seen you have veteran, says that on your license. It said, said on your license plates, you have to show them your DD 14. You have to have an honorable discharge to have that. How do you not get ben? I just, it's like everything. It's like I didn't, the lawsuits, the whole everything. Nothing ever transpires the way that it should when it comes to, I don't care. I just move on. I'm just gonna move on, kind of like the back injury, and just deal with it. And so, hopefully, I have good days, bad days. I have good months, bad months. I have good years and bad years. So, I can't, this year has been a challenge already. So last year was devastating. So we'll see what, you know, this, I'm going to try to, by the end of this year, be in a better position than I am right now. So try. Notice I said try. It's like the pursuit of happiness. You're not guaranteed happiness. You're guaranteed the pursuit. So preparedness, like I said, you know, oh, let me, eventually I'm going to have to get up here and get some more firewood. We're down to our last log out here. So, all right, maybe I should take a pause here. I've been doing this for a while. Go get some firewood brought in here. There's snow out, you know. It's going to be a little bit of a challenge getting up that ramp. That's what I'm saying. I live up off the ground, elevated. Some of these things are not conducive to back surgery. So, appreciate the conversation. Like I said, I wanted to come in here and try to have a conversation about, you know, the minimalist lifestyle, and less is more sometimes, right? So going back to the ways of old, you know, being frugal and replanting your plants by having open pollinated, non-genetically modified, so all these, you know, ways of the old. And so, all right, I'm going to get out of here. I appreciate, again, all the comments, and the 23 people hit that thumbs up that, you know, there's some kind of agreement that there was something you could glean from the ministry. So hopefully it didn't take too much of your time. I've known to take people's time, be kind of a time robber, but that's all right. I have the rest of this meat suit ride until I'm out of here. This is what Father has me doing. So one day at a time here. So I'm going to make this work. Like I say, we got some snow out here over here in the high desert. We really had a really mild winter. And I knew that the second half of the winter would probably be a little bit stronger. So this isn't a huge deal. I don't think that this is going to stick for long. You know, we'll see. We're supposed to get some cold weather here in the next couple of days. So it might melt off, you know. So we've actually had a really nice, pretty decent, you know, winter out here. So I've been burning a lot of firewood, but that's okay. It's just the way the cabin is. So, but I'm thankful that I had it. And I'm thankful to, again, to be in the in the state that I'm in, because, you know, back east they've been getting hammered, guys, just hammered. You know, Oregon, we've kind of, depending on where you're at in the state, but we've had a pretty mild. The Pacific Northwest with this La Nina cycle, it, you know, with that Arctic vortex, it's been pushing over there towards the east. So I would anticipate more stronger weather before the end of the winter. It's not over. Remember, you know, the winter's not over until spring. So anticipate, and it is a little bit later. Every year it seems like the spring comes a little bit later. April doesn't always, you know, doesn't always work. It's, you know, and that depends where you're at too in the state. But you know, where I'm at, I'm in the high desert. I'm at 4,500 feet, you know, plus out here with all, you know, there's 8,000 feet right here behind me. Table Rock, 6,500. It's the high desert. So it takes a little bit longer for the spring to get out here. But anyways, I do appreciate, you know, spending time with people who are, you know, paying attention to what's going on. You know, this is important that we get prepared for these things, and we have preparedness is everything to me. You know, it's a mindset. It's a lifestyle, and I don't do it in fear. I don't do it to hoard. I do it to have extra, so that I can not have to go to the store and be fighting people for food when things are not conducive, because they're fighting over the last box, bagged, or can poison, whatever food flavored poison that you're, whatever. it's basically poison at the grocery store. So if I have some more time for the end of the day, I'll get this phone completely charged up and I'll come back in here. We'll have some more conversation. If you want to support the ministry, come back. If you see me come back on here, I know the notification is all, it doesn't work on this channel. It's part of the shadow banning. And if you want to be a part of the ministry, come back. If you want to support the ministry, there's links in the description to Cash App and PayPal to do it monetarily, but that is not a requirement in any way, shape, or form to be a part of this ministry. It's just good comments, and there's ways for me to share this ministry, the physical ministry, with you in the future. I'm in the largest dark sky sanctuary in the world. If you ever wanted to go to a place to see the stars, this has a view. Oregon is the best place. I've lived in Alaska. I've lived in Hawaii. I've been to where there's, away from, this place. Oregon has, the stars do what they don't do in any other state that they do in this state. And you'd have to be and live under these stars to know what I'm talking about. It's just, they're different. That's the uniqueness too about Oregon, that I can say the stars are different in this state. Little different in different locations, but this being the largest dark sky sanctuary in the world, it's a great place to come see the stars. So if you're ever out in this part of Oregon, central, south, east of central Oregon, come over this way. I'd love to have you out here at the ministry. It's off grid. So, but that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to get this all on the grid so we can make this a little bit more comfortable for people in the future when they come out and hopefully will visit the ministry. So this property is not just sitting here. Now, if I can, and I will, I'll bring people and create abundance. See if they're through the ministry or they're just a hand, I will make it work. And I will still be able to create abundance. I would like to bring somebody in from the ministry, though. Hey, homesteading is a lifestyle. So if you want to change your lifestyle and look at how to raise animals and animal husbandry and live off the grid and have access to on grid, that's why I'd like to help this ministry with my time, by taking and pouring all my efforts and all the money that I've ever spent and put it all into this ministry. Because what else am I going to do with my time? I don't have a wife. I don't have, I got animals, I don't have friends. I don't have family. I have the ministry. So I got you guys. I appreciate your time. I'm going to let you go. Pastor Revelation, Pastor Apocalypse. Whoa.